Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. A long time no see, and of course the timer is always wrong, but the C is always right, and Disa as well, so you should listen to those guys, not to me. Whatever, welcome to part 2 of our analysis stream, where we go through episode 7 of Rings of Power Season 2, and go through it frame by frame and discuss all kinds of lore things. And then somebody will ask a question that's almost completely unrelated, and we will discuss it for 3 hours, and then go back to the show and get distracted heavily. Interesting questions on the YouTube chat. Yeah, welcome everybody. We just had a watch party before this stream, so this is right next, back to back basically. And yeah, Lyanna Stark, Rosemary is there, Sebastian is there, Jake and Woody Black. Who else do we have that I forgot? Oh, and Critic is there. Welcome everybody. Let me see. Henrik is here, Belligord is here. Did I overlook somebody, chat? A lot of comments, which I have to catch up. Also, Valkyrie is on the Twitch chat, I think. And Make Action Hunt is also here. Awesome. So nice to have you all here. And I hope sound is okay. And yeah, we will go through this episode. We started already yesterday, but since I started very late and we discussed the Orc origin for some time, the round world version for an hour, then we looked into the issue that the map, just to summarize it, if we would go, what does work here, like this. Let me just do the scene transition. We have this fantastic map here. And the capital of Eregion is the area here. Usually in the show, they don't have the rights, I think, to use the name Ostinethil, which is the capital of Eregion. And this would be here. Here's another river, which is kind of blocked by the writing. So we don't fully see it. But there's another river. This is the Glanduin. And this is the Sirannon that goes to Khazad-dûm. And north of the Sirannon, there is a pathway that leads from Ostinethil to Khazad-dûm, to Moria. And it turns out in the show, they moved Ostinethil from the capital we're seeing from here to here. It is now south of the Glanduin for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they moved it around. And that means that Adar comes from the south, makes this detour, crosses 3 rivers, and attacks from the north. It makes no sense. So map stuff in Rings of Power, definitely a weak point, to be honest. Like, you can't think about this, it makes no sense. And we went through the show already to this scene where Elrond Volohil, I think is his name, is a companion of him, meet with Adar to negotiate about Galadriel. This is where we left off. And this is where we will continue in a moment. Yeah, you only streamed for a meager 7 hours, I saw. Unfortunately, I haven't caught up yet. Well, it doesn't matter. It feels like a lot of the discussion we had in the other stream was kind of unrelated. That's why we didn't get that far into the show. There was some interesting question in the Twitch chat, though, which I might want to answer. I think one of the showrunners really wanted to piss off the high school geography teacher. Yeah, for sure. Also, Priscilla, welcome. Nice to see you. We haven't seen Isildur in ages. I can already spoil, we will see Isildur in episode 8. There is like a short teaser for the next episode with the interviews going on. There you see a bit of material of episode 8. And he might appear next episode. Also, in this context, of course, spoiler warning. So we will, everything that is out by now, at the 27th of September 2024, that is official, I will use here in this video. So, spoiler warning for everybody. We haven't seen episode 7 yet or so. We focus mainly on episode 7, but we also, of course, look into the books, how they do stuff. The show is so different from the books that sometimes it's not even a spoiler if I say, well, in the books it's like that. Well, the showrunners sometimes don't care about the books. Oh, Beligor, nice to see you here. Damn, I just realized I didn't follow you on Twitch. Corrected, and now back to the YouTube stream. In case you are from Germany, I also have a German Twitch stream. I mean, not that you, but in case you enjoy German content more or something, I stream most of the time Elden Ring there. So if you like that, that's the link to the German Twitch stream. Doesn't matter, you can watch wherever you want. I stream to 3 channels right now. So there was a question. I have 6 minutes left in the episode. Oh. Will be polished a bit. Yeah, don't worry. My English also sometimes is not the yellow from the egg. Oh, Schnack is also there. Welcome. So, to go to Twitch chat for a moment. Can we be nitpicky now? Yes, if you are nice. But let me just answer the Twitch chat questions really quick. Yeah, the yellow from the egg, German classic. Das Gelbe ist nicht das Gelbe vom Ei. It's a German saying, basically. If you translate it into English, it makes no sense. So there's that. And what was I going to say, chat? The Twitch chat questions. What would have happened if one person wore all the rings? That's a good question, to be honest. What would happen if one person, like, interestingly, there is one precedent for that somebody wears all the rings, that's Sauron himself. He used the rings to basically, like, the rings of power do multiple things. Let me just get out my letter from Tolkien. Letter 131. And there Tolkien explains what these rings kind of do to some degree. The most dominant feature of these rings of power is that Tolkien, or that basically the idea is that the one who has the master ring, the one ring, can control all the other rings of power, including the 3. Some people often say, aren't the 3 excluded? No. They're also based on the same technique, design, whatever. As a result, they can also be controlled by the one ring. They just have not the same evil tendency as the other rings, due to Sauron not touching them, but that's a different story, I guess. So let's look into letter 131 from 1958 from Tolkien himself, 131 to Milton Waldman. It's a very fantastic letter. It tells us a lot of things. One of my favorite letters, I think. The chief power of all the rings alike, so all the rings of power alike, this most likely includes the lesser rings to some extent, was the prevention or slowing of decay. So the world basically decays, and elves don't have the ability to live indefinitely in Middle-earth as a result. There's another Middle-earth is a continent, and there's another continent in the west called Aman, and on this continent the decay is not present really, or basically halted, because there the gods Ivalar and Maya live, that are basically angels. It's the better comparison. And due to their presence there, the decay of the world is not that strong. And in Middle-earth it's very strong, which has to do with the first Dark Lord Morgoth. He put his evil power into the world itself, and then the world itself became his ring, so to say, his one ring. The world itself is the one ring of Morgoth. Complicated topic, except for the oceans and to some degree Aman. That's kind of the difference. But Middle-earth definitely is hit heavily by the decay, and this clashes with the immortal and pure nature of the elves. And for that reason, they can't stay indefinitely in Middle-earth. As a result, Sauron gave them the technique to make these rings to stop the decay. That's basically the main goal of these rings. The second goal is that there's a backdoor in these rings that allows Sauron to control whoever wears the rings, their thoughts, what they think, their works, and so on. So very powerful, but this is kind of the first thing that Tolkien lists here. Then the second thing, but also they enhance the natural powers of a possessor. Galadriel in Lord of the Rings also tells this to us, that basically they make you stronger, like your natural gifts, your talents, and so what you are good at, the rings kind of make better. So you could also become stronger by this, and so on. And then the rings had a side effect on mortals, that their life was prolonged wearing those rings. This is so, in my opinion, a side effect, because all these rings were in origin elven rings, and elves are immortal by nature, so they did not create those rings that elves become immortal. It's just, I think, a side effect if mortals wear them. The exception are dwarves. Dwarves do not get immortal wearing those rings. They're kind of resistant to this power. And then there's another ability of this. They had another power, and finally they had other powers more directly derived from Sauron, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. So the world of Tolkien is basically divided or consists of two parts. One part is the physical world, which the mortals and so on see, and then there's an invisible part, the so-called, often called unseen. And this is a spirit world, so to say. And this ring moves your body basically into the spirit world, and then you become invisible for the normal world. If you will, though. This is interesting in a fact that doesn't happen automatically. You can control it at will. Even the Nazgul, like men, can control it at will. It's maybe different for the One Ring. It's a special case. But yeah, that is also a power. And the reason for that is in the spirit world, Sauron is like also a being from the spirit world, so to say. He's a spirit entity, like a fallen angel or something. And he can basically manipulate matters over this invisible world. Like in the Silmarillion, we can read that these who went into the spirit world were only seeing the delusions and phantoms of Sauron. And this, of course, corrupts them then. That's another ability of these rings. And then the three rings that the elves made, like Nenya, Narya, and Vilya, those rings were different in this regard. They did not confer invisibility. That is the only exception. Technically, all the rings were evil. You could make an argument for the three not being fully evil. Like the design these three rings were based upon is still evil in a way, because it still is subject to the One Ring. And still those who wear the three rings can be controlled by the One Ring. That is why the elves, when the One Ring existed, could not use the three rings. They had to put off the rings from their fingers and hide the rings. Maybe they could kind of use their effect passively in a way. We come down here to very nitpicky wordings of Tolkien, but I would say it would be too dangerous to wear these three rings. However, since they were not touched by Sauron, their tendency to be evil is not really strong. And Gandalf in Lord of the Rings, there's another interesting quote here, even says something very interesting. Let me just see, where's my Lord of the Rings? Here it is. How did Gandalf say it? They don't endure evil, I think. It is written, I think, in Shadow of the Past. So I only have to search for endure in this chapter. So Gandalf basically concludes what ring Frodo has in this chapter. And he says, yes, alas, through him the enemy has learned, through Gollum, that the One Ring, the One, has been found again. He knows where Isildur fell. He knows where Gollum found his ring. He knows that it is a great ring, for it gave long life. This indirectly says that the lesser rings would not grant long life for mortals. He knows that it is not one of the three, for they have never been lost, and they endure no evil, he says here. So that seems also to be an effect of the 3 rings, that they don't endure evil. So you can't really use them to make evil things, even though their design, their base, also is connected to the evil of Sauron, if that makes sense. But they are basically the best case scenario rings of power in existence. He knows that it's not one of the 7 or the 9, for they are accounted for. He knows that it is the 1. So that's basically all the other rings are accounted for. It must be only 1 ring is left. So what happens when one person would wear all the rings? I think for most people it would not really matter, but for Sauron, the 1 ring basically is a part of Sauron himself, like his will, and a big part of his power is in the 1 ring. So as a result, the 1 ring has a will of its own. In theory, there's a very strange thing that Gandalf says about the rings of power, but I think he only means the 1 ring because it makes no sense in the context of the other rings of power. And that seems like the other rings would also have a will on their own, but I think that's not true, to be honest. I think that's unfortunately worded there simply. However, Sauron loses the 1 ring later, and then he collects the 9 ring of the Nazgul and the 3 remaining rings of the dwarves, the other 4 were destroyed, for himself and uses them. So he has those rings on his finger to enhance his power. So if you are powerful enough, if your will is strong enough, you could use those rings to be even more powerful. So yeah, maybe the ability or the sentence, they enhance your natural abilities, stacks kind of per ring, if that makes sense. But I would assume for this to work, you would need to be a spirit being like Sauron. Maybe, I'm not sure if an elf could do this as well. Maybe. I don't think so. Especially, I think, because Sauron is the origin, the design of these rings is an origin Sauron's. So that was this question. Could they beat Morgoth? Depends on no. Morgoth is very powerful. Morgoth is a weird special case in this context, but Morgoth was the first Dark Lord and once the master of Sauron, and Morgoth was the most powerful of the Valar. So there are these spirit beings, they are called Ainur in Tolkien's world, and they exist in 2 ranks. The highest rank is a group called Valar. These are basically a god pantheon. And then their the servants of the Valar, also spirit beings, very powerful, are called Maiar. Sauron, Radagast, Gandalf, Saruman, the 2 blue wizards, Balrogs, all these are Maiar. Morgoth, though, was once called Melkor and was one of the Valar. And he was not only one of the Valar, he was the most powerful of the Valar, and he was not only the most powerful, he was more powerful than all the other Valar together. So, on paper, he was undefeatable. But in Tolkien's metaphysical idea of evil, the evil spread to the world. Like Morgoth took his power and spread it across the world. And, for example, creating the orcs, or transforming existing beings into orcs and having these armies controlling them. They would still do the evil of Morgoth and be under his will, but it would be his power that is spread, if that makes sense. So in his being, the power was reduced. And he did this more and more and more. Bigger armies, he had the Balrogs, he had dragons later, and so on. Very powerful entities, but they were spread. And they were not focused on one point anymore. And due to this, Melkor or Morgoth became beatable by the other Valar in a, so to say, 1v1 combat suddenly. Like Tulkas could definitely wrestle down Morgoth at some point. And Tolkien, I think, even says that at his lowest point, that Sauron at his strongest point was more powerful than Morgoth at his lowest point. However, when Sauron loses the One Ring, he is, I think, never getting that close to his peak. But I think for a normal being getting all the rings, he would not be able to beat Morgoth. Morgoth is very powerful, but he was bent into the void, so it doesn't matter. It was a complicated question. There was another one. How does Sauron accumulate power? I would say he is, by its nature, the Valar and Maiar, these Ainur. They came to the world, to Arda. That's a planet, so to say. At the beginning, it's a flat world. It becomes a sphere later, depending on the version. Let's not discuss this. We did this for 3 hours last time. And in this world, they came to this world to form it, basically. Ea is the, kind of the universe kind of thing. It includes also the space around Arda. But they came to Arda and were bound to it. And their task was, including Sauron and Melkor, to form the world. And when they formed the world, so basically their power is to change the world that it fits to the music of the Ainur. That was the creation story of it. Like there's one god, there's one entity that's the most powerful entity in the Tolkien universe, that is Eru, that is God. And the angels of God, the Valar and Maiar, are also powerful, but not as powerful. And their task of those sent or who decided to go to this newly created world was to shape it according to the plan that was basically came to life from the music they once created. So the world is basically made out of music in Tolkien's world. And Eru, with his, like, he's omnipotent, so he has all the power, made the world come to existence, basically. And there was originally a plan, and then Melkor, as a dissonance, Morgoth came as a dissonance and damaged the world. And this changed the original plan and so on and so forth. But in their nature, all the beings, including Sauron, had the ability to take what is present in the world and shape it and form it. So they are very powerful by their nature. And depending on if they spread their power to other things, they can become weaker or maybe stronger. In the case of Sauron creating the One Ring, that I think pushed him quite a bit. And it seems like when Sauron loses power, for example, when the One Ring gets cut off his hand and he loses it, his spirit is immortal. It can't be destroyed. That's impossible. Spirits can't be destroyed in Tolkien's world. But they can be reduced to impotence, so that Sauron never could recover from this. But since the One Ring was still there, which still includes a big part of his power, this did basically not happen. And over time, it seems Sauron can then recover his power again. But it's a very metaphysical and complicated topic. Oh man, Sash, I love how Olorin, that's the name of Gandalf, is the wisest of the Maiar and dearest to Nienna, but in the show he's the Dumpsy Stranger for 2 seasons now. Yeah, unfortunate, I guess. Yeah, they banned Morgoth from competitive play. That is, I think, how you could phrase it. So I hope this answers your questions, Valkyrie, because we need to start with the show. We are already streaming half an hour and we have not even discussed a single picture of the show yet. I mean, I always like answering these questions, don't get me wrong, but we need to get going a bit. So sorry for ignoring chat for some time. Did I forget something, chat? Yeah, that's something we will discuss. Maybe it's not bad that we discussed Morgoth for a moment, because later in the show, Sauron also explains that he's different from Morgoth. Morgoth is a dissonance of the world, and Morgoth was like very nihilistic. He wanted to destroy the creation of the world itself, and not only that, Morgoth would, like, even his own creations, Tolkien writes in, I think, the book Morgoth's Ring, there's text where he mentions this, he would have destroyed even his own creations because they were still based on that of the others, of Eru and the other Ainur. And as a result, he would have destroyed everything, the world itself. And the ultimate plan of Morgoth was destroy everything, being completely nihilistic. And then find the flame imperishable, the secret fire, also mentioned in the show, which is the ability of, or an aspect of Eru, of God himself, to create sentient life, basically, and then make his own creation, like he would be Eru. That was his plan. But since he tried to find the secret fire, the flame imperishable, but he could not find it, and as such, he said, well, I can't do this, then the others should also not have their work, and then his whole purpose became to destroy the world itself. Sauron, in contrast, says, no, I kind of like the world, but it's not perfect in my opinion, but I know how I could make the world perfect. What the world would need to do is listen to what I say. So what basically Sauron wants to do is bring everything under his will and control everything as a god king. That's basically Sauron's approach to the world. And due to this, bring a new order to the world, which is somewhat similar to Saruman, I guess, who also didn't like how the world is ordered in its current state and want to bring his own order over the world. But yeah, that is something we will discuss later a little bit. So when is your general Q&A stream? Maybe better make it a 12-hour stream. Usually I make these Q&A stream once a month or twice a month. I got a bit lazy at times because I needed to play Elden Ring all day. And then the streams took a bit, were less frequent. Also was a question about Ungoliant. Still lesser than a Valar. She got really powerful. Eat the light of the tree. Yeah, I think Ungoliant, like there's some special cases in Tolkien's world, which is Ungoliant and Tom Bombadil, maybe others. But we know these are the most prominent examples. It's not clear if those would belong to also the Ainur or not, maybe. We definitely know that Ungoliant came to the world from the outside. And Ungoliant is like the mother of Shelob, but it's not a spider. It's an entity from outside that came to the world that took the shape of a spider-like entity. And it was very powerful and could basically eat light. I kind of imagine her as a representation of darkness, like a black hole or something. And she just consumes everything and so on, and it becomes dark, even light if possible. And Tom Bombadil is... Okay, there's also Goldberry and the River Woman. They're also relatively prominent, I guess. But yeah, there's some entities that don't fit into the scheme of being an Ainur and being a Valar or Maiar. Tom Bombadil, Ungoliant, River Woman, and Goldberry are not Maiar, in my opinion, or Valar or anything. They might be also Ainur, but maybe some weird special cases. I can't give you a really good answer to how they fit into the metaphysical idea of Tolkien. And nameless things also exist, but nameless things could just be some creatures that have no names, as the name suggests. It's not a name, it's the description. Like, nameless things is just a description, it's not a name for them, but we kept calling him. Like, we also call the winged steeds or fell beasts of the Nazgul fell beasts most of the time. They don't have a name. Yeah, she almost ate Melkor as well, so she's quite good at eating things. Ungoliant is very powerful. So is Tom Bombadil. Okay, chat. We need to start with the stuff here. I'm glad they aren't adapting stuff from Silmarillion. This one looks like autocorrect changed. He was powerful as a being of Eru, so Sauron I assume, and he used that. That's why he was impotent after the ring was destroyed. Yeah, since the ring contains a part of himself, if that is destroyed, the rest of him is reduced so much that he can't recover. You could maybe make an argument for Saruman as well, that something like this happened to him. Usually if you would want to recover as a spirit, I think you would return to Aman. And then there you could be healed, for example. But for these evil entities, that's not possible, especially if they're not allowed to go back there. As a result, it's not easy for them to recover. I think Sauron is a weird special case because of the One Ring. That's also why, in theory, the show here portrays that Sauron gets stabbed at the beginning before he has the One Ring. That makes no sense, because this could mean that his power is basically so much diminished that he can't recover from this. The reason I think why Sauron can recover is because there's always a big part of his power that is never destroyed. And that's the One Ring. Only when he is destroyed and basically when the One Ring is destroyed, Sauron's being is reduced to a shadow of impotence, as Tolkien calls it. Let me just... It might be more difficult to find this quote. I thought it was in the letters. That's in the Silmarillion. Chat, I can't remember. Maybe I don't find the quote. There was another weakness. If the One Ring was actually unmade, annihilated, then its power would be dissolved. Sauron's own being would be diminished to vanishing point, and he would be reduced to a shadow, a mere memory of malicious will. I think I pronounced this wrong, but... But that he never contemplated nor feared. The ring was unbreakable by any smithcraft less than his own. It was indissoluble. Wow, that's a word. In any fire, save in undying subterranean fire where it was made, and that was unapproachable in Mordor. Also, so great was the ring's power of lust that anyone who used it became mastered by it. It was beyond the strength of any will, even his own, to injure it, cast it away or neglect it, so he thought. It was in any case on his finger. Okay. It's always so important to play Elden Ring, yeah. Yeah, he's blown away by the western wind. I mean, the Istari, the wizards, are also powerful spirit beings, but they are a special case. The reason for that is they have to forgo might and clothe themselves in flesh. So they reduce themselves to this form, basically. Without doing this, they would be much more powerful. As powerful as Sauron, basically. But in their diminished form, as an Istar, they are not that powerful anymore. They are still powerful, but not that powerful. Yeah, no problem. I also missed a lot of chat messages. Sorry for that. Because in the One Ring his blood rains. Oh, Sanders, nice, nice to see you. It's kind of funny that there's also like Liana is also here. All the Game of Thrones characters appearing here in the Lord of the Rings discussion in the chat. Or the Song of Ice and Fire. Is it Ice and Fire? I think it is. Cold to warm, whatever. Okay, I'm turning off for 10 minutes. I'm back. We're some few thousand years before the show. It's going to be a long night, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so we start now with the show. These analysis stream, like it's always the same. People ask cool questions and then I answer them for an hour. And then we discuss this here. We have the big discussion here in this scene that we see currently on the screen. We have will be definitely the kiss scene, I guess. So there's something our good old friend, what's he called, Adar, says to Elrond. He stands up, walks around a bit, and says, "You have the beauty of your foremother, Melian of the Valar." I was a bit surprised by this wording. Is she ever called Melian of the Valar? Yeah, no, Two Trees of the Valar. No, I don't think, I'm not sure. There's somebody, okay, we just look all the books. Melian of the Valar, nope. Nope. Oh, that is so funny. I have a theory why he phrases it like this, chat. That is so funny. So who is Melian? That's maybe something we should discuss here. Also, not discuss, but give you a short overview. So Elrond's mother, shoutouts to Kimberly80 for this beautiful artwork, is this woman here that is Elwing. And Elwing's father... Do I have another Kimberly artwork? No. Well, we do it then over this screen. Wait a moment, chat. Wait a moment. Her father is a dude called Dior. Now thinking about it, I need a different artwork for that. I think it's by Jenny Dolphin. Yeah. So Jenny Dolphin made this artwork. This is Dior, his wife in the background. Wait, let me just use another artwork of Dior because there are too many characters on this one. Okay, now I screwed up completely, chat. It's not like Kimberly. Wait, let me just prepare the family line here. So yeah, here we see Dior. That's the dude in the middle. He is interestingly counted, I assume, towards men, though he is, you could argue, a half-elf, but he is not a... It's a complicated case, so let's not discuss this, else we sit here for another hour. In the background, we have his wife, Nimloth. She's an elf. And he has 3 children. Interestingly, that's really interesting. In the other image, Elwing has blonde hair, but I think dark hair would make more sense. Let me just double check. Is there a note which hair color she has? I don't know. I'm not aware. It would make sense that she has dark hair though, because the father definitely has dark hair. Whatever. So Elwing is in the background on the arm of her mother, and in front we have the 2 twin brothers of Elwing, which I always forget the name of. Elored and Elorin are the name. Doesn't matter too much. Let's not talk about them. But yeah, the blonde elf woman we have seen in the previous image. That's Elwing, the mother of Elrond and of Elros. And this is now the parents of Elwing, so the grandparents of Elrond, Dior and Nimloth. And the parents of Dior is a man called Beren and a woman called Luthien. And now it becomes even more complicated because the parents of Luthien are King Thingol, and an elf. And, of course, Melian. Let me just see where Melian... we have an image of both of them. Melian and Thingol. They are the parents of Luthien. And Melian is special because Melian is not an elf. Melian is a Maiar, like Gandalf, Sauron, Radagast, Saruman, Balrog, the 2 blue with it. She is a very wise, she's the best and most powerful enchantress of the Maiar. So she gets very good at enchanting things. She's very powerful, actually. And that makes her daughter, Luthien, makes her half elf, half Maya, which is very interesting. However, she is in the Silmarillion, where she appears a few times. Tolkien calls her Tolkien calls her Melian the Maya. Interestingly, I was not aware of this fact, but in The Lord of the Rings, the term Maya does not appear. That could be that they don't have the rights to say Melian the Maya, so they say Melian of the Valar, which is interesting. Yeah, Elrond is from all 3 houses of men, all 3 clans of the elves, and a Maya. Yeah, so he's a half-elf. That's always a complicated topic. Also, you have to admit that, or you have to say, all the messages getting retracted. What is going on there? Ada seemed to imply that he had seen Melian. Yeah, that's kind of strange, I have to admit. So yeah, it doesn't matter too much. It's very interesting that he mentions, like, this is who Melian of the Valar. She's not a Valar though. She's one of the Maya. But it seems like the term they don't have available in Lord of the Rings. Like, did they chat? Somebody who is very did they ever use the term Maiar, which is spelled M-A-I-A, and the plural is M-A-I-A-R? Maiar and Maya? It's hard to say. Use strong handle. It's just a theory if they don't have the right. Only Istar, I think. Yeah, Istar they used, but did they ever use that somebody, maybe in the last episode? Very strange. Because then they should call her Melian the Maya, because Melian is mentioned in Lord of the Rings. Luthien Tinuviel was the daughter of King Thingol, Grey Cloak of Dorias, in the First Age, but her mother was Melian, of the people of the Valar. Ah, here it comes from. Beren was the son of Barahir of the first house of the Edain. Interesting. So in the Lord of the Rings it says Melian of the people of the Valar. So that is a direct quote reference to Appendix A in the Lord of the Rings, very quite at the beginning of the Numenorian King section. Very interesting. So that's a reference. Just to avoid though confusion, Melian is not a Maiar. She serves potentially. Who does Melian serve though? Is this Varda? So Elbereth? Actually not sure. Irmo or something would also fit. Okay, her affiliation is Vana and Este. That is interesting. Yeah, Melian served Vana and Este. That are two of the Valar. Este is basically the Valar of healing, and Vana is the younger sister of Yavanna. And she is, yeah, how to describe her? We don't know much about her, to be fair. But I think she's a dancer, right? She's basically the ever young. Kind of. So she represents youth, something like that. She was said to be akin to Yavanna, whatever that means. Yavanna is the Vala of nature. It's Mother Nature, basically. She's very powerful. She, for example, created the two trees. Was there a Valar Maya couple? Well, no. There is Tilion and Aryen. That's or something with an A. Aryen and Tilion. These two Maya, also Tilion basically guides the moon, and Aryen guides the sun. So also very powerful Maya, as you can imagine. And Tilion always chases after Aryen, and in one story I think the moon looks like it is because he gets too close to the sun and gets burned. Melkor tried to advance or to to get Aryen on his side, but was rejected. Yeah, that's also some story. It's a bit complicated though. How many times they actually referenced appendices? The first time, a lot of times. We had Rumil, all the Kir's writing, like we have Tengwa of Rumil. We had Daeron, that's also from the appendices. The old Tar-Miriel, Pharazôn, all the Númenórean plot people are all from the appendices. Yeah, exactly. She's of the race, like the race of the Valar and Maya are is Ainur. Ainur is basically like elves, Ents, dwarves, men, in my opinion. And Maya, Valar are the ranks, basically, or they're basically, it shows how powerful they are. If you're a Valar, you're usually very powerful, though among the Valar, there's also a group that is considered the most powerful of the Valar. That are the Aratar, I think they are called. That are the 8 most powerful Valar, or the greatest. That would be Manwë, Varda, Ulmo, Yavanna, Aule, Mandos, Nienna, and Orome. I'm a bit disappointed that Nienna. I will just say, did I read Nienna? Nienna also. Nienna is. I just thought, Nienna must be one of the Aratar. Whatever. I assume it's the right thing. I think the line here that I just quoted was of the people of the Valar. Yeah, of the people of the Valar. This in German of the folk, or des Volkes der Valar, something like this. Doesn't matter too much. That's how they phrased it. I just found it curious why they, like, usually when I talk about Melian, I always think, okay, she's Melian the Maiar. Yeah, we saw a statuette of Nienna in Numenor. That's right. You can, of course, argue that the Númenóreans would not directly revere or pray or worship a Valar, though, because they were monotheists. Like, they were only worshipping Eru, and only the king would do this on the mountain. That's some fests, or feasts, celebration days going on in the year. Whatever. Let's not go too deep into this. I just want to talk about Melian. Maybe people come into this, watch the episode. Who's this Melian person? That is the great grandmother, right? Dior is the grandfather. Elwing is mother. Dior grandfather. Luthien is the great grandmother, and Melian is the great great grandmother. Also, welcome, Murdo. I can show you the. I suspect it's the Nienna one, Círdan. It's in, I think, episode 5 in Numenor. This one here. That was in episode 5. I assume she says basically her tears bring the soul somewhere. I don't know, but that tears, female, potentially a Valar, so Nienna. But yeah, nice to see you. Great that you are here. Finally a person who knows what he's talking about. But let us come back to the scene here. We are 1 hour into the stream. We are still in this tent with Adar. We haven't even talked about the kiss. So they are talking. I just was checking the scene. What is happening next? You have the beauty of your mother, Melian. Melian, of course, was very beautiful and powerful enchantress and so on. Considering the ancestry of Elrond, though, I would have just hoped that Elrond would just punch him in the face and he would explode. Basically, like Tuor kicked off the other guy down the rock. Maiglin, just think, it starts with an M. And then what's my name? No, not Morgoth, not Melkor. And I went through all the names in my head, and I couldn't come up with Maiglin. He kicked Maiglin, away. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Why does it bring up Melian? I don't know, because they want to show basically that Adar. I agree with, though, it makes little sense. There's also a reason why it makes no sense, but Melian, they want to show basically that Adar is very old. So you could, okay, let's discuss this very quick. Why does it show Adar is old? I'm not sure what they were thinking exactly. It's hard to guess, as you can imagine. But let us look at this. So the elves awoke here in Cuiviénen, and it's round about here. That's where the elves first awoke. The first 144 elves, according to a story. And then they were invited to go to Aman. Then they sent, at some point after some generations, 3 ambassadors here that were Ingwe, Finwë, and of course Elwë. That is later becomes known as Thingol. And they came here and saw, okay, Aman is awesome, we want to go there. Then they returned and said to the other elves here in Cuiviénen, we should go to Aman. They decided, some elves said, no, we don't want to go, and they stayed here, and those became known as the Avari. And the others went then here to the west, to this point here, somewhere here in Beleriand. And then this island here was created in front of this, and it would go back and forth and bring the elves slowly over to Aman. It's an interesting story. However, this journey to Aman is called the Great Journey. And the orcs must have been captured here, or the first elf, if we go with the elven background story for the orcs, they must have been captured here on the way somewhere at some point. And we know from one version in Peoples of Middle-earth that on the Great Journey, the elves were accompanied by 6 guardians. One was Melian, one was Gandalf, one was most likely Saruman, one was most likely Radagast, and 2 were, I assume, then the 2 blue wizards, but it's not 100% clear. It's not directly stated, only, very plausible, if that makes sense. So from this time on, he could know Melian, because later in the First Age, when he was maybe fighting on the side of the orcs, Mr. Adar, for Morgoth, we see here Doriath. This is Doriath. Here is the Blue Mountains. This land is later sunk into the ocean. It's gone. And then these mountains are broken a bit, and then Lindon is here somewhere. But currently, in the First Age, that's not the case. The west coast was further west. And in this other land called Beleriand, there's Doriath. Here is Menegros, that's where the king of the Sindar elves live. And here lived with him Melian. And Melian created a girdle around Doriath. And nobody could enter Doriath against her will, except the person who entered it, or the fate of the person who tried to enter was bigger or more powerful than Melian herself. And basically the evil powers of Morgoth clashed with his girdle. I would assume that in theory Morgoth could have entered Doriath, because I would say he's more powerful, especially at his peak, than Melian. But Sauron, if Sauron could have entered Doriath, is already questionable. So there were not many who were able to enter Doriath as a result. So, and orcs, as long as Melian was there, never entered Doriath. Never. There was no orc in Doriath. So, if Melian never left Doriath and lived just here in this area, Adar could never met her. So I assume what this means is that Adar is so old that he met her here in their minds. They don't have the rights for all of this though, so they can't explain this in a lot of detail, but I think that's what they imply. And also Círdan could be here from this time, because we know Círdan was alive during the Great Journey. So the only elf that we know by name that is maybe as old as Adar would be Círdan. And Círdan was Círdan in Doriath, chat? Yeah, of course he was. Círdan is related to Thingol, so he must be. Yeah, of course he was. Círdan definitely knew Melian. Adar, though, it's very unlikely, because if you look at Adar closely, he has a star on his armor. So this is maybe one of his old elven appearances or something. So maybe this insignia implies that he has also dark hair. So one could think he's potentially from the house of the Noldor. So Finwë's house. Hard to tell. If that's the case, though, it would be strange that he knows Melian, if that makes sense. Though, to be fair, Thingol was a friend of Finwë. But it's a complicated topic. Don't want to go too deep into this. It is possible that they met, even though I would say it's unlikely. I think they just want to say he's very old and drop some names here. Studying animation right now. One day I hope to make shorts from the Silmarillion. That sounds awesome. I wish you much success. I love this flying red arrow. Yeah, in studio mode I can move it around, you can see it, so I don't have to update manually where the position of the arrow every time I move it. Yeah. Okay, so now we have we have this part behind us. What is the next part in the scene here? Even a fragment of a wisdom is in your veins. Yeah, that's also, I think, from the dialogue perspective, he kind of he says to him, or he tries to get to Elrond by saying, maybe you stand in very big footprints. If that is this also a saying in English? I don't know. But you have to consider Elrond's ancestors are legends, all of them. they are basically the greatest legends in elven and history of men. They are absolute legendary. They are the goats of their time. Will he have his beard back or shave it off? I don't know. I hope he has his back. But you have to consider, like, the father of Elrond, Eärendil, killed the biggest dragon that ever existed. That was so big that when it fell down, it buried 3 mountains under him. If that is true or not is a different story, but that is what the legends say. Galadriel should know Adar then. Galadriel can't know Adar because she could know Adar from the First Age battles, but Galadriel was not born at the time of the Great Journey yet. She was born in Aman when the Great Journey was completed. So she's old, but not that old. And if Galadriel stayed in Doriath for some time, so if Galadriel is in the First Age, not actively on the battlefield, the chances of her meeting Adar are very, very low. And she left before, she went to Nargothrond at some point, I think, to visit her brother here and there. And then with her husband, she left Beleriand to Middle-earth very early before it was destroyed. So Galadriel had not a big part in the whole war stuff, in the books at least. So I think, what he basically tries to say, your ancestors, all of them, are completely insane when it comes to legendary status. There are literally songs made about those people that the elves tell each other. And he basically says, if you want to be on the same level as that, or maybe he could, it's imaginable that Elrond feels maybe some pressure that he has to fit to the legacy of his ancestors. And maybe that's kind of what Adar, who potentially has seen or fought these legends in battle or something, or in these legendary stories, kind of, he has also heard about them. That's kind of, I think, what he guesses here. He tries to get him. So if you have some wisdom, you should know that you can't defeat me in battle, and so he tries to come over this. So Elrond basically says, not before you paint the scent of the Glanduin black with the blood of your kin. Also, I think that's a very smart move by Elrond. I think Elrond and Adar have not met yet. Galadriel has met Adar before in season 1, but Elrond not yet. So it's hard to tell what Galadriel told him about this. But what he's basically reading here, that's I think what he makes kind of smart in this dialogue. He says, so now it's Elrond's turn to attack Adar in this dialogue, and basically says, are you willing to spend the blood of your children here? And then Adar basically says that his children have endured cruelties that your bravest couldn't bear to hear spoken aloud. And Elrond basically answers, well, that's nice, but are you prepared to spend their lives so freely? Because it's definitely a point. The elves will kill some of the orcs, for sure. Then he asks the orcs, are they prepared for that? And you definitely see that he causes a reaction with this. I kind of like the scene, like... And then Adar has basically enough of these dialogue games, basically, and says, the ring for Galadriel's life, what is it to be? And of course, Elrond can't just give him the ring. And then he goes in the back, so Adar doesn't see that he puts his thingy in the hand. His brooch, whatever it's pronounced. And then he says, ask me on the field. When the neck with a blade against, it is yours. So it basically says, no, I can't give you the ring. Very well then. It's interesting, I think, that Elrond does the negotiation when Gil-galad is present there as well. Very well, then we are with the head on a pike. If that to be the way of things, I should like to bid her farewell. And now the kiss scene happens. I could just switch the screenshots here all the time around. Maybe I'll give you another screenshot here just for some Abwechslung, as it's called in German. So this scene, to this point, I kind of liked, I have to admit, change, yeah, for a change. I would assume it's because they didn't want Gil-galad to be captured or executed, but who knows which is right. Yeah, maybe that's a good point, that he sends like a diplomat there. We have seen Elrond writing speeches for Gil-galad in season 1, so I think it makes sense that he does the negotiation. Yeah, for sure. I think also I can definitely see that this happens because he trusts him, even though he stole the rings from the king, jumped off a cliff and hid. But now he's a commander-in-chief diplomat in all of this. Very interesting. And we had this thing. No, that's not fundamentally wrong for Tolkien. Like, even, like, Gandalf even tried to basically heal Gollum. And the elves also tried that, to bring him back to maybe who he once was, to make Smeargol out of him again. You could say he's still different from an orc in a way, but he's also a very evil, twisted little creature. And he just does not give up. Tolkien, like, is a very positive man. He almost said the orcs are not unredeemable, but almost unredeemable. And so on in the letter. So I would say that you make them sympathetic. No, I think that's okay. I don't understand why this causes so much. It's still creatures that were once elves or men or something. And then the orc says he's not armed, I think he says. Yeah, he's unarmed, he says. Gulk, I think. Gluk. She can't try Nenya on Gollum, I think, because it heals maybe physical stuff from a perspective. Maybe also the mind to some degree, I'm not sure. The orcs go to Mandos. Like, both elves and men go to Mandos, it seems. Men only for a short time, and then they continue from Mandos to an unknown fate. Because Beren seems to be also for a time in Mandos halls. That is why there's the assumption comes that men go not directly to Eru, or whatever Eru has prepared for them, but have a step in Mandos first. So if that is the case, the fate for orcs should not change, and they also should go to Mandos to some degree, but who knows? Tolkien left it up to Eru to decide, so being true to their story. I mean, Tolkien says for men and elves they were irredeemable, but yeah, it's completely. Sleep well, Schnarke. Thank you for staying for so long. isn't as old as me. Wow. And we have the kissing scene after that. The question is, why do they kiss? So my hope is still it's just to distract the room, that he really can make sure to give her the lockpick for her stuff. It's basically a chance to escape without people noticing. I hope that's it. Though the show unfortunately goes definitely in the direction of shipping Galadriel with Halbrand or with others. So doing these romance love triangle, whatever they want to call that. They always kind of try to build this kind of common in writing, I feel, but yeah, I don't know. The problem is if they have to stick to what the books say, they can't develop a different relationship for Galadriel than one to Celeborn. He was almost healed by Frodo's empathy. Maybe Nenya could have calmed him further, potentially. I don't know, but I think, yeah. A lot of goodwill was definitely... Gollum received a lot of goodwill by the others. It will be an awkward moment. Maybe they will never talk about this particular thing. I don't know. Brooch. So here we see this transfer of the Broochian secret. Brooch, what was pronounced? I don't care. It's just a weird word. Did you see her face afterwards? Yes. So she was also kind of surprised by that. I think the main reason why it's hard to tell what happens in the next season, where they go with this relationship thing, maybe. I don't know. Also, welcome, the amazing bad boy. The after-show interview with the actors implies it was just a misdirection to fool the orcs. That's also what I hope. But like I said, the show, I think, also wants to shock a bit here with this scene. And I don't know. But orcs wouldn't be fooled by such things. I don't know if they would. In the show, they would. Like why? Like that's just a claim by you, Sesh. Why wouldn't they be fooled? They look at their faces. What are they doing there? And they focus on that. It's not about, oh, they are kissing, so cute or something. It's more like where do their eyes look at? They look at their faces, so maybe not at their hands for a moment. And that's all they need. Plus, there is the cape, as you can see, of Elrond. The one orc clearly has sight, but like I said, they just have to distract the eyes for a short moment to give this. I think if this is the explanation for the scene, I think it's, in my opinion, plausible. You don't have to, of course, you don't need to like it, but I think at least, yeah, maybe it's kind of plausible. I thought she had it all along. I only noticed it on a rewatch. Oh, interesting. I don't know. There are people who are very good at stealing and they do stuff that they don't kiss or something, but it's always like a distraction, and then the other hand with a lot of dexterity grabs somewhere in your pocket and gets your money out or whatever. So I think it's basically the same trick, or like a magician who does a trick. He does something with his fingers and then, or with one hand, and does a trick with the other to fool you to not pay attention for a moment. I think that works pretty well, to be honest. If this is a good distraction, yeah, can be debated, I guess. But at least, like, this showed us often so much stupid stuff. Here, at least, they gave a reason why people would be distracted for a very short moment, for whatever reason. Is it a good distraction? Maybe not. But in my opinion, at least an okayish distraction, if it is planned as such. And some people in chat said they didn't even notice that this was happening. And I think if this worked from a filming perspective or from a filmmaker perspective, then all the better. Like if the viewer doesn't notice this detail because he looks, wait, are they kissing? And you look at their faces and them kissing, you potentially don't look at their hands for a moment. If they can fool the viewer, why wouldn't they be able to fool the orc? Like, it doesn't matter too much. As long as the viewer is fooled enough, then I think it can work. Yeah, of course. But you can clearly see this, though. This transfer of these brooch, however it's pronounced, you can see on screen. Like his hand gives the brooch to Galadriel. This transfer is seen on screen. I don't want to go frame by frame through it, but you can see it. It is not a close-up. There's a close-up, then there is this shot here where you can clearly see their hands if you look at this, but you would be, like, if you're distracted to the middle part of the scene here, like the scene looks like this. You can clearly see how the hand moves, Elrond's hand moves to Galadriel's and gives her something. It depends on the angle. Like this orc here to the right, he has the best view from all the orcs I know. This guy can't see this. This guy can't see this. And these guys standing left of this guy also can't see this. Because the cape of Elrond is blocking the view. Only the people standing on this side can see this. I couldn't see my arrow. So this guy can't see this. These guys here standing can't see it. The cape blocks the vision. Only this guy here, and maybe I'm not sure if there's another orc standing here can see this. And if for whatever reason he looks here, and maybe he has a very narrow vision for whatever reason. Like men often tend to have a vision, but that would be maybe very narrow, to be honest. It is possible that he does not notice this. If they do this with a lot of dexterity. And like I said, at the end it doesn't matter if he can see it or not. It's plausible enough, in my opinion, that something happens. The dude on the right does not want to go to war. Is this Gluck? No, I think this here is Gluck. But he can't see it anyway. Like, the vision is blocked for the hands from his perspective, I think. But this, like, you also see it like this. For this to work, Elrond has to get very close to Galadriel. And what reason would he have to get this close to Galadriel? If he would stand, let's say, 40 centimeters away from, like, a step, away from Galadriel, this transfer wouldn't possible. So he needs a reason to get close. Maybe it's a stupid reason to kiss her or whatever. I can agree. The show definitely wants to shock. Oh, I forgot again to switch this around. So yeah, if he stands maybe here, then this transfer wouldn't be possible. Also, the hands of Galadriel are also in handcuffs. She can't move her hands freely. So he has to go there, and he tries to do this as secretly as possible. And like I said, if the viewer is like, it doesn't matter if the orc on screen is fooled by this. It matters if the viewer notices it. And I guess most viewers will notice this, or a lot of viewers, but there will be definitely some people who have not noticed this transfer here for reasons. I think from a filmmaking perspective, that is then plausible enough. Yeah, they could have also hugged or something. But I think if they would have hugged, they would have looked to the hands. Like when you hug somebody, you put the hands around her. But he wants that his hand stays down here. That looks strange. You could maybe hug her with one arm or something, but I don't know. Can make some arguments for this as a distraction, if that makes sense. Yeah, maybe the forehead would also be better or something. I agree on this. Like I said, like I said, you can debate, is this a good distraction, yes or no? They could have solved it differently, and they decided for the kiss because they go with this, is there a romantic relationship between Elrond and Galadriel, yes or no? And this makes us people talk. And if we talk about the show, that's good for the show. And it could be that never in the next 20 episodes, are there even 20 episodes? We have 3 seasons times 8. Yeah, we have 24 episodes left. 25 episodes left, if I make the math right. Yes. It can be that in the next 25 episodes, there will never be a romantic relationship between Elrond and Galadriel ever mentioned again. Completely possible. Like, that is then the reason for this. I don't know. We will see in the next episode if something like, if there are further hints in this. I could imagine they play with it, like they want a bit, the show wants to shock a bit. Like, just think the stupid Mithril story, the Balrog. Think of what other stupid stuff they did in the show. I don't know, Gandalf being in the east. I don't know, the Half-Foot being nomads. There's so much stupid stuff in the show. Some parts they do for strange reasons, some parts they maybe do to shock people a little bit, or to shake up the book fans. Oh no, maybe we change who Galadriel later marries or something. Maybe it's Elrond at the end. I don't know. They want to play this game. I personally find this also stupid. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to defend the show here too much. All I'm saying is, I think it's, in my opinion, if the explanation for this scene is we want to distract the room from, like, Elrond needs to get close to Galadriel, and they want to distract the room in some way, that they don't notice how he gives the brooch, well, however it's pronounced, to Galadriel, then I would say at least it is distantly in the realm of the plausible. Galadriel gets pregnant. I'm not sure if she will get pregnant in the show. I don't think so. Because that would be weird if Galadriel, like, Elrond is then too old for the daughter. The daughter needs to be alive already. I assume the daughter, like, at some point in the show, they will introduce Lothlorien and the daughter's living there. called it now, thank me later. And then for some reason, Celeborn also appears at some point. But I think they don't want Celeborn in the show yet, because Celeborn is a very unimportant character, to be honest, even though I like Celeborn. But to be fair, he's not the most interesting character in the Lord of the Rings universe. We don't know much about him. It's said he's wise, but what he's doing is never really wise, in my opinion. Or most of the time. At least he has some wisdom in the regard that when he does a mistake, he apologizes for it. He recognizes his mistake and then says sorry. And that is already wise. I would definitely agree that is a wise thing to do. But I wouldn't say he was a great warrior in the Eregion Wars. He was just there, kind of, and helped Elrond a bit. But yeah, he played a role in the Eregion Wars, to be fair, yes. But Elrond could have also, like, if you write him out of the Eregion mention he has, it's not like much is changing. Then Elrond is a great warrior in the Eregion Wars. Like, the problem with Celeborn is, and that is the reason why it's such a strange character, he was invented in the 1940s, very late into the writing, and Galadriel needed a husband. And originally, Tolkien planned Elrond to be her husband, but he decided, for reasons, maybe because of the age difference or something, to change this. Like, Tolkien liked Galadriel a lot more than Celeborn, and gave Galadriel more backstory than Celeborn. And in the show, they, like I said, at the beginning, I don't like the writing of the show with the mystery box and also this, oh, who are they going to ship Galadriel with? Oh, will it be Halbrand? Will she fall for Sauron or whatever? Will it now be Elrond? I don't know. For this mystery box to work, they need to kind of put this. Celeborn is a trophy husband. That's it. That's a good point, Gilgai. Yeah. It's kind of interesting that in this relationship, Celeborn is like, the trophy husband, so to say, and Galadriel does all the stuff. I had a discussion on the YouTube comments for some time that is not the case, and I don't know. I don't see this. Like, I'm reading for over Lord of the Rings stuff now for over a decade, which isn't long, to be honest. But like, I started my YouTube channel, or I turned my YouTube channel to Lore's content in 2017. I read the books before that as well, but really deep into the lore and so on, I got round about 2016, 2017. That was my time when I started doing a lot of research, reading some books I haven't read yet, the History of Middle-earth books and so on. This is when my time started. In all these years, I never read Galadriel, like Celeborn, as that important in this relationship. Yeah, that's a good point, though, that Celeborn is kin to Thingol. Marrying him makes it possible for Galadriel to rule the Sindar as Noldor. Yeah. That's, I think, a big role that Celeborn definitely has. Thank you, Sander. Yeah, Beligor, that's a very good point, to be fair, though. That she had much interest in revenging her husband, but her brother. That she was like I said, I'm not happy with the writing as well. It always hurts me a bit defending the show, but in this case, if that is actually true, that's my hope, that this kiss is just for this transfer to distract, as a distraction or whatever, to get close enough to Galadriel to give her the thing and touch her or whatever, then it is okay, I think. Excuse me. So yeah, would rather not have the main badass character to be pregnant at home for half a season, to be fair. Yeah, that's maybe a good point. But they would just time skip it anyway. Just teleport. Oh, Galadriel's pregnant. Cut. And here's a full-grown daughter, Celebrian. That's how the show would do it. Oh man, the show sometimes. With time and space, they are so bad. Distract viewers from the plot holes. Yeah, that's also maybe a reason. So Celeborn and Celebrian left Eregion for Lorien. And Galadriel stayed instead of Lower. Yeah, kind of. I don't know why they do this. I'm not sure what the deal with Celebrian will be. I'm not even sure if we will see Celebrian in the show, because Elrond and Celebrian marry in the Third Age. They meet each other around this time here, because after the War of the Elves and Sauron, there is a prototype of the White Council in Rivendell later. And there, Elrond, as a Lord of Rivendell, hosts it. And then Galadriel, Celeborn, and Celebrian come to Rivendell. And this is, I think, where Elrond for the first time sees Celebrian and falls in love with her. But since this character doesn't exist in the show yet, same with Rivendell, and so on, it's really hard to predict. It might be something we could see in season 3, if at all. Like, is it important for Elrond to have a romance? I don't know. For Elrond, it's important to be here in this battle, to found Rivendell, and he has nothing to do with Numenor. It's important for him as well to be in the Battle of the Last Alliance, to tell Isildur together with Círdan, to tell Isildur to destroy the One Ring. Isildur won't listen. Then he says, Isildur! And that's basically the big story part of Elrond in the Second Age. I will leave again so I don't get spoilers yet. Oh, you haven't seen the show yet? Does anyone else feel like there has to be a lot happening in the final episode? I hope it doesn't feel super rushed. Yes, it's also a worry I have. They have to solve the stranger plot and reveal that he's Gandalf. I'm 99.99% sure he's Gandalf. Then also the Dark Wizard. Maybe they have to confront each other. They have to solve the whole Eregion stuff. Sauron needs to escape with a crown, get the 9 rings. That needs to be possible. Celebrimbor has to potentially experience a certain fate. Then, is there anybody left in Eregion? No. Then maybe the Numenorians, like if they would stick to the books, the Numenorians has to arrive still. Oh, that's a good point by Gaia. Hi, Chris. Welcome, Gaia. Nice to see you. Can the kiss also have to do with the theme of forgiveness? Elrond says this before he kisses her. Yeah, forgive me, and she says win to him. Definitely a good idea, I think. So usually, like, I would have preferred in this case a kiss on the forehead or something. last time everything happened in the last episode. Yes, I think that's terrible. That's not good structuring of the show. Terrible writing, maybe the wrong word, but I think it's not the structure of the show is not perfectly balanced out, if that makes sense. It would be funny if Nori and Poppy in the end turn out to be the Blue Wizards. Now it's hard to tell. Like from the degree of brutality, is the degree of brutality even a word? No, Chris, that is not a word, you idiot. I hope you know what I mean. Like from when it comes to how brutal the scenes are. Okay, let me just search for a specific scene here. There's a scene with Damrod that is kind of similar. You see two orcs and a lot of arrows stick in them. It's still different from a banner, but it goes into this direction, I feel. So maybe yes, I don't know. But yeah, like Sam Dunkaroos, I think is the name, says, yeah, the last episode could be very, very busy. Oh, true, that's actually a good comparison, yeah. I mean, it would be still a bit more exposed, I guess, depending on, like, is he getting crucified or something? Who knows? Hard to tell how they are going on. They had some, like, the actors had some brutal ideas. We have the death scene of Myrdania earlier. I won't show you the corpse, like I want to spare here the brutality, but the orc here, I think they had, somebody in chat said they had the idea that the orc cuts off her arm and he drinks her blood. So from this perspective, I think, what's her name? Charlotte Brandstrom. I think she is not afraid of a certain degree of violence in the show. So I think it is possible. And I think isn't Charlotte Brandstrom the director of the last episode as well? Let me double check. Rings of Power Season 2. Yes, she is. Last 2 episodes she will direct. Makes sense because it still continues the battle. Yeah, the Charlotte Brandstrom episodes are always quite brutal. So I think from this perspective, it depends on if they will get the age ratings they want for the show. That's always a factor. I found it already unpleasant how Celebrimbor, we come later to this, cuts off his finger, his thumb. The camera moves up, it doesn't show it. And I feel like the sound of it is also not very brutal. Like you can make a sound like this much, like very, very brutal. So I think it was okay, but yeah. For some people that's already too hard. So, and I can understand that. At least they got the 16 rings for it. Yeah, all the good news, 19 of the 20 rings were forged. Plus a lesser ring. There are several versions of Galadriel's story in Celeborn. Isn't very important in any of them. Yeah, I would also say this. There's even like a weird mention of Tolkien in the... let me just think. I think it's in the Parma El de Lamberon. It's not a version, though. It's like in Tolkien's notes, he mentions a weird context that Galadriel goes to Lothlorien after the destruction of Eregion. But in the books, she goes before the destruction of Eregion. It could be that Tolkien was just very, not paying too much attention how he formulates his notes here, because he knows what he means with it. You know, but it's... Some people interpret this that in Tolkien's mind, he might have thought about that Galadriel stayed in Eregion and fought there like Celeborn did. But Celeborn left Eregion but stayed in the region there. And then together with Elrond in the most detailed version of this battle, published in Unfinished Tales, where was I going to go with the sentence? Yeah, he stays there and fights, and Galadriel leaves through Moria, for example, to Lothlorien with her daughter Celebrian. Maybe also with a son, Amros, because in some versions Galadriel also has a son, Amros, who also is mentioned in Lord of the Rings, but not as her son, which is strange. So it's hard to debate if Galadriel having a son is canon or not. Yeah, Isildur also next episode. We talked about what will happen next episode. Maybe we should do this later, but I think Isildur tries to convince Estrid to go to Numenor. That I think is very foreseeable, because there will be Numenorian ships, because they're searching for Halbrand, I think. And then maybe they slowly learn about who Halbrand is or something, and from that things develop. When Elrond said, "Forgive me, I thought he was going to break his promise and give Adar the ring to save Galadriel." Yeah, could have. Definitely, I think they phrased it like this to have this moment of tension. To think, oh no, will he break his promise? So, I think writing-wise, the scene here was actually okay overall. Ignoring that Elrond just kissed his grandmother-in-law, but... Yeah, grandmother, his mother-in-law, excuse me. Does Elrond know about the evil in Moria before the Fellowship sets off? Boy, that's a good question. No. I would say most likely not. Not like nobody knows. If you think about it, nobody knows that it's a Balrog. The reason for that is that Legolas says to Galadriel, it was a Balrog of Morgoth. You remember the scene from the films, it's also in the books, kind of. And Galadriel, they knew that some evil is there, but they did not know what it was exactly. Gandalf himself is considered one of the wise. He knows stuff. In the books, Gandalf suggests to go through Moria. And if Gandalf would have known that a Balrog is there, I think he would have said, well, let's not go through Moria if it is avoidable. I love when he pronounced Morgoth, yeah. Also, Orlando Bloom, I always love this clip of him singing Bringing the Hobbits to Isengard. I think that's the most awesome thing ever, in my opinion. Like, it makes him so... I don't know him personally, of course, but it makes him so much sympathy for him doing that. You can maybe argue the joke is kind of on him. It's not big time or anything, but he follows along and says, "They're bringing the hobbits to Isengard." God, awesome. Just in case people don't... Let me just see if I find it. I can post it in chat. I think most people here will know this. Question is, which one is the elf million 9 years ago, 11 years? The other one is older. I think that maybe it was this during the Hobbit stuff. But yeah, let me just post it in chat. I think that's so awesome. I hope it's the right one. I have to double check if my sound is muted, else I get into trouble for sure. It's the best ever, I think. Oh man. It's not the 10-hour version because I'm not sure if there's a 10-hour version of him singing. I know there's a song goes 10 hours, but the cool thing about it is literally Orlando Bloom singing the song along. It's just so awesome. And he has so much fun doing it. It's fantastic, in my opinion. He embarrassed the meme for sure. But I think it's awesome. One episode to go. Do you think they might cancel season 3? I don't think so, but I think I can only tell you what I heard. From what I heard, the contract that they got to make this show, what does das mean? Verpflichten, verpflichten, obliges, this, excuse me, obliges them to make 5 seasons. Or obligated, whatever, yeah. I think they must make 5 seasons. I think before they cancel the show, they will kick out the showrunners or anything. Or other people that don't deliver. Or if Amazon, I don't know, gets into financial trouble or something, but it seems currently they are doing fine. I love that one. I miss old school YouTube a lot. Yeah, old school YouTube, I definitely know what you mean. We pesky YouTubers with our thumbnails and with our edited content and, oh, here's the sponsorship of, I don't know, some VPN service or whatever. Or rate this weird game. I don't want to make, what is it called? Advertise for them, but yeah. Yeah, I just hope things are working. Leonard Bloom is a cool guy. He has a fun role in another music video along with Elijah Wood. Beastie Boys, make some noise. That's cool. I also feel like season 2 has been an improvement. They moved from 2 stars to 3 stars, basically. So next season, they will reach 4 stars, and then it will go back to 3 stars, I assume. Like when they don't do some serious changes in the writing of the show, this show will never reach 5. I have a lot of I'm an optimistic person, but I'm not that optimistic that they will become okay. This is the best show ever. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, to be honest, because I would love to get the best show ever that is playing in the Lord of the Rings universe. But yeah. Yeah, the effects are, like, you definitely notice that it's an expensive show, in my opinion. For sure, some stuff, like the choreographies and the combat, maybe they could improve here and there a little bit. I would agree on that. But overall, for a TV show, it looks pretty nice, to be honest. When YouTube was innovative and especially innocent. Have a playlist of the good old videos that are still hilarious to this day. Did I forget anything in the chat? I don't remember one of the Statue of Liberty dancing to Amas Fernando and fling people off her torch as she's dancing. The cheap Numenorian armor. I think, though, doesn't the Numenorian armor look currently better again? We haven't seen much of the Numenorian armor, I think, but I think it looks a bit better. Or do you mean of the guards? I think the complete costume design went into the orcs, basically, the budget for it. Quick question. I have an extended edition on Prime and watch them often, but happened to catch the theatrical releases on Netflix and they looked so much better. I can't tell you, to be honest. Like, if I watch the Peter Jackson films, Lord of the Rings, I only watch the extended edition, and I watch it over Blu-ray all the time. So I don't have really a comparison, unfortunately. So I can't. Maybe somebody in chat knows if they changed something with the color grading. In theory, like, okay, let me just Prime Edition. Do you watch it on different devices? Because sometimes, I don't know. Like, if you watch one on PC, for example, maybe your desktop or your monitor has a different interpretation of certain colors, and then it would change the color grading or aspects of it, at least, depending on where you watch it. But if it's on the same machine, then in theory, I'm not sure if they changed anything. I can't imagine, to be honest. Interestingly, there is a scene, and maybe there are more scenes, but I know one scene from the theatrical version of Fellowship of the Rings that is not in the extended edition, which I find very strange. But it's a different topic. Rosemary wants to post. Wait, before you post the link, let me give you permission to do so. Let's hope it works. Maybe Mr. Bot is not asleep. So if the bot pinged you correctly, you have like 2 minutes to post the link. That's the reason why I have, by the way, this weird bot kicking out people randomly when they forget a space after a dot. But yeah, you have permission. You can post. But only one link. No, if you, I think you, if you post the link, the permission basically is depleted. And then I have to give you permission again, I think. don't have the terrible green haze over the way the extended cuts do. Oh, okay. There seems to be some difference. Good to know. I have not seen you post a link yet. And I have moderator rights, so if I don't see it, it can't be there. Let me just, maybe I can find the video really quick. How are we going to do this? Maybe over this here. It's by Jesse Tribble, right? Then I post the link for you, chat. That's the link. Like, I didn't see you post a link, Rosemary. Maybe something went wrong. Or did you? Oh, you posted. Okay, no idea. Something has gone wrong. Okay, strange. Very strange. I have trouble to see much fan in the fan fiction, really. Most fan fiction I read took far greater care. I think fan fiction would often take greater care than the showrunners you would do, but whatever about the law. But whatever. I just find it strange that the link would not send, but whatever. But yeah, chat, shall we slowly return to the show before I run out of steam again? There's some interesting aspects still to discuss. So I think when it comes to the kiss of Elrond and Galadriel, we have discussed everything, right, chat? Is there any desire to continue talking about this? Season 2 was already written when Season 1 came out. Maybe there's hope for the rest. Yeah, let's hope stuff get better. No, please. Have mercy. Okay, awesome. So it seems like a lot of people say, yeah, Chris, we hate it so much that let's just move on, please. We beg you. Have mercy on us. The one thing I want to show though, because I think Rosemary or somebody said in chat, did you see how Galadriel looked at Elrond? Like this look, it's kind of what? WTF you just did. She looks. It's kind of kind of fun. This look I find quite funny, I have to admit. And yeah, the orcs also, when Elrond leaves, then there's a scene, here's the cape of Elrond to the right, and when he leaves the room, all are basically looking in his direction. I have a ring in mouse, look. I don't know why you want, like, yes, if this would help Galadriel and would not risk too much. Like giving the ring to Galadriel or something, yeah, okay, I could get this. Yeah, welcome back, Valkyrie. Nice. I hope you had a good time at the gym. We still did not make much progress. We are still in the same room. This stream will go for some time. Yeah, it would make her powerful, but would it allow her to get free? She still needs a tool to get her hands free and so on. Also, just imagine she would get caught. Then the ring is basically like Adar wants this ring. He would trade her life for the ring. So it must be very important for him. And if he finds out or gets the ring and Galadriel does not manage to escape, he gets the ring for free. That would be too risky in my opinion. Especially these 3 rings are more for healing, preservation, stopping the decay and stuff like that. And they don't make you invisible. Like, if this would be one of the other rings that could make you at least invisible, I would say, well, maybe that can work. But here I don't see this. You know, it doesn't make much sense. Okay. When I saw this scene, I did not have the idea, oh, he gives her the ring through the kiss. He has the ring in his mouth and just puts it over in her mouth. It would be strange. The idea is strange. Galadriel would be the last place Adar would look for the ring. Yeah, that is true. But the 3 rings can't make you invisible. I mean, the showrunners don't care about this, I would assume. The 9 rings will make people invisible, though, for sure. Then, yeah, Elrond and Volohir leave the Adar camp. And they talk on their way out on Elvish, so the orcs don't understand. Like in theory, since they are the children of Adar, maybe he taught his orcs to speak Elvish, so in a way it's kind of risky to talk about this in Elvish and think the orcs won't understand them. On the other side, orcs, I guess, would never speak the Elven language, to be fair. I think that is strange. But these orcs are just so different. Like, this is not in the books. Like, there is no Adar in the books, like an elf, proto-orc dude who guides the orcs. Like, we don't have precedent for that. They were always under a Dark Lord, basically. When not, they did their own thing for some time. Do you think Adar can be healed by the Elven Ring? No, to be honest. You almost start about the question about healing. I think it's a good question. Is there a precedent for this? And do we know why Adar wants the ring? Yeah, for people wondering why does he even want the ring, maybe you've forgotten or haven't seen the show yet. He thinks he has a crown of Morgos, which is nonsense, of course. The crown doesn't exist anymore, and the Valar definitely would have had their hands on the crown at some point because they got the Silmarillion from that. At least Eonwë, the leader of the Maya, one of the most powerful, maybe the most powerful Maya, who knows, had the crown and got the Silmarillion from it. And then the Valar made out of the crown the like another, not the chain, but yeah, another device to a vessel. What is a vessel in English, man? I just kind of with the word. What is it? Vessel, hobble, tremble, fetter, ankle, bind, cord. Handfessel, handcuff. I don't know, chat, but it's something like a handcuff out of this, and a collar, something like that. And with this, he was bound and kicked into the void. So it's very unrealistic that he has manacles. I'm not sure if that's the word, but yeah, maybe. Manacle is also here in my vocabulary list here when I looked up the word. So yeah, maybe. Something like that. And let's think. What was I going to say? Yeah, so the crown is not available, but he has a crown in the show. Things are different. He has a crown of Morgos, and he tried to kill Sauron with it. And he thinks if he now puts the 3 rings of power of the elves on the crown, it becomes more powerful. So powerful that it kills Sauron. Does this make any sense? Debatable. Oh, Sephir, nice to see you. Yeah, the crown was made in a collar or a manacle or whatever it is called. I don't know. By the show's logic, I would need to get out of the show thing here. Can I open it a second time? I can. So on the Amazon page, there is a thing. There are artifacts, and there's the crown of the crown of the Dark Lord. This crown was in origin, I don't have it in German though, so I have to translate here on the fly. This crown that in origin was an origin of Morgos, and later, this crown was originally, worn by Morgos and later by Sauron, was forged by Morgoth himself and was, it's hard to translate. I need machine translation for it, but ziert das Haupt des dunklen Herrschers. What is ziert das Haupt des dunklen Herrschers in English? Adorns the head of the Dark Lord or something. I have no idea how to put this to English. Decorates, maybe, is a good word for it. Yeah, maybe decorates the head of the dark thing. I'm not sure how it's in English. I would have to go into settings and set this to English. Doesn't matter. Was Farmer Maggot a Maiar? No, he was a farmer and a hobbit. Though I like the theory, though, but I don't think so. Adorn seems fine. So yeah, I'm also confused. I think in the show they even doesn't Adar even say to Galadriel that it once held the Silmarillion or something like that? Was Morgoth's crown made by any well-known characters? I think Morgoth made it himself. Like, at least in this description, it's implied it was made by Morgoth himself. Well, we see Elrond's brother. He should be dead by now, unfortunately. He was the first king of Numenor, but he decided to be a man and only lived for 500 years, which is only the wrong word, but he lived a long time. He was one of the kings with the highest lifespan in the history of Numenor. Elros. Yeah, he lived for exactly 500 years. I think he's, as a result, one of the oldest. I think there was one who lived like 10 or 20 years longer than him. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, I also think they mentioned the Silmarillion on this. So it is created by Morgoth and so on. That's why he needs a crown. And yeah. Here Elrond, though, in this scene talks to Volohiel, is I think the name. Look at the orcs in the background. This one guy also says, "Get out of here." And he says, because I know something the father does not, and that is that the dwarves are coming. Chat, we're making so little progress today. Volohiel. Screw me, chat. I have to rename my naming thing here. Volohiel. I think he's named differently, chat. So yeah, Elrond sends Volohiel to the dwarves. Yeah, exactly. I also said the same argument, Biligur. Also, what is one of the orcs would understand Sindarin or something, that it would be strange. It would be such a power move if Adar taught a few of his children Elvish, and they could spy on the elves in situations like this. Yeah. Oh, Liana has birthday, then happy birthday to you. That is very nice of you spending your birthday here with us. So have a good day and may your wishes become true. And cake. Currently try to find a quote. The orcs had no language. I don't know. Currently try to find like something. I don't know. Would take too long. Maybe somebody knows in chat if there's some reference. I hope her birthday wish when she blows out of the candles is that she doesn't focus on not Gandalf and this kind of room. Got to wish for Harfoots to go away. But they go to the Shire then. Okay, so next scene we skip to the dwarves, and Durin prepares. He's kind of a bit nervous as well to hold a speech and convince the dwarves in Khazad-dûm to follow him. And he knows that if he fails to convince them, his friend might die. What is the question? Be nice if they just went west, started digging for the Shire. What question even? It seems definitely that the orcs had no language on their own. They learned the tongues of others. The question is if they would learn the Elvish tongues. It is not impossible, I think, but I don't know. try answering it anyway. 42, that's a good answer, to be fair. Yeah, I have no idea. You asked Chat the question? I forgot what I wanted to ask, to be honest. He sends him to the orcs, I said, to the dwarves, not orcs. The question is if they have their own language. I think there I stopped. So does somebody know if orcs would learn the Elvish language? Or is there a statement somewhere in laws and customs or something that the orcs would never learn the Elvish language? Something like that. I would love not to have subtitles when they speak Elvish. I don't know. It's always a bit difficult to tell if subtitles should be there or not. Not everybody speaks fluent Sindarin, so... And you can, for example, just have the subtitles when you turn them on, but then just for this one occasion you would want to turn them on. That's annoying maybe for some people. I don't know. So I can understand why they did it like this. He holds a very good speech, in my opinion. So I like that. That was powerful. And we have, what do you call this in English? A so-called Parallelmontage. I was sorry that his father was about to hit him with the axe. Even though it had made no sense story-wise. Didn't force as much a highlight as the rest of the show so far. Yeah, I would also agree. Like, the dwarves always awesome. Like, I like Durin, Prince Durin, King Durin, Disa. When Elrond is with them, I like that quite a bit. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, just from the pillar behind him, Durin just slays his own son. No. A bit drastic. Yeah. What is it in English? The cross-cutting, I think it is called in English. So we have cross-cutting. That means while Durin holds his speech in Khazad-dûm, some other stuff happens in parallel. For example, Galadriel is lock-picking in the meantime. We see this scene here. And then she looks for a moment. And yeah, then we cut back to Prince Durin. Let me just see, chat. And yeah, the dwarves are hearing the speech. And Celebrimbor, in the meantime, Celebrimbor makes the 9 rings under Sauron's eyes. So Sauron watches how the 9 rings are made in the meantime, and he holds a speech. And we cut a bit back and forth, and then in the meantime, Elrond rides through a forest. Rides through a forest and is chased by orcs. That happens also in the meantime. So yeah, pretty cool speech. Not sure what people's thought about. I think, yeah, when we mentioned it earlier, people were saying, well, the speech was in the watch party. People said the speech was pretty cool. So Galadriel switches from DPS to range between the show. Yeah, kind of. To Ranger, you mean? Yeah. To Rogue, I think. I'm very sleepy. Sorry, I suddenly disappear. I may fall asleep. Yeah, that is possible. We're making very slow progress here, so... So no guards in the room. Yes, there are guards. There are dead people. Where when Adar finds she's multi-class. When Adar finds that Galadriel finds out that Galadriel is gone, there are dead orcs on the ground. She's actually fantasy John Wick. She kills him off screen. Yeah, that I also did not like that she left the brooch of Elrond there, so Adar knows how she escaped. Left the brooch only for Adar to recall the kiss worked as a distraction and to tell us that because she has pockets, which we later see, and she puts the pouch with the rings away. Yeah. She kills them not with a pencil, but with the brooch, I see. Yeah, maybe. Because Galadriel does not want to get eaten. Durin the Third grabs his axe and does things. That's also something we see happening. He looks not amused. There we see the X. And yeah, then the dwarves agree with Prince Durin the Fourth. Pretty cool scene, a lot of dwarves there. We have seen this early on in some trailer material, I think, this scene. I have an even better shot of that, to be honest. Yeah, look at this shot. This is such a, I have to admit, this scene with the horse jumping I found was kind of cool. Also a nice cut in my opinion. Horse with Elrond jumping. While surrounded by orcs. I'm not sure how he got surrounded all of a sudden by so many orcs. I think that is at least Elrond. Maybe that's not Elrond, who knows. But I think it would. Horse kicks some orcs. Look at this. Cut from this scene to the other. Pretty cool, in my opinion. What a jump. Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, the leaving behind was maybe for the audience that they get, okay, she got the brooch from Elrond somehow. But they're shown us, like, I don't know though, chat. We got a scene with Galadriel lockpicking. And we got this scene here where we clearly see the brooch. She holds it in the hand. I think she turns it around one time. So we definitely see it's that thing. Maybe a bit much, but I like the kick. This scene, I don't know why. It's kind of cool. And then, yeah, Elrond gives a command to defend the city. Elrond's army is defending. Elrond commands army to defend the city. Eregion. Now we have a lot of horses and orcs and whatnot. And we have some fighting scenes. We maybe can skip a bit through this because you can see the episode yourself. There's a lot of fighting going on. I found it very interesting that Elrond here gets kicked off his horse. Like, I think the reason for that is they need an explanation why there are so few horses present in the fight later. Like, you don't see many horses riding around and doing stuff. Like, imagine an elven archer on a horse, like horse cav, as Age of Empires players would say. Horse cavalry can be quite strong, like very maneuverable, can just go hit and run. No way for the orcs to catch them, just eating the arrows. The Mongols were very successful with that. So maybe that would be too powerful, to be honest. Yeah, I think what they in general want to do is remove the horses from the battle. I think that would have made the combat too complicated for choreography, maybe too powerful, too difficult to film, and so on. As a result, the horses sink into the mud. Bedek is fantasy horse John Wick. Yeah, that's kind of true. We have some cool banners there. Hard to see though. And then the orc. We see this shot also in the trailer. Orc killed horse. Catapult. We have seen this also in the show. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that the horse died there during the filming. So somebody said in chat it's maybe a bit tasteless if a horse dies in the combat, and they make a scene like this. But I think they planned to get the horses basically removed, if that makes sense from all of this. So he kills the horse of Elrond. Elrond is not happy about this at all. So Elrond not happy about the situation. Yeah, he kills off. He loses that. Now something very important happens in the film. The orc is one of the most important things in filming. The orc steals the helmet of Elrond. Like, here he has a helmet and the orc steals the helmet. Why is this scene important? Because the protagonists can't wear helmets in combat, because otherwise you don't recognize the protagonist. Everybody looks the same on a helmet on a distance shot. So for this to circumvent, it's kind of a film rule that the heroes always lose their helmet some way, or it's removed, or they never wear one, or whatever. The reason for that is, here they give us an explanation for why the helmet is gone at least. The orc stole it, and he did not put it back on because he was busy. He also wounds Elrond a bit. He has like this cut on his cheek now. So this orc was a very powerful one, it seems. But maybe it should also show that Elrond is more like, as he says, a politician. Like he's an advisor. He's not necessarily a warrior. And later he's also known as a healer. Oh, that's a good... I think Travis, that's a good hint. Hey, Chris, I think Adar's armor breastplate possibly shows the 7 rivers of Osiriand, indicating he might be a green elf. That's kind of possible. But I feel like he also has a star that looks like the Star of Feanor on his armor, and he has dark hair. So I could also imagine maybe he is one of the Noldor. Gives me quite a few different vibes, especially... you consider that he was captured maybe before the Great Journey or so, then he might not be from this time, I think. But very hard to tell. But it's a good theory. So yeah, then Elrond kills the orc, and of course. Elrond flings orc away. That's in my opinion, that's such a classic Peter Jackson scene. And then the orc hits a wall. I kind of found this scene funny in a way. It makes no sense because they could hurt people, like the allies, basically in Khazad, not Khazad Dûm, but what's it called, Eregion. Still, I found it kind of funny. In folklore, she has 2 faces. One. What? Talking about the Baba Yaga thing, but what is the context of this message? I don't understand. Yeah, this is a guy, I forgot what he's called, but he's really exciting to pull the Vorhang. Yeah, the cloth of Galadriel's cage. That's the guy. He's not named in the thing here, though. Zor is his name. In the subtitles, he's named. Gonna spill your guts. It has one note to him, die. They call John Wick Baba Yaga movies. Okay, it's unrelated. And we get a deep dive on Galadriel's orc cage one day. Maybe. The Ravager is a siege hook. Apparently the Romans used that. Okay. The siege hook is a weapon used to pull stones from a wall during a siege. The method used was to penetrate the protective wall with the hook and then retracted, pulling away some of the wall with it. Interesting, from Wikipedia. Thanks for the finding. The Ravager is a siege hook. Okay, good to know. And Elrond is sad about the dead horse in the next scene. Just show this very shortly. It kind of shows Elrond in a way, you know, Elrond is a very empathic character in the show. And he's not really portrayed as like, I don't know, Arondir, who's basically like really a warrior. Who goes into the field and kills, I don't know how many orcs easily, or Galadriel also portrayed as warrior here in the show for the most part. It doesn't mean he's not strong or can't fight, but yeah, I don't know. Why did we just glance over damming the rivers to be? We talked about this yesterday for an hour. We even talked about the Wile E. Coyote. Like, the explanation lore-wise here of this rock is that Roadrunner is also running past the roads near to this rock, and Wile E. Coyote placed this rock here. He will later put a rope on this and pull it. And then when the rock is removed, this rock, the big rock, won't move. And then Coyote escapes. And then he looks why it doesn't move, and then it moves and hits Coyote. That's how it always goes. So this here will be a rope later, and then when he pulls it away, this rock just doesn't move at all. And then he has to push it and nothing happens. And the moment he stands in front of it, it falls on him and pushes him down the cliff. That is how this will play out, actually. Unfortunately, and maybe lucky for Wile E. Coyote, the siege weapons that are, I don't know, 5,000 miles away, hit here this rock very precisely and basically start a cascade of chaos. It's also a rock, by the way, and here. Yeah, but that is the explanation why this rock here existed. I think we discussed this a lot last time. And still, this scene here, as I said, it's a Peter Jackson thing, kind of. That's a classic Peter Jackson shot. Like the orc does something terrible, yeah, and then he gets punished for it in a ridiculous way. Peter Jackson loves to do that. He could destroy Khazad-dûm with a range like that, yes. Still waiting for an anvil to fall from the sky on Adar. Yeah, they destroyed the trap. Exactly. Meep meep. I wasn't here yesterday. Don't worry. Just to say that we streamed 7 hours or something yesterday as well. Maybe how they teleport. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. It makes no sense, but this was like, I don't know. It felt like a classic Peter Jackson moment that they might want to recreate here. And it worked for me for the most part. I was not a fan killing the horses. I felt that the horse killing was a bit because late after this point here in the battle, I think you don't see any horses anymore, or very rarely, only very few. So then we have a lot of battle screenshots, which we now can skip a bit through, because I think there's not that much interesting stuff happening. But I kind of like that Elrond takes a moment to say goodbye to his horse. You know what I mean? Characterizes the character a bit. It also gives him, like, it shows the difference between the orcs, potentially, that doing everything, everybody dies, doesn't matter, and so on. And how elves basically work to some degree, especially Elrond. So it's a nice little touch, in my opinion. Orcs drive bolts into the wall for siege hook. So yeah, here we have this scene, so we will see how this siege hook, I think, kind of works. It's maybe interesting as well. Here we see it again. And to be honest, I have no idea. Okay, that's how it works. There's the thing. This is here the siege hook thing. So this pulls basically, this was basically loaded. And, well, maybe I'll give you another shot. Here it's loaded, and then, I don't know, they release it, and then it pulls out these stones on the from the wall. Let us see, chat. It's a crossbow to destroy. Yeah, basically it is. Now I have a lot of cool shots, chat. Some have been silent here. I have to name all the screenshots. So here we have some siege engines and so on. And then we have this dialogue between Gluck talks to Adar. And Gluck is not happy with the situation. Like his orc friends are all dying in battle and slaughtered. Like this is a massive war. Okay, that didn't work as I hoped it would. Adar 2. 1000 screenshots here. And you see, for example, here in the background that orcs, like a wounded orc is here and basically, I don't know, is in pain. The orc doctors try to help him. I don't see my thing again. Here they are helping this orc here in the background. Here you could say the 7 rivers, by the way, just in case people wonder, in the first age. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I forget a river. That doesn't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this main river, I assume. Is this also counted? I forgot how it's counted. The Galleon. Yeah. So this is the land of Osiriant, and here the wood elves lived in the first age, or some of them at least. Just because there's speculation if his hammer might represent this land. So maybe he is from there. Very hard to tell. But he also has like some kind of Fëanorian star on his armor. It definitely could be that this is kind of where he comes from or so. It's an interesting theory. Orc doctors trying to help him for some reason. Very funny. Yeah, it kind of is. It's not a usual sentence, I think. Let us look into what Gluck actually says to Adar. The wall is stronger than we expected. We might not breach it before morning. They have to do this because then the weather is not on their side anymore. The elf is faring better than you expected. His troops have already destroyed 5 of our trebuchets. Many Uruk are dying. What are your orders, Lord Father? Shall we send the retreat? He's really, yeah, shall we? Maybe we should go. Just leave it. Bring down that wall at any cost. Sauron must not escape. You told us you loved us. With all that is left of my heart. Too much to let you become Sauron's slave. Interestingly, he has a strange point with this. It's maybe a bit hard to grasp for the orcs, but in a strange way he has a point. Like, if the Dark Lords gets into charge, he doesn't care about these orcs at all. Let me just look in chat for a moment. nail-sized holes. How well this now works here in this case, I don't know. Sauron can teleport. In theory, Maiar can teleport, yes. Like, there is a text in Nature of Middle-earth or in Parma El Lamberon issue 17. Let me see if I find this visible form of the Valar and Maiar. So there it says, but it is often mentioned in the legend that certain of the Valar and occasionally of the Maiar passed over the sea and appeared in Middle-earth, notably Orome, Ulmo, and Yavanna. The Valar and Maiar were essentially spirits, according to Elvish tradition, being before the making of air. They could go where they willed, that it could be present, could be present at once, at any point in air where they desired to be, says Tolkien here. And we had the question earlier. Then there's a footnote to this. Subject only to special limitations voluntarily taken upon themselves or decreed by Eru. So Eru could say, no, you can't teleport. That is the case for the Istari, for example. They can't teleport because there are special limitations for them that they voluntarily have taken upon themselves. Thus, after the final establishment of Arda, when the Valar, the spirits destined to be most concerned with the chosen stage for combat with Melkor, took up their abode on Middle-earth, they no longer passed beyond its confines. So they did not leave Arda anymore. So they could not go everywhere in air, but they would be present everywhere in air. They could, though, be present everywhere in Arda, in theory. That is, according to other tradition, they remained usually clad in their fana, their physical form, in physical residence on Earth as its guardians. Okay, I guess Shadowfax is the reason wizards are always on time. Yeah, pretty much. They can't teleport to Hogwarts, that's Eru's rule, yes. Yeah, the forehead I would also have preferred, but maybe it would not have the same amount of distraction for the viewer and the orcs. Hard to tell if this would be a criteria where it is denied. Yeah, maybe, because they are against Eru, so they should not be able to teleport, but I don't know. I think on Arda it might be possible, though there is, like, in the books, when Sauron escapes from the battle of Eriador, so the follow-up battle after this one here, no idea if they will portray this, he left on foot, so he had to walk back to Mordor. He was not teleporting there. So it's not 100% clear if he could teleport actually or not. In theory he could, though. And then, yeah, then Adar finds the corpses, I think, of 2 guards. So they portray this. And he also finds the Brooch of Galadriel, interestingly. I can go an image back and make it a bit brighter because it's again very dark. You don't see anything. But you see there are two corpses here. Galadriel did not, that's a strange one though. This guy has a weapon, you see this? Galadriel did not take his weapon with him. But maybe he had a jacket, and the jacket that Galadriel later wears is his jacket or something. Very strange, but I would find strange that she does not take the weapon with her. Let's make it dark again. So this I find also stupid. Galadriel should have taken it with him, so nobody knows how she escaped. I think that would be smarter. Later, I think he says to Elrond something like, I'm not sure what it is called. It has a name. It said you forgot your thing, I think. Give an explanation why Sauron can escape with one ring during the destruction of Numenor, being just left as a spirit. There are multiple explanations of Tolkien for this. But it was not so. Sauron was indeed caught in the wreck of Numenor, so that the bodily form in which he long had walked perished. But he fled back to Middle-earth, a spirit of hatred born upon a dark wind. He was unable to ever take or ever again to assume a form that seemed fair to men, but became black and hideous, and his power thereafter was through terror alone. So, yeah, the One Ring is part of himself. I always like the Harry Potter comparison, but Tolkien wrote this literally, I don't know, when was the One Ring invented? In the 40s or something? Mrs. Rowling was not even planned at this time. So I would say the Horcrux, however it's pronounced, is a One Ring. It's the other way around. Like, the One Ring was first. Tolkien, there's also a letter, by the way, regarding the ring, but the problem is I can't remember how it was phrased. Though reduced to a spirit of hatred born on a dark wind, I do not think one need boggle at this spirit. Here it is. Sauron was first defeated by a miracle, a direct action of God, the creator changing the fashion of the world when appealed to by Manwë. Though reduced to a spirit of hatred born upon a dark wind, I do not I do not think one need boggle at this spirit carrying off the One Ring, upon which power of domination minds now largely dependent. That Sauron was not himself destroyed in the anger of the One is not my fault. The problem of evil and its apparent toleration is a permanent one for all who concern themselves with our world. The indestructibility of spirits with free wills, even by the creator of them, is also an inevitable feature in one of either believes in the existence or feigns it in a story. Sauron was of course confounded by the disaster and diminished, having expended enormous energy in the corruption of Numenor. He needed time for his own bodily rehabilitation and for gaining control over his former subjects. He was attacked by Gil-galad and Elendil before his new domination was fully established. That's letter 211 to Rona Bear. I think in this letter also the question of the blue wizards appears. Yeah, nobody thought that Harry Potter came first, but if you make a comparison, would it make sense you make a comparison to the original? You know what I mean? I guess it depends on the context, though. It's not always the case. But since we only have 2 instances of this concept, one is in Harry Potter, kind of, and one is in Lord of the Rings. No, I didn't know the context of the statement. I guess most people know that Lord of the Rings is older in a way, but what I basically mean with it, if you say it's like, what is it called, the Horcrux, then it's some people who don't know could interpret it as, oh, Tolkien borrowed the idea from J.K. Rowling. Maybe nobody thinks that, because most people here watching my strange content are smart enough, or not smart enough, but not know this simply. But smart enough is a wrong wording. Sorry for that. Did not mean this in an offensive way. But most people I think here are well versed in the lore, whatever, that they know this. That's basically what I meant. I don't know what. I think Sauron might have not expected that the Numenor would be completely destroyed, but he knew that by convincing Pharazôn and his men to go to Numenor, that Pharazôn and his men will die, and he's rid of them. And with this, Numenor is weakened massively, and maybe he could take it over then completely. When Pharazôn is not there, it's not returning. You know what I mean? I think that's the biggest difference, right? I'm not too well known in the Harry Potter universe, I have to admit. But I guess, in Harry Potter, Voldemort does it to preserve himself. Maybe I'm wrong there, I'm not sure, but Great Grebo is writing that as well. And Sauron does not do this for preservation, he does it to gain control over others. I think that's the main difference. What if they go with making Morgoth's crown like an artifact that can potentially bring him back. Yeah, I also thought about this. Maybe that when he got stabbed the first time, that part of Sauron's essence went into this crown or something. And that's why it's special. I think that is actually what they're going, because a big part of Sauron's power and so on, so that basically the crown is already something like the One Ring. You know what I mean? I don't dare to... I hope I'm wrong, though, because I feel like that would be stupid. But since he was stabbed with it and his spirit exploded, basically, that maybe some part of that was then put into the crown. And this brings him to the idea, oh, I can put a part of my spirit into something, into an object of power. And now all I need to now do is make this into a ring. And then he uses maybe a part of the crown, which potentially already includes a part of Sauron. This is my prediction, what they might going for in the forging of the One Ring. I hope I'm wrong. But to be fair, it's kind of difficult to portray the creation of the ring anyway, the One Ring. But I'm on your side on this. This might also explain why Sauron survived. Well, you know what I think? Maybe Sauron reveals this to Adar. Do you know why I did not die when you killed me with this crown? Because part of my spirit is now bound to the crown. It's the reason why I survived or something. I have to call today. I almost gave my keyboard a headbutt. We'll watch this stream tomorrow. See you later. Thank you for durchhalten so lange. For, what do you call this? Durchhalten. Preserve faith, sustain, hang on for so long. Or sit through all of this so far. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest stream when you watch it. Leave a comment and a like would be appreciated. But yeah. Wait, Isildur's last name was Potter? No. Endure. Bear with me. But yeah, you could make it so long through the stream without falling asleep. Shouldn't Morgoth's crown be much bigger? That's a good question, actually. Yeah, I think it should be bigger, because Morgoth was bigger than a normal human. Good point. But Sauron reforged it, and Sauron presented himself to be smaller, so I assume he made it smaller or something. I don't know. Already liked it, but there are many here that didn't yet, you know. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, that's true. There might be some people here in chat who have not liked the video yet. That's unfortunate, I think. But I'm still happy that you're all here. So don't worry too much about this. So yeah, but this scene here, I definitely agree. It's for mostly for the thing. That the viewer knows. And now we know Galadriel escaped. Galadriel in orc disguise tries to escape. So my question, chat, in the next scene, we make it a bit brighter and zoom in a bit. Here we have this scene. Do you think Galadriel has a weapon with her? I think that might be actually a weapon. That might explain why she left one weapon there. Maybe she got another one. No, it's very hard to see, chat. But in my mind, this here could be a weapon. Oops, I liked it now. Much appreciated. Thank you. Maybe the crown adjusts size to the wearer, just like the One Ring. That would be funny. Yeah, I agree on this interpretation here. In I think episode when she gets the one of the rings, she has this vision. Now you can find the screenshot really quick. Most likely not. So yeah, Celebrimbor is basically killed by these vines in this vision. And I assume as well that these represent the spikes, basically. Or the arrows that he gets shot. Somewhat similar we might see in the show. Or this is the only reference we will get. I don't know. Yeah, they threw it into the void. I'm not sure if the crown is with Morgoth in the void, though. It's possible. I mean, the show says there are legends and they're maybe not true or something, but it makes no sense when this crown was not destroyed. Because there's a simple reason for that, and that is that the Valar and the Maiar of the Valar needed the Silmarillion. To get the Silmarillion, they need the crown. So they must have had the crown. Like a god or a Valar has touched this crown for sure. Two, actually. Morgoth later was kicked out of the circle of the Valar, though, so hard to tell if he still counts then, but yes. Maybe Aule or whoever made it into this collar, and then Morgoth was bound with it. Or tied up is the wrong word, but let's say bound. Yeah, the size is off for sure. Okay, chat. What is happening next? So we have, of course, I need to mention it. So she moves through. Now maybe we go step by step. So a female orc asks Galadriel or commands Galadriel to help her. And interestingly, the female orc here is, we discussed this in the other stream already, and I mentioned it the last time. I think, though, it's a very cool Easter egg. The actress playing this orc is feminine. That is Bridie Sisson. Very interesting. So she plays multiple roles in this show. She also reappeared here in the show already, in episode 2, I think it was. We call her Feminem. No, the Silmarillion, after they got out of the crown, were basically put into the camp of Eonwe, the chief of the Maiar. yeah, the Nazgûls or the Nazgûls. It's kind of cool. Yeah, and then the two remaining sons of Fëanor, Maedhros and Maglor, they stole them from the camp, killed the guards, escaped. Then Eonwe was basically letting them go with the Silmarilli and said, well, it was a stupid thing you did, but I let you go because that's punishment enough, I think. And then they noticed that they couldn't hold the Silmarilli because they did so many evil deeds, and the Silmarilli would also endure no evil, and they burned their hands. And then Maedhros killed himself and threw himself into a fiery pit. So one of the Silmarilli is now inside the earth in the fire, and the other one, Maglor, in the legend of the Silmarillion, he throws it into the ocean and wanders the shores and laments his deeds. And one is with Eärendil in the sky. So one is in the fire, in the earth, one is in the water, in the ocean, and one is in the sky, in the air. And the three rings, Narya, Nenya, Vilya, reflect these elements, basically. She is the dweller. Yeah, exactly. Or the acolyte, as she's called here in season 2. And not only that, there is a version or a letter where Tolkien, I think in the summary to Mr. Milton Waldman, letter 131 maybe in the extended edition we got in the new extended letter version that came out last year, I think. In this letter, I think it's in one of the letters, at least. I'm not 100% sure if it's in the letter, but it could be. Maybe I remember it wrong. That Tolkien even says that Maglor drowned himself with the Silmaril. So I could try to find it. Oh, 31, Milton Waldman. Yeah, here it is, I think. No. Wait a moment, chat. Maybe I put it in a note, because now it would be difficult to find. I forgot how it's phrased. Makes me actively dumb. Don't worry, because okay, I found it, chat. The gods then move again, and great power comes out of the west, and the stronghold of the enemy Morgoth is destroyed, and he himself, Morgoth, is thrust out of the world into the void, never to reappear there in incarnate form again. The remaining two Silmarils are regained from the Iron Crown, only to be lost. The last two sons of Fëanor, compelled by their oaths, steal them and are destroyed by them, casting themselves into the sea and the pits of the earth. The ship of Eärendil, adorned with the last Silmaril, is set in the heaven as brightest star. So ends the Silmarillion and the tales of the First Age. So here it is implied that one cast himself into the into the earth, in the pits of the earth, into the fire, Maedhros. He doesn't name them, but we know the story, and we can conclude this. And the other one cast themselves into the sea, maybe also with the Silmarillion. So there is the reference, chat. So yeah, that's an interesting Easter egg that she is no other than this here. That is not the same character, she is the same actress. And I think all the prosthetic stuff takes for sure some time to get your makeup on. She has a small scene here in the show, chat. You also see some wounded orcs and so on. Hey, you there, come here and help. He's dead, she says also. We see this orc woman later again. Well, let me see, chat. So Galadriel helps carrying the dead orc. What do I want to do, chat? I want to remove the arrow. I want to remove this here, chat. Make it dark again. And then we switch the image to the new one. So here we see this scene. There's not much to talk, I think. Adar does something like kind of a ritual for the orcs in a moment. Like some of the orcs are burned. Oh no, yes, I mute myself. Good that you say this. Sorry for that. I had to sneeze and I forgot to unmute myself. Sorry. What was the last thing you heard me saying, though? So I found it. I said I found it interesting that Adar. If my phone is off, yeah, sorry. I checked if Adar is basically doing things. Like he pays some respect, or no, he has this maybe this traditional formula he says to the dead orcs. And I find this interesting. Not sure if they have if this is a religious thing in a way. I'm not sure if the orcs had a religion. Probably, I don't know. But they definitely had traditions and ideas and so on. So that I think is not too unusual. He even sheds like a tear. Let me just think. Where is my thing? And what I find interesting is that Galadriel observes this. So yeah, there is definitely that going on. No, sound is definitely back, so should be okay. But good that somebody noted that I need a mute emoji at some point. Sounds okay, awesome. Maybe I also double check here on the YouTube stream. But Twitch confirms sound is working, so that's good. But yeah, he definitely sheds a tear. The question is, how long was I muted, chat? I can hear you. Light blinded fool. How long was I muted? It seems like Amazon writers are bringing a religious aspect into the show that Tolkien didn't bring the stories. That makes sense. It's hard to tell if this is like a religious note. They tried to do this with Numenor, though that wasn't really fitting. You could make an argument like sometimes you need cultural traditions and maybe you have to make those up for a show, because then for a world like this you can make it. It's simply part of a bit of world building, and I think for what they wanted to do, especially with the faithful. I mean, they are called the faithful. The word faith is in their name. So what is they believe? What are their traditions? They have to come up with something. So I think they kind of came up with this thing. But yeah, we talked about Feminine appears later again. He sheds some tears. Galadriel observes this. And I found an interesting scene, actually, because Galadriel is kind of wondering. About what Adar is doing there. So I don't know. I found this an interesting edit. Like you see Galadriel, she's looking at this. What's going on here? She maybe even seems a bit touched by this. It feels in the next shot. I'm not sure how you would interpret her look. Where is it? There. Is Arondir dead? No, we haven't. I hope not, to be honest. We come later to this. If they fleshed out the characters before world building, yeah, maybe, but I think that's. Yeah, he's not dead until they say he's dead. That's the rule of thumb, I guess. Galadriel is stopped by the female orc. But yeah, I found this scene with Galadriel looking at Adar, what he's doing there, interesting. It was an interesting touch. They need some kind of tradition. And they say they are taken to darkness, whatever that means. Like usually when it comes to the elf, it's all light. But yeah, this is, as said, the same orc that Galadriel helped earlier, I assume, called Orc Laborer. And yeah, she's played, as said, by Bridie Sisson, I think is her name. That was the same actress. If you know it, I feel like you can kind of see it. But yeah, I found that was a cool detail. Say, oh, that's her, cool. So that was kind of interesting. I was muted for quite a while. That's very unfortunate. I mean, it's versatile, yeah. The actress has dedication, let's put it that way. I could imagine that, especially the close-up shots, so the prosthetic stuff and so on has to be potentially extra work intensive, so maybe that she has to sit in the mask for some hours to look like that. But yeah, did we forgot anything, chat, with this scene here? Then, of course, Arondir comes. And one thing I wanted to mention. It's also kind of impressive how fast an Arondir can shoot. But yeah, the orcs are killed here. You see the arrow. Galadriel turns around. So, oh, nice. I have an ally. I can get out of here. Let me just see what the scene is here. Here in this scene with Adar, you also can see that, for example, there's still arrows sticking in the orcs and so on. So not just lying there, they are really, dead. And there was another scene where you see the orc corpses burning. It's not unusual that the orc corpses get burned, especially by the enemies. And yeah, it's Arondir helping her. And she's happy. And she convinces him to not attack Adar. What's wrong with my phone? Nothing. Sometimes I need to check the next scene though. In case you wonder why the sound sometimes stops. Sometimes I'm just not talking for a moment. Have we all settled on the evil desert wizard being not Saruman then? I think he's not Saruman. I think that's a bait. It was right around with the eye. It's weird. No, my typing. Okay. Autocorrect is possessed half the time, yeah. And Guardian says basically, we need heroes like you because there's a dearth. She uses a word. I would also say a word that Tolkien used a few times in his books. So I found this interesting. I'm not sure if that's a common word in the English language these days. It sounds quite antiquated for me. The Day of Dearth, for example. So, I don't know. Oh, that was wrong. Where's my tool? There it is. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. As always. Oh, it's used quite often. Interesting. Yeah, dearth. A dearth. Not used often. Okay, I just read your message wrong. I'm an idiot. No, basically, if something is missing. Scarcity, yeah, exactly. But I think, maybe because we don't have much dearth these days. I think, though, I don't know. In my English speaking world, which is very little, very small, I don't hear it often. I only know this word from Tolkien, actually. So, like there's the Day of Dearth, for example. But yeah, since Tolkien uses this word, it is not appearing very often in Lord of the Rings. 5 times to be precise. And 1 is in the index, so it only appears 4 times in Lord of the Rings. I've used more often in England, not often in the United States. There aren't really many words that could replace it, though. Still a relevant term. Yeah, that is true as well, I think. My great aunt uses it, but she's 86. Okay. I've heard my uncle use it before also, but overall, the English language and the use of interesting words is on the decline, unfortunately. It definitely is an interesting word. Is there anything left in this section that we need to discuss? Like, I can't really tell you if the orcs had traditions for sure, but maybe I check on the traditions because I have a very specific quote in mind. Might hint at this. The orcs were first bred by the dark power of the Norse in the elder days. It is said that they had no language of their own, but took what they could of other tongues and perverted it to their own liking. Yet they made only brutal jargons, scarcely sufficient even for their own needs, unless it were for curses and abuse. And these creatures, being filled with malice, hating even their own kind, quickly developed as many barbarous dialects as there were groups or settlements of their race, so that their orcish speech was of little use to them in intercourse between different tribes. So it was that in the Third Age, orcs used for communication between breed and breed the Westron tongue, and many indeed of the older tribes, such as those that still lingered in the north and in the Misty Mountains, had long used the Westron as their native language, though in such fashion as to make it hardly less unlovely than Orcish. In this jargon, Targ, men of Gondor, was a debased form of Tarkil, a Quenya word used in Westron for one of Numenorean descent. Unfortunately, I thought there would be something like traditions or something. Let's see. Let's read something here. I don't know. I thought it was more direct quote here in this, but it doesn't matter too much. The orcs definitely had some form of traditions and so on. It would be strange if not. Phantasmagorical. Isn't there a game called Phantasmagorica or something like that? It's a, let's say, interesting kind of adventure horror game thing. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Since we are relying more and more on visual media, the use of amazing descriptive words are on the decline for real. In Germany, they get replaced with English lines, funnily enough. Orc tradition, men flesh on the menu once a month. No, that's Phasmophobia is another game that's this also like a spooky game where you have to cooperate with your friends and identify the ghost. Phasmophobia, but there's also Phantasmagoria. I'm not sure what it's called in English. Yeah, it's also called like this. It's this one here. It's maybe not the greatest game of all time, I think. So don't see this as a recommendation. Fun fact, I don't play video games. Well, I play video games. That's one of the things well, there's some video games I know quite well. A bit too well, I would say. Okay, chat. So the next scene would be back in Moria, where Prince Durin prepares for battle. No worry, chat. Though I would take a very short break. Like, give me 10 minutes or something. I really need to get a new bottle of water, eat something. And so on. So I hope, yeah, we continue with the, I would say it's a good point because we have finished the other section, chat. We're at 60% of this episode, so, well, let's not talk about that, but yeah. At least we still have some time. But I think, yeah, it's a good point to make a short break, and then everybody can kind of refresh themselves, get something to drink, maybe eat a snack or something, and then we continue here with with analyzing and discussing the show. I would say, chat. So I hope you are not sad that this happens, but yeah, I just can't phrase the word anymore. Definitely need a break. So back in a moment, chat. I give you a timer. Maybe I'll show you some ads in the meantime here and there. So if you wonder if something pops up on screen, it might be due to this. So see you in a moment, people. Okay, chat. I'm back. Sorry for the delay, as always. But yeah, so we can continue now with a bit more show stuff. And yeah, we got an interesting scene next, which brings us back to Khazad-dûm after the Galadriel scene. Not sure if there's anything in chat, if you are still awake, what is going on there. Like the two other orcs in the scene, he killed definitely in quick succession, like almost instantly. Like, I don't know, because it's written in the screenplay. Don't ask me what the writers thought there. I think, though, if Adar maybe Adar is also good enough that he could have not predicted, but maybe was able to defend against this shot. Maybe he was also strong enough to not die if he doesn't get hit in the head or something. And then the orcs would have tried to kill them and so on. And I just noticed an interesting detail, chat, which I find very nice, actually. And nice is a wrong word for it. Did not notice this. We have to jump back one screen. Galadriel looks up who shot the arrows. She was pierced by the spear at her on her neck when the orcs when he was in this cage. I did not notice this, but she has a wound there actually, like a little scratch from this orc spear wound. Try to make it a bit brighter, then you can see it better. Just notice it while skipping through the scenes again. So kind of a cool continuity thing that they this time took care of. So yeah, it's cool. That's a nice detail. No, yeah, I also just noticed this was the first time I noticed this as well. I mean, it's so dark that it's so hard to see. You see it only one shot or something. If you shot at that, they would be overwhelmed by orcs. Yeah, kind of, I think. Always a bit difficult. But there were definitely orcs swarming this area for sure. But yeah, let us discuss the Prince Durin section here. So he comes out in his armor, which looks pretty cool, to be honest. Maybe I should have activated the filter here again so we can see it a bit better. I'm not sure if there are dwarven letters on his armor. But yeah, he gets visited by Narvi, who seems to be wounded, and he tells basically the father his father is going on a killing spree. I also like that he asks if Disa is okay. It's the kind of the first thing he asks. I think that's a cool detail. Also here we can see the armor a bit better. Look at this. It looks pretty cool in my opinion. No, I would say that is some metal stuff on this. And here we see some mail below it. So I would maybe there's also some leather here and there, but I think overall it's metal. They were away from the camp. Like there were 3 orcs following Galadriel there in this scene, and he shot 2 of them at once. One arrow killed the female orc, 2 arrows almost simultaneously, maybe shot 2 at once or so, killed the other 2 orcs. And I think the reason why this worked is because they were far away. Adar is in the middle of the ritual and all orcs are there and looking at him. It's of course silent, but they would notice if an arrow would kill Adar very fast. Excuse me. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but here it looks like the stuff when you make it brighter. The for show is very dark. Like this is already brightened up by quite a bit. Normally it would look like this. Like look how dark this is. It's kind of ridiculous. The show is really dark. Yes, but oh come on, people! I just want to finish this video today. Like, can we? This is like, are we telling me now that this is? Let me just see. Where's Galadriel? Holy moly, people! We have to discuss every scene 5,000 times with unimportant details like these. I can't even see the correct image here. We'll never get through this episode otherwise. Like, where is it? Studio mode. Like, she comes from here, walks this path. So these are like trenches or something. So she's away. She's not in the direct line of sight of the others. The other stuff kills them relatively easily. And then in the other scene, where Adar is doing his stuff, like his burying orc stuff. I think it's not that interesting to discuss the scene simply, you know what I mean? Like you see, Adar is here. Here's an orc, here's an orc, here's an orc, here's an orc, here's the fire, the orcs are burning. It's even though it's here very dark, it's still lightened up to some degree because there's this huge thing there. And Galadriel must be, I don't know, if you go into this direction here, somewhere there in a trench, few curves later, there's somewhere Galadriel, so she's relatively far away from this. I don't know what the discussion point now is. Yeah, that orcs silently taken out by arrows, which is unrealistic, I know, but just pretend it's possible. Just don't make enough noise that the other notice. Yeah, that's maybe strange, but if they would now shoot Adar and would not kill him here on this distance, then, you know, these orcs would notice, shout, alarm, something happening, and then it would swarm there. Like, they would make some noise. Yeah, maybe when you do headshots, you kill immediately. I don't know. I'm not sure. I was agreeing with you, Chris. It read like, why would they need to sneak around when they are alone, kind of thing. So I read it like, no, they are close to this, they should have noticed or something. But yeah, whatever. Let's just go back to Khazad-dûm, because I think that's all. There's not much interesting stuff that we can figure out here. I think it's just very, very dark. You see basically nothing. You don't turn up the light. No, they can, yeah, exactly. They can't do anything. They're kind of surrounded, but I feel like they're kind of also far away that they can take out 3 orcs without anybody noticing. Where's now the Na'vi? Yeah, here's the wounded Na'vi. Talks to Prince Durin. He's kind of shocked when he hears the news. Let us read through this section there for a moment. We talked about Durs. What I like now, something changed. They even like some... That's an interesting question, actually. I never noticed this scene before. Because before we talk to Durin, there is like a little... the camera flies over the field and we see something. It's hard to see. Are these walls or are these kind of are these little dwarf armies? I think that's walls, right? I won't let Galadriel leave, stay there, hidden like a sniper besides a vulnerable target, waiting for the perfect shot. He doesn't care about his life. A super chat, sorry, no problem. Thank you, much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. Was not needed. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I get your point. From the perspective of what we know, it would be smarter to take him out, for sure. The question is, if you kill the father of the orcs, wouldn't the orcs be so mad at you that they still attack? So I'm not sure if this would solve the conflict. And then you would have a very capable soldier less. The question is if the payoff is strong enough. Sometimes it's hard to explain everything with so little YouTube chat characters. Yeah, that is true. Also, Galadriel knows Arondir. That is maybe also a point. He doesn't know him well, to be honest, but they fought on the battlefield before, and she was saved by him. So it's, I guess, also a bit difficult for her to say to him, "Yeah, just go die here. I'm wait a moment till I'm far enough away so nobody notices me, and you can get caught here and killed by the orcs after killing Adar. No problem." I don't know. That seems very un-Galadriel to do, to be honest. Even for the show's Galadriel. But the question is far more, do you think these are troops? I don't think so, right? I think these are some kind of what's it in English? Anti-tank obstacles. Something like that. It's okay, move on, I do. Anti-tank trenches? No. The closest thing I have. The best zoom, basically, I have for this. I can't zoom in much more. Even at 4K resolution. You think these are... I mean, yes, it could be that these are soldiers. But they look kind of strange, I have to admit. I mean, what else should it be? It could be little walls, but for what? To hide behind it? I think they're not thinking that they are besieged or something. Yeah, spike walls, something like that. I think these are supposed to be soldiers. I think here... in this shot here, this looks like this could be a soldier. You know what I mean? Due to the light here, close to here, we see some structure in it that doesn't seem like it's a spike. There's also they not all have the same size. Dragon teeth. Or the Czech hedgehog. That's an interesting name for it. Yeah, troops with torch carriers, I would also say. So these are the troops of Durin. It's a bit unfortunate we don't really see them too much. I think you can't see it, right? I'm listening but mopping my floor. But yeah, here it looks really like individual soldiers. So yeah, maybe. They have different sizes as well. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It would make sense that these are soldiers. Unfortunately, that's the closest shot I have of this scene. Yeah, that is just... It's a brief dialogue. Navi shouts, Durin! Your father has turned his axe on my men. He cut through them like stalks of wheat. I mean, we already know that Durin is strong. But he's gonna dig. He's gonna lose that beast. He said, is she... The first thing he asked. I don't know, but she sent me to find you. She says you have to recall the army. But what about Elrond? You take the army to Eregion now. And Khazad-dûm might not be here when you return. And then we cut to Eregion, interestingly. Thanks for being awesome, Chris. Yeah, thank you for supporting me. Yes, shout outs again to comment people again for your generosity. Much, much appreciated again. And yeah, I don't know. What do you think of this dialogue? I felt like the explanation here is a bit strange. So you have an army of, I don't know. I mean, the army is outside. It's not there. But I find it hard to believe that Prince Durin is able to get an army together to help and fight in Eregion, potentially facing Sauron, who is like the successor of the devil, literally. And also there's this Adar with this massive orc army, with I don't know how many legions he has. And they have trouble with one orc, with one dwarf king, an old dwarf king, with a ring of power. I don't know. I have to admit, I did not like this explanation here from the show. Why this is such a big why this is such a big problem for them, that they have to recall the troops, basically. And the threat is, he is going to mine now, and if you send the troops away, he will dig and free that beast. So he has to go there and kind of find his father and convince him, okay, I'm not sending these troops. I let my friend die there. Dominensteine-Versammlung, yes. Sorry for reading your message too late. Haven't looked into it chat for some time. I don't know how I feel about unleashing the Balrog so soon. And I think the trailer shot the Balrog smashing something. Might be during the third. I mean, in theory, we could try to look into it. I'm currently skipping through stuff. No, it's not in the first preview thing. It must be here in this one. Interestingly, there will be, I don't know, some tree thing. No, there is not a tree thing. That is actually the white tree. No. I mean, there's a Balrog there, but I don't see anybody. I know the scene. I don't know which trailer it is, though, unfortunately, Chad. Can't tell you which trailer it is. We know that I know there's a scene and he has like a fire sword and smashes it on the ground or something. But yeah, I also don't like the Balrog thing. He could have done both. He is surely not the only commander to march the army to Eregion. Yeah, that is true. I think it's too soon for the Balrog as well. He destroys Khazad-dûm, and what the hell the dwarf's going to do for 3 more seasons then? Yeah, founding Erebor or something, or the Grey Mountains. I'm not sure if that is what they're going for, though. I assume it will end in, okay, we have to be more careful with the rings, you know? And then we have to not mine there and leave the Balrog alone or something. I don't know. He could have done both. He's surely the only... not Frodo. I think it's too soon. It shows King Durin knows where to dig and where not to dig because of the ring. You would think this would stop him. Yeah, maybe. If they drop that now, it would be a big mistake. Yeah, I don't know what they're going for. Like, I feel like a lot of mistakes. But I like, just from a writing perspective, I find this strange. First of all, because it has, again, so many assumptions. Like that the king knows about the Balrog. He knows it's dangerous and he should not wake it. Like, this kind of demystifies this thing. Like, I feel like in the books, it always read a bit into the direction that the dwarves did not know what was going on. They were too greedy, digging too deep, and then they have awoken the Balrog, and then by surprise he just came out of his hole and destroyed the complete dwarven kingdom, and then the dwarves had to flee from there, and he killed Durin the Sixth, I think. So that is very strange. And it's also in the Third Age when this happens. So I don't know what they are going for here in this show when it comes to that. It makes very little sense. I don't have much to say. I feel like, though, the assumption that this Balrog is a threat to the whole kingdom is weird. That they can't deal with King Durin the Third, I also feel very constructed, even though they hinted at that he's super powerful and strong now. Like, he had enough power to dig this old tunnel alone without, without a sweat. And he also threw his son, Prince Durin the Fourth, I don't know, 5 meters through the room. So I can see that he's powerful. He's not easy to deal with. But it still seems strange to have this dwarven army and not being able to kind of stop him or get the ring off his hand. I don't know. I feel like that's a very cheap explanation, to be honest, to make the dwarves not appear and generate some drama here. Because this leads to Elrond losing. This might also be a problem for their relationship later. He has to explain what is going on. I mean, it's a good excuse to say, well, they have a Balrog in Moria now, and we had to deal with him or something. Yeah, exactly. The stuff feels often, this stuff happens because the plot, or it's in the screen, it's written in the screenplay. It doesn't, like, it needs to happen because else Adar would be stopped and this can't happen. As a result, it doesn't work, you know? As a result, it feels not very organic. That's often a problem, I feel like, when it comes to the writing for this show. That, yeah, it feels contrived. It feels, I don't know. Not the hugest fan of that, to be honest. Usually, I feel like the dwarven plot stuff is very solid. Here, though, it feels like, well, I saw the showrunners talking about this, and it was purely to subvert expectations. Watching them pat themselves on the back for their cleverness made me feel ill. Yeah, I don't know. They definitely made some strange stuff. Like, I feel the writing is absolutely... Unfortunately, the writing is very terrible. We just said the exact same thing, yes. It's funny, actually. But let us move on, I would say, because I don't have much to say here. Like, I can only repeat myself. The Balrog is a topic of the Third Age, not... Or the Durin's Bane is a topic of the Third Age, not of the Second. And the dwarves were there mining for literally, from this point on, just to make the mass. The mass. Where's my mass machine? So let's say we are in the year 5000, just from the book's perspective. Eregion is attacked. The One Ring would be created already. Then we're in the year 1695, I think. Or 1690. Let's double check. How often will I hit the wrong button? '93? Yeah, 93 is it. So the War of Elves and Eregion begins in this year. Actually a very long time if you look at it. So Sauron's forces invade Eriador 95. Gil-galad sends Elrond to Eregion also this year. Eregion is laid waste. It takes 2 years to destroy Eregion, by the way. So let's say we are 1695. Let me see, 3441. Yeah, that's the last year of the second age. And then I search for, I forgot the date, 1900 something. During the 6th. Oh, that's the 4th, not the 6th. My mistake. During the 6th. 1980 it is. So the dwarves mine there and do things and do their business for 3,726 years until the Balrog appears in the books. Just to give you an idea how long the time span is. This time span, 3,700 whatever I said. Did I delete it? 3,726 years is longer than the whole first age lasted. Second age lasted. Second age is 3,441 years. Just to give you an idea how long that is in the world of Tolkien. This is a whole age, like longer than an age. Also, I don't know if you are here, but thank you whoever gifted me the membership. I'm not sure who gifted you the membership, to be honest. He or she might not be here. That was most likely... The problem is I can't see who gifted memberships, unfortunately. That's I can see who made like supers and stuff like that. It's true, elves are pregnant for 10 years, but so there is like there's one name who gifted a lot of subs today, like he gifted 10 subs. Or yesterday, I forgot when it was, but very generous. And that was straight out of the Shire. He gifted like a lot. So shout outs to him or her again. The problem I can't, unfortunately, it doesn't show me who gifted you the membership. No, I can't see it. But it might be him. I think your gifted membership is from a different batch of gifts. I can't tell who. So yeah, but yeah. Whatever, yeah, it doesn't matter. Straight out of the Shire, yeah. It was 2 days ago. Not sure how it's counted though, but whatever. Chat. Yeah, I would have to look it up. I can't do it right now, unfortunately. I would love to tell you who exactly was the generous donor for it, but I fortunately don't know. Doesn't matter too much. How much is a membership? There are two tiers. One is €1/dollar. The second one I think is $2, and the highest tier is 5. And he gifted like 10 tier 3, so for the $5, that's $50 or euros. It's quite generous, to be honest. In theory, if you have Amazon Prime though, and you use Twitch and have a Twitch account, you could in theory connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Then you get a free Twitch sub, but you have to renew it manually always. What are the perks? Well, there's stuff like the classic stuff. This little icon behind your name, some emojis, and in a Q&A session or on streams, I try to prioritize the member people. That's something. For the second tier, you land in the streaming credits, and for the highest tier, you land or you are added to the credits at the end of videos and of streams as well. Maybe I forgot something, but yeah, there might also be. I rarely do member only posts though, but those exist as well in theory. But yeah, whatever, chat. Let us continue. I think, like I said, the Balrog thing is strange. Didn't like the explanation here. Felt a bit constructed, a bit cheap, and yeah. So then we return to Eregion, where Sauron is observing the process for things. By the way, I count Twitch subs. I count as tier 3 subs because they're also I think they changed the prices back and forth in Germany, but usually it's $5 there as well for a sub. That's also why the highest tiers. Even though on Twitch there's also tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 subs. I think tier 3 subs are $20 or something ridiculous like that. I don't know for sure. I just got an interesting message on Twitch with this link thing. Very weird. Why didn't I see the link posted then? So, we have now an interesting dialogue scene with those two. I'm only trying to find a good screenshot. Maybe that's better, chat. So yeah, Anatar talks to Celebrimbor, who works on the rings here in the meantime, chat. Yeah, it's just a bit inconvenient. Yes, the orc flung onto the wall reminded me of Jackson's trilogy, Silly Antics of Goblin Town. Oh, Travis White, you are behind quite a bit then. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. So let us. What do you think of the dialogue here? There's some interesting elements of this we could maybe look into in a moment, chat. Because we might read a bit of Morgoth's ring stuff. I should already open the book, I think, because that we will need in a moment. And that Tolkien, our friend Anatar basically explains what's going on there with. There's an interesting detail though in this scene, and I did just notice while playing the scene again. Not sure if you can see it here if I've made it in my screenshot there as well. His eyes are open, chat, and then there's a scene where like he starts with his eyes closed. Let me just see if I can make a switch. Okay, remember Anatar talks, remember overseas. I think it's this scene here then. The one is a bit brighter than the other. Like the scene starts with his eyes closed and then he opens his eyes. So almost like he was listening to what is going on in Durin's place. Maybe he's has some contact, I don't know, with the Balrog or so. It doesn't mean he can control the Balrog though. Not sure how the show will portray this. I promised you when Middle-earth is healed. So Middle-earth healed is a term that Tolkien uses quite a bit in his metaphysical works. And there is a term called Arda marred. So Arda damaged, basically. And then there's also the term Arda healed. The world, because Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, was so powerful, he took his evil powers and basically infused the world, big parts of it, with it and damaged it. First of all, he destroyed the original vision of the world, which had 2 lamps. This time was called Spring of Arda. And on the internet, often people call it Years of the Lamps, like as a reference to, or as a, basically to quote the term Years of the Trees, because the trees were not there yet, but these 2 lamps, Iluin and Ormal, I think, or Omal, the name, forgot. Doesn't matter. And this was the original version of the world. And Melkor broke those lamps, and then they crashed and formed the continents and destroyed how the world was originally planned. On top of that, he infused the world with his evil power and spread his power as a result. It's not everywhere, though, not in the oceans, and not, or very little of it is in the world of Aman on this continent. And then the Valar had to reshape the world and find kind of a functioning new version of the world. However, this version is still called Arda Mard. And until God destroys the world and makes it a new kind of, or transforms the world anew, the world will stay Arda Mard and has to be healed. So the concept here that they potentially referenced is Arda healed. And Sauron thinks that when he becomes basically the God King of the world, bring everything under his will, that's basically his idea, then I'm not sure if that's the same for Book Sauron, but here in the show it seems that this will heal the world. I mean, he just thinks that under his command and his will, the world order, or the order of the world, will be simply better. And that is why he wants that, because that is his idea of how the world should work. Arda Mard. So, to mar something means beschädigen. Arda beschädigt, basically. Wasn't Koivinen made by the damage caused by the lamps being knocked over or something? I'm not sure if it's 100% clear if that is true, but yes. I think one of the lamps was there where the Sea of Helkar basically later is. On Galadriel kiss, the world needs healing. But yeah, I don't have a... Do I have a map of this, chat? Maybe I have. I can maybe show you the different stages of the world. Just to give you an illustration here on screen. Just ignore the arrow here for the time being. So this is the Mard version of Arda. Let me just see. The original version of the world looked like this is a sketch. Not perfectly, it was not perfect like that, but kind of. So you had in the middle a great lake, there was Almaren in the middle, where the gods lived, and then there were two towers called Iluin and Ormal, with the light of Varda on top of them. And then these two towers were broken, and then the world was kind of damaged. Something like this. Sea of Ringil, Sea of Helkar, and so on. And yeah, from here the landmass transformed. I'm not sure if I have another step in between. I don't think so. But then the world kind of formed like this. This is basically in a very long... what do you call it? Zeitraffer. Like this took a long time. Fast motion, quick motion, time lapse. That's the word. So this was kind of a time lapse of this, and yeah. And then there's a next step from this map here, of course. Then Beleriand was destroyed and the world looked like this. And then at the end, Numenor was gone. Then the world looked like this. Actually funny. And then even later, the world looked like this. Like Aman was removed from the world and the world became a sphere. That's another step which I often omit, but it doesn't matter. Just to give you an idea how this world nonsense works. Is Southern Beleriand Middle Earth eventually Africa or South America? It's tough to tell, to be honest, but yeah, the idea is kind of that this year might become much later Africa as possible. Aman is not the United States, though, or America. Aman is something else. There might be later a new continent here, and this becomes then America. South America, Middle America, Latin America, Middle America, and North America. And this year becomes in Europe. It's hard to tell if this year becomes, you might be right, South Middle Earth becomes Africa then, and this year becomes maybe Antarctica and parts of Asia. I don't know how this fuses together. It's a bit complicated because for people wondering, Tolkien's world is a mythological version of our world a long time ago, and Tolkien's idea was that after a long time, the world kind of reshaped to how we know the world today. And there was a connection to an Anglo-Saxon king who found the way to the elves and brought the stories back and forth, called Elfwine. It's a complicated story, would go too far to explain here and too far away, but maybe. Flat earthers will be disappointed by this change. It's map time. How big were the lamps? I don't know if there's a size mentioned for the lamps, but I think big enough to be the light source of a flat world. I think I have even an artwork of these from Ted Naismith. It's a very small one. It's not a very impressive one or anything. Not actually okay. So Ted Naismith imagined it looking like this. And this here in the background is a lamp. This tower, this mountain thing with this glowing ball on it. But yeah, that is a complicated topic. I don't... Like, we discussed the round world version already too much. I want light up trees to use as lamps for my house. Yeah, exactly. When Numenor was destroyed, then the world became a sphere in Tolkien's world. There's a version, the round world version, where the world was always a sphere though, but it's complicated. The sinking of Beleriand, hard to tell what the inspiration was. Darkling becomes Antarctica, Australia, New Zealand. Yeah, exactly. That makes more sense. The Land of the Sun is America. Yeah, maybe the Land of the Sun is America then. He has spoken, yeah. So we talked about Arda healed. Be not afraid, this too shall pass. Excuse me for yawning there. I promise you, when Middle-earth is healed, we discussed this, and its people see what you and I did, all our sufferings will be worth it. our sufferings. You must know it pains me treating you like you've treated countless others. Like Morgoth treated me. So this is, I'm not sure if how well Sauron was treated by Morgoth, to be honest. I can't think of anything. Oh my god, that's a very evil trend, blah blah blah. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not sure. Does anybody in chat know like a good quote? I'm currently looking into it a bit online. See if I find a quote, because I can't think of anything that kind of justifies the idea of Morgoth treated him in a way. Some interesting quotes here. I don't know, chat. Hard to tell how they treated. Both, like what Sauron and Morgoth had in common was definitely that Sauron was that Morgoth rebelled against God and the order of the world, basically, and gave it a new world, and that was something that Sauron liked. Among the servants have names, the greatest, the spirit of the elder. Servants have the names. The greatest was that spirit whom the elder called Sauron, or God Sauron the Cruel. In the beginning he was the Maya of Aule, and remained mighty in the law of that people, in all the deeds of Melkor and Morgoth upon Arda, in his vast works and deceits of his cunning. Sauron had a part, and was only less evil than his master, in that for long he served another, and not himself. Was only less evil than his master, in that for long he served another and not himself. But in after years he rose like a shadow of Morgoth, and a ghost of his malice, and walked behind him on the same ruinous path down into the void. Interesting. That stronghold was commanded by Sauron. Sauron they did not find. Sauron has become now a sorcerer of dreadful power, master of shadows and phantoms, foul in wisdom, cruel in strength, misshaping what he touched, twisting what he ruled, lord of werewolves. His dominion was torment. I think deep down, Sauron was irritated by Morgoth and his chaos. Morgoth rebelled, but unlike him, Sauron wanted order and stuff to be run his way. Yeah. Useful means. Yeah, it's also true. Melkor did not begin as a true nihilist. He only ended up there after time unmeasured. It was the apparent will and power of Melkor to effect his designs quickly and masterfully that had first attracted Sauron to him. That is the quote I was looking for, actually. So hard to find sometimes. I don't remember the exact phrasing of it. There's a long text at the end, I think, of Morgoth's ring. He still had the relics of positive purposes that descended from the good of the nature in which he began. It had been his virtue, and therefore also the cause of his fall and of his relapse, that he loved order and coordination, and disliked all confusion and wasteful friction. It was the apparent will and power of Melkor, that was the original name of Morgoth, to effect his designs quickly and masterfully that had first attracted Sauron to him. Sauron had in fact been very like Saruman, and so still understood him quickly and could guess what he would be likely to think and do, even without the aid of Palantiri or of spies, whereas Gandalf eluded and puzzled him. But like all minds of his caste, Sauron's love, originally or later, mere understanding of other individual intellects was correspondingly weaker, and though the only real good in or rational motive for all this ordering and planning and organization was the good of all inhabitants of Arda, even admitting Sauron's reason, he himself came to fear death, the destruction of his assumed bodily form above everything, and sought to avoid any kind of injury of his own. That's a note, sorry. It's even admitting Sauron's right to be their supreme lord. His plans, the idea of coming from his own isolated mind, became sole object of his will and an end, at the end in itself. Morgoth had no plan unless destruction and reduction to nil of a world in which he had only a share can be called a plan. And then about Morgoth, that reason to himself he came Morgoth started to fear death and his own destruction, which was different for Sauron. Kind of. Sauron could not, of course, be sincere atheist, though. Okay, this goes a bit into the other motives. So yeah, very interesting stuff. Using the Force, one of Sauron's abilities? I don't think so, to be fair. Telepathic abilities, illusions, yes. Also manipulating others, maybe, to some degree. But as shown here in the show, it seems a bit strange, using the Force so much. There's no reason why Sauron would mishandle Sauron. Yeah, I find this strange as well, to be honest. Well, let us look. Further down the text, I think it's from the same text, yeah, it's the same text I just read a bit further down the line. And he proved even more skillful than his master, also in the corruption of men who were beyond the reach of the wise. Again, nonetheless, Sauron in time managed to unite them all in unreasoning hatred for the elves and men, blah blah. Master to corrupt men and so on and so forth. It is thus probably to Sauron that we may look for a solution of the problem of chronology. Though of immensely smaller native power than his master, he remained less corrupt, cooler and more capable of calculation. At least in the elder days, and before he was bereft of his lord and fell into the folly of imitating him and endeavoring to become himself supreme lord of Middle-earth. While Morgoth still stood, Sauron did not seek his own supremacy, but worked and schemed for another, desiring the triumph of Melkor, whom in the beginning he had adored. He thus was often able to achieve things first conceived by Melkor, which his master did not or could not complete in the furious haste of his malice. We may assume then that the idea of breeding the orcs came from Melkor, not at first maybe so much for the provision of servants or infantry of his wars of destruction, as for the defilement of the children and blasphemous mockery of the designs of Eru. The details of the accomplishment of this wickedness were, however, left mainly to the subtleties of Sauron. In that case, the conception in mind of the orcs may go far back into the night of Melkor's sword, though the beginning of the actual breeding must await the awakening of men. Here we have the orcs are coming from men idea. In this it's one of the late writings of Tolkien. When Melkor was made captive, Sauron escaped and lay hid in Middle-earth, and it can in this way be understood how the breeding of the orcs, no doubt already began, went on with increasing speed during the age when the Noldor dwelt in Aman, so that when they returned to Middle-earth, they found it already infested with this plague, to the torment of all that dwelled there, elves or men or dwarfs. It was Sauron also who secretly repaired Angband for the help of his master when he returned, and there the dark places underground were already manned with hosts of the orcs before Melkor came back at last, as Morgoth the Black Enemy, and sent them forth to bring ruin upon all that was fair. And although Angband has fallen and Morgoth is removed, still they come forth from the lightless places in the darkness of their hearts, and the earth is withered under their pitiless feet. This then, as many appear, blah blah blah. That's a comment of Christopher Tolkien. When I see Adar, I think of Eol. Yeah, that's actually an interesting comparison. The Sindarin Dark Elf, who was a wonderful character, as you well know. His relationship with his son Maeglin and wife Arivel is epic and tragic. Yeah, it's also weird, to be honest, but it's interesting. It's a very interesting character, I agree. Sauron is the great deceiver. You can't believe a word he says. That's true as well. Sauron's ego took over once Morgoth died. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, yeah. Basically, Eru was writing music like Beethoven was invented Baby Shark. I think deep down the show, Sauron irritated Morgoth and chaos. I read this already. But yeah. So there are quite a few interesting sections in Morgoth's Ring regarding this dialogue. I think it becomes clear that Tolkien put in quite a bit of thought and effort into writing down all these ideas that we can in parts see in the show. The torment that Sauron tormented, that Morgoth tormented Sauron, I don't know. It's really hard to tell how their relationship was. Like Morgoth treated me. You think, what? You know what it is to be tortured at the hands of a god? First of all, Melkor was very powerful, for sure, but he was not a god. Though sometimes the Valar are called gods. Don't get me wrong, but... Celebrimbor thinks WTF. Let me think. What else do we need to discuss? We look further into the dialogue. Do you think? So I don't know. Like, I can't think of, like, I know orcs and elves and a lot of people were tortured and terrible things happened to them. But that this happened to Sauron seems strange. Because we also don't fully know how the concept of pain, I mean, you can also, like, torture in other ways for sure, but I don't know. Like, you have to see it like this, or I see it like this. From all the text I just read, and there were quite a bit of text I just was reading here. I get the impression that Sauron joined Melkor / Morgoth willingly at some point, because he saw this guy get stuff done. He's very powerful, and he has some kind of weird vision that might not 100% align with my vision. But I also know that I don't like the idea of the other dudes. I think I read this here earlier. It's apparent. It was the apparent will and power of Melkor to effect his designs quickly and masterfully that had first attracted Sauron to him, Tolkien writes. And he compares him a bit like to Saruman in a way. And I said this earlier as well, so the comparison kind of sticks out. But this seems like he joined willingly. So why this? No, this feels like nonsense. Maybe there is a reference for this. If so, I don't know it though. So let us look further into. I just got a weird message from my Adobe thing, which I currently do not need. I have to look further into the episode. That's what I want to do. I cannot imagine, he says. I see the end, Celebrimbor. So clearly. I've seen it from the moment I awoke. So this was before the world was created, because these spirit beings exist longer than the world itself. I have seen it from the moment I awoke. But his end, it was different from mine. So what he means with this sentence, chat, that this is now the stuff where I say, okay, that's actually interesting. In parts, you still have Adobe, should probably have dumped them. Yeah, once in the Adobe ecosystem, it's hard to escape their dark web. So what he means here, his end was different from mine, is like he saw the end for the world. Like he had an idea how the world should be, basically. I think that is what he means here with this particular passage. So how the world should be ordered. And when he awoke, he saw how the world, well, at this early time before the world was created, I think he means he saw how things should be. Got with a small g, yeah, kind of. And his end was different from mine. That is true. Sauron had a very different idea for the world than Melkor. For what he wished to destroy, I wish to perfect. And this is exactly what we kind of read here some moments ago. Let me just see if I find the quote. Text is very long. Morgoth, at the time of the War of the Jewels, had become permanently incarnate. For this reason he was afraid and waged war almost entirely by means of devices or subordinates and dominated creatures. A very interesting point. Morgoth let most of his being pass into the physical constitutes of the earth, hence all things that were born on earth and lived on and by it, beasts or plants or incarnate spirits, were liable to be stained. Morgoth, at the time of the War of the Jewels, had become permanently incarnate. For this reason he was afraid, and waged only because he was afraid to be destroyed. Sauron, however, inherited the corruption of Arda and only spent his much more limited power on the rings, for it was the creatures of earth in their minds and wills that he desired to dominate. In this way, Sauron was also wiser than Melkor/Morgoth. Sauron was not a beginner of discord, and he probably knew more of the music than did Melkor, whose mind had always been filled with his own plans and devices and gave little attention to other things. The time of the music of the Ainur is basically the spirit beings, these angels with God, had sung this song, made this music, and this was incarnated by God and became the world. And if you know the music well, you know what will happen, kind of. You know how the world will develop, at least. And this is what Tolkien means here, that Sauron understood this better than Melkor, who just put dissonance into the music and was not interested in the music. He wanted his own music, so to say. In the Discord, and he probably knew more of the music than did Melkor, whose mind had always been filled, blah, blah, blah. Little attention to other things. The time of Melkor's greatest power, therefore, was in the physical beginning of the world. A vast demiurgic lust for power, and the achievement of his own will and designs, and on a great scale. And later, after things had become more stable, Melkor was more interested in and capable of dealing with the volcanic eruption, for example, than with, say, a tree. It is indeed probable that he was simply unaware of the minor and or more delicate productions of Yavanna, such as small flowers. Thus, Morgoth, when Melkor was confronted by the existence of the inhabitants of Arda and other wills and intelligences, he was enraged by the mere fact of their existence, and his only notion of dealing with them was by physical force or the fear of it. His sole ultimate object was their destruction. Elves, and still more men, he despised because of their weakness, that is, their lack of physical force or power over matter, but he was also afraid of them. He was aware, at any rate originally when still capable of rational thought, that he could not annihilate them, that is, destroy their being, but their physical life and incarnate form became increasingly to his mind the only thing that was worth considering. Or he became so far advanced in lying that he lied even to himself. That's also something that Celebrimbor says to Anatar, that he is really the great deceiver, even deceived himself. Didn't post a link. Let me see. You posted Eru is the god, and then dot, and I dot Vala. I don't know. It's sort of the god. It's a link. Sorry for the inconvenience here. If such things were forced upon his attention, he was angry and hated them as coming from other minds than his own. It was the first footnote about flowers. Second note, bracketed note inserted into the text. Melkor could not, of course, annihilate anything of matter. He could only ruin or destroy or corrupt the forms given to matter by other minds in their subcreative activities. So he even lied to himself and pretended that he could destroy them and rid Arda of them altogether. He could not. He could not destroy their spirits. They were indestructible anyway. And then he could destroy their physical form, their life, in a way. But matter as a whole, he could also only transform, not completely destroy. That's also a very interesting thought of Tolkien here. Let's drink something real quick. altogether. Hence his endeavor always to break wills and subordinate them, to absorb them into his own will and being before destroying their bodies. Hence his endeavor always to break wills and subordinate them to or absorb them into his own will and being before destroying their bodies. This was sheer nihilism and negation, its one ultimate object. Morgoth would no doubt, if he had been victorious, have ultimately destroyed even his own creatures, such as orcs, when they had served his sole purpose in using them, the destruction of elves and men. Melkor's final impotence and despair lay in this, that whereas the Valar, and in their degree the elves and men, could still love Arda Mad, that is Arda with a Melkor ingredient, and could still heal this or that hurt, or produce from its very marring, from its state as it was, things beautiful and lovely, Melkor could do nothing with Arda, which was not from his own mind and was interwoven with the work and thoughts of others. Even left alone, he could only have gone raging on till all was leveled again into a formless chaos. And yet, even so, he would have been defeated because it would still have existed, independent of his own mind and a world in potential. Then we come to Sauron in the next section here. Now, it's a very complicated text, to be honest, but it's very interesting. Sauron had never reached this stage of nihilistic madness. He did not object to the existence of the world, so long as he could do what he liked with it. He still had the relics of positive purposes that descended from the good of the nature in which he began. It had been his virtue, and therefore also the cause of his fall and of his relapse, that he loved order and coordination, and disliked all confusion and wasteful friction. I think I read this already. It was the apparent will and power of Melkor to effect his designs quickly and masterfully that had first attracted Sauron to him. Sauron had in fact been very like Saruman. Yeah, we read this here already, basically. Like Saruman, and so still understood him quickly and could guess what he would likely to think and do, even without the aid of Palantiri or of spies, whereas Gandalf eluded and puzzled him. But like all minds of this cast, Sauron's love, originally or later, mere understanding of other individual intelligences, was correspondingly weaker, and though the only real good in, or rational motive for, all this ordering and planning and organization was the good of all inhabitants of Arda, even admitting Sauron's right to be their supreme lord. His plans, the idea coming from his own isolated mind, became the sole object of his will, and the end in itself. There's a footnote, but his capability of corrupting other minds and even engaging their service was a residue from the fact that his original desire for order had really envisaged the good estate, especially physical well-being of his subjects. There's also a letter where Tolkien, I think, describes that is letter number 183. It is from 1956, kind of. I won't read the whole letter, though. The Eldar and the Numenoreans believed in the one, the true God, and held worship of any other person an abomination. Sauron desired to be God-king and was held to be this by his servants. If he had been victorious, he would have demanded divine honor from all rational creatures and absolute temporal power over the whole world. So even if in desperation the West had bred or hired hordes of orcs and had cruelly ravaged the land of other men as allies of Sauron, or merely to prevent them from aiding him, their cause would have remained indefeasibly right, as does the cause of those who oppose now the state, God, and marshal this or that as its high priest, even if it's true, as it unfortunately is, that many of their deeds are wrong, even if it were true, as it is not that the inhabitants of the West, except for a minority of wealthy bosses, live in fear and squalor, while the worshippers of the state God live in peace and abundance, in mutual esteem and trust. That was very hard to read. But yeah, ultimately Sauron wanted to become a god king. That's kind of, I like this phrase because it explains what Sauron's goal was at the end. Like, that is what Sauron actually wanted to achieve. For what he wished to destroy, I wish to perfect. That's basically what Tolkien describes here. So I can definitely agree with this part of the story. The torturing part I find strange, but because he chose to be an ally of Morgoth freely, of Melkor to be precise. The name Morgoth was given to Melkor by Fëanor. When he cursed his name, it's kind of an insult to Melkor, and it was among the enemies of Melkor the Sticked. Like they used this name, similar, I guess, to the name Sauron. I wish to be perfected. Sometimes the pain almost became a reward. No idea what he means with that. Potentially the torture nonsense. It became a game. A contest to see whose will was the mightier. And after all that, you would still choose to inflict the same pain upon me. No. Let me just switch the screen. Maybe we see something else. So he holds now one of the rings. And then he says, you chose it. Not I. Very interesting. What? All depends on the rings. Since you forced me to torment you to bring them into being, I'm but a victim of your obstinance. Eigensinn in German. Just had to look it up. And you, the true author of your own torment. So yeah, it's an interesting thing that he says that. So this dialogue I found quite interesting in many ways. As just, we read a lot of Morgoth's Ring, where quite a few texts and essays of Tolkien are published that go into some of these details to some degree. But yeah, it's kind of interesting how twisted the logic of Sauron is. He chose basically the torment that Sauron forced him, because it all depends on the rings, he says. And since you forced me, torment you to bring them into being. It's kind of his fault. I don't know. I kind of like the twisted logic here, I have to admit, even though it makes no sense, but and then Celebrimbor says something, "You are really the great deceiver." That was a cool line. You can deceive even yourself. That's an interesting line in my opinion, because we read this earlier, that this was also something that I just read. Or he became so far advanced in lying, that was Morgoth actually, so far advanced in lying that he lied even to himself and pretended that he could destroy them and rid Arda of them altogether. So maybe this is very interesting in the context what Tolkien basically describes here is he's the hero of his own story. Yeah, that's also a way to express it. What Tolkien describes here is that Morgoth/Melkor could not achieve his goal because the spirits of the beings in the world were indestructible. And also, even though Morgoth was the most powerful Valar, he was not more powerful than God. Like, in the end, he could not win, but he still endeavored this, and he still did this. And this was only possible, potentially, that's what Tolkien suggests, that he became so advanced at lying that he even could convince himself of this lie. And this is why he continued. And I find a very interesting thought of Tolkien. And in a way, that's also true for Sauron. He says, I see the end. I give the world a new order. But Sauron is not the most powerful entity. It's not even close to the power of Melkor when it comes to this. And then it would mean that the Valar, for example, are more powerful than Sauron. And there's not one of them. There are quite a few. The most powerful are 8. And then I think the total number is 14. Can't remember. I can't memorize the number, to be honest. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 2 times 7, 14. It would be 15 with Melkor. But Melkor we usually don't count. So, kind of interesting, in my opinion. Also, Anatar's not pleased with his answer. I can't memorize all the... Yeah, same. I know the most common ones, but I always forget somebody. But yeah, the leader would be Manwë. Then we have Orome, Mandos. That's 3. We need to come to 7. Ulmo, Irmo, Aule, And which one did I forget? I had Mandos, Irmo. Tulkas. Ha, that's 7. Okay. The female ones are difficult, I think. Varda, the wife of Manwe. Then Nienna. Este is for healing. Yavanna is Mother Nature. Vana, I think. There's actually one I forgot the name. But there must be 2. There's 2 left. There was the young one. There must be an obvious one. Varda I said first, I think. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, Vana is the ever young. Nessa is the dancer. I forgot Nessa completely. And then there's the weaver. I know there's a weaver. I was thinking, yeah, Mandos holds, there's the weaver of the fate, basically. That's the wife of Mandos. Vaire. Nessa and Vaire and Vana. Those I always forget. Esther I can kind of, because I don't know, she's she does healing stuff, so yeah, the Valir, because you know, like Varda, Yavanna, and Nienna, they are the most famous of the female Valar, and yeah, because you know stories where they appear and so on, it's easier to memorize them. Este, maybe. Vaire also appears, but I don't know, I have trouble simply memorizing the name. Vana is very strange. And Nessa is a dancer. I'm not sure what Nessa's task is exactly. So very interesting. Fun fact, Nessa was once in the Book of Lost Tales. She was the daughter of Aule and Yavanna. But yeah, complicated story. Same with Manwe having a son in one draft. Yeah. That stuff also existed. Well, Nessa was just very fast, it seems, and she danced. That were abilities, kind of. It's interesting. Maybe it's more a cultural thing, and maybe a thing of, yeah, I don't know. She also seemed to have some connection to nature. That makes sense when she, in some early version, was the daughter of Yavanna, but I don't know. Yeah, Ionwe is the herald of Manwe. In earlier versions, I think... Yeah, he was the son of Manwe in earlier versions, exactly. But there were even more children in the earlier version. There was also one connected to time and stuff like that. I forgot what was going on there. But yeah, let us look back here into the show. I thought this dialogue was very interesting. I don't understand. And then he just says, finish them. There was an interesting moment in this thing. He was just telling, yeah, and he did this and that, and he said, yeah, you just betray yourself. You can even deceive yourself, kind of. He hit kind of a spot, said, finish it. And good old Celebrimbor is then Anatar leaves him be for the time being so he can focus on his work. Anatar leaves Celebrimbor to finish the rings. That was a very interesting scene, in my opinion. That was one of the best parts, potentially. In general, the interaction between Celebrimbor and Anatar and so on. I love Sauron's whole narcissistic and, hard to say what, and abusive behavior, and Celebrimbor reading him, yeah. Looking at... yeah, that's a good explanation. Tolkien enjoyed his wife dancing and singing, so he made good character like that. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, I guess. So what is the next scene for Celebrimbor? Celebrimbor finishes the last ring, I would say. The last of the 9 rings. So here we get to see it for a brief moment, chat. Look at this. Does not look too bad. And then, yeah, Celebrimbor collects all his 9 rings and tries to destroy them. So we counted right, it were 9 rings that he destroyed. In the trailer analysis. Wasn't sure if it's 8 or 9 or 7 or something, but yeah. Celebrimbor tries to destroy 9 rings in fire. So this call was also right. I made it my prediction video that here he tries to destroy them. That's a pretty cool ring. Yeah, I agree. I think the 9 rings look pretty cool. And then, yeah. The rings... Then we get a cut to the battlefield. So explosions on the battlefield. The elves have like this explosive stuff now that they use against the orcs. The meeting of Elwes, later known as Thingol, and Melian is similar to what happened with him and his wife. Oh, very interesting. I'm glad he started finally regaining his spirit and rebel against Sauron. I was afraid they wouldn't show the final act of defiance, but that they did skim. Yeah. Now Celebrimbor kind of notices, okay, I have to destroy the rings, I have to do something. I kind of like that, because in the books it's kind of like this as well. When he sees his mistake, he tries to make up for it. And even though he fails and maybe could have done it better here and there, it's he really tries, and it's difficult to stand against Sauron for sure. So yeah, orcs get burned and so on. We have some fire reaction here and there in the combat. Elrond and Rian is her name, are fighting. On the battlefield, it's night already. The problem is definitely in the siege. This feels like, okay, the siege started today. It doesn't feel like they were fighting for days here. You know what I mean? Like the day-night cycle is, okay, they started at sunlight when there were clouds and smoke and whatever blocking the sun, and they could fight there. And then here at night, they still need to defend. And he basically says, you go to the dwarves, get this army here, and I will defend it. I would see that Eragon stands when the sun rises, basically. Yeah, that amazing bad boy. That's exactly what I wanted to say as well. Like the showrunners in the interview said, yeah, that were weeks or something. But from my perspective, you did not portray it like it being weeks. So remember when Elrond talks to Vorohil, even now Prince Durin is rallying, so he knows, Adar doesn't know what I know. There's something he doesn't know. And then Vorohil asks, what is that? And then even now Prince Durin is rallying a legion of dwarves to our aid. And at the first rays of sunlight, you will guide them straight into Adar's flank. Outstanding. Write to them now. Meantime, I will ensure that Eragon's walls hold for one more night. So it's not the editing, it's what they say in the script. Elrond says to him, for one more night. And he says it in English. So and you have to consider this was in after the negotiation with Ardar. So he arrives, he's fighting there, and so on. It's hard to tell how long the besieging was going on before Elrond arrived. But the point where Elrond arrives is a day. But we have here if you look at the light, the beginning of this fight here is basically where Elrond is fighting and going with the horse through the mud. It's basically afternoon, and then the fight scene we're currently discussing, and Galadriel leaving the thing. It's at night. The scene you're currently seeing, you see it's dark outside already, so it's definitely night already in this context. And yeah, they're fighting. They're moving through the battlefields a bit. Here, I always wonder where they're going. Like, it always feels like there's this one place where this weird ram is, and they are going back and forth. Like, I really have trouble in this, how this is edited and how this is directed, to get an understanding. What are they doing there all day? Like, are the orcs just consistently sending orcs to this one siege hook, as we have learned, or whatever it was called? The siege machine at the wall that pulls out the bricks. Are they always going there and trying to activate it, and then now they try to blow it up or something? It feels kind of like it. So they only have one of these siege machines, while also the siege engine's not hitting the wall. I feel like the portrayal of time, how long this battle lasted and so on, like maybe a day, 2 days, a couple of days, but it doesn't feel like weeks. So yeah, they're just moving over the battlefield. We don't have to go through all the scenes. Is there something interesting in the background? Some, I don't know, interesting shot? I can't tell you. We have Rian there. There is Eregion elf soldier in the background or something. He has a name. He's credited at least. Now, you know why? Because there's a fire stunt close to him, so he's potentially some stuntman or so that portrays the soldier. Yeah, maybe there's an extended version at some point or so, I don't know. There was an orc falling down there. Okay, there's an interesting scene which I don't fully understand. I will look at this for a moment. Elrond does things. Is this like a mercy kill or something that Elrond is doing there? I think that's a horse, chat. This scene I did not understand, but this is a horse. See, there are the hooves. So it seems like this is a dead horse. And I think Elrond kills the horse because to end its suffering or something. I never noticed this. Yeah, I think he kills the horse. Yeah, Rian will be missed for sure. She had a cool slow-mo moment though. Yeah, in the meantime, which I find not bad to be honest, because this is something that Gandalf also explains. 9 rings or Celebrimbor takes the 9 rings out of the fire. In the meantime, we cut back to Celebrimbor, rings out of the fire. Hard to tell, chat. I think it's in shadow. Either it's in. I think it's in what is it? Shadow of the Past, right? Yeah, he says to Frodo, "It's quite cool," said Gandalf. "Take it." Frodo received it on his palm, feeling thicker and heavier than ever. Hold it up, look closely, and then the thing is here. I think here it is. Your small fire, of course, Gandalf says this to Frodo, of course, could not melt even ordinary gold. This ring has already passed through it unscathed and even unheated. But there is no smith's forge in the Shire that could change it at all. Not even the anvils and furnaces of the dwarves could do that. It has been said that dragon fire could melt and consume the rings of power. But there is not now any dragon left on Earth in which the old fire is hot enough, nor was there ever any dragon, not even on Calagon the Black, who could have harmed the One Ring, the ruling ring. for that was made by Sauron himself. There's only one way to find the cracks of doom in the depths of Orodruin, the Fire Mountain, and cast the ring in there if you really wish to destroy it, to put it beyond the grasp of the enemy forever. So Gandalf here says that it is said that dragonfire could melt and consume rings of power. That was the only source of heat that was possible. And like the dragonfire is of course considered in Tolkien's world something very special, it seems. I also would have wished they introduced the character. Myrdania worked a bit better. I really feel bad, for example, for Myrdania dying. Even though she had not the biggest role in the show, but she had some lines. She was very nice. Or very friendly is the better word, maybe. She felt like a very empathic character. When she saw Halbrand in the cold, she said, he seems wounded, maybe we should help him, you know? And sorry for chewing into the microphone. So yeah, here we learn that the fire can't melt it. And it's like the same move as Gandalf. He tries to touch it. And lets go very fast and notices, oh, it's not hot. Rings of power are not hot. He touches them and thinks they are hot. No, they're not. Yeah, I mute myself often in doing the stream, but sometimes I forget to unmute. I don't know why. When I get distracted by other stuff or so. God, the tempo we're getting through the show is terrible. And then, yeah, he puts the rings into this little bag. And this will play an important role later. Celebrimbor puts the 9 rings into a bag. This is called a bag? Maybe. Because he knows he can't destroy them, so he has to hide them or something before his friend comes back. What the show does not explain. Very interesting. Everyone tries to open his handcuffs. What the show does not explain is why does he need to get rid of this? Because this handcuff is only on one of his hands. Is it ever explained, like where the other side of the handcuff is placed to? Is it maybe like where's the chain leading to? Is it connected to the forge that he can't leave the forge or something? How long is his chain? A lot of questions I have. Okay, something interesting just happened in the room next to me. The smoke alarm thing ran out of batteries and is now doing at frequent times this very high-pitched sound. What do you call it? Yeah, smoke detector or whatever. So I have to switch batteries because it might be annoying if it beeps all the time. Be right back, chat. Okay, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. I can hear the beep. Yeah, it's very loud and annoying. So I got a new battery and now it's gone. Kind of funny that this early in the morning, this thing here starts making strange sounds. But whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, he tries to open the handcuffs. I have not understood why he needs to do this. Because in a previous scene, when we see him walking around, one moment, chat. Everyone grab a snack. Basically that. Chain of Celebrimbor. If you, like, there's a previous scene here, this one. It's out of focus here for whatever reason. But what is interesting in this particular scene is that you see the chain here. So it seems to be long. And he can move from there to here without any problem. So maybe the chain is connected to something here. That he can't leave the forge. That's the only explanation why he needs to get rid of it. I feel though, I personally would always like knowing why. You know what I mean? Like, why does he need to get rid of this chain? Celebrimbor tries to get rid of his handcuff. I don't need to show you the scene here. But yeah, he tries to pull his hand out. It doesn't work. His finger is basically in the way. So he comes up with a not so great solution. What I find interesting is look how decorated this chain is. Like, look at this chain. It's not like, looks like a pretty nice looking chain, isn't it? Found this interesting. It is connected to his foot. Oh, is it? But then why would he need to get it away? It seems like he can move around perfectly fine. They could at least try to cut his chain, yeah, with the metal cutter he has on the desk. I mean, he probably, like, it doesn't mean he is able to cut it, don't get me wrong, but like, he is in a workshop. I mean, they do metal works, and he has no ways to open this chain. It's kind of strange. It's a joke why it's moved everyone. Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe there was a scene where you can see it or something. He's in a forge, yes. I mean, he does not have much time, and he has to get rid of this chain before Anatar comes back. There's some kind of urgency, so he can't, I don't know, heat the chain up and melt it or something. I think that doesn't work, but yeah, I don't know. So yeah, he decides to cut off his thumb with his metal cutter machine thing here. Very unpleasant, I have to admit. I think, oh no, that looks already unpleasant. Look at this. This is already weird. Huh? This cut, I have no understanding of how it should work. Okay. Celebrimbor escapes. He's an artisan. Yeah, that's definitely rough. Pretty drastic though. The audience needs a run-up for this kind of body horror normally. Yeah, that's true. It comes a bit out of nowhere, kind of, right? So when I saw the metal cutter, I thought, oh no, he's not going to use that. Yeah, at least they cut away. So, however, there's this thing here. And then he moves a bit forward. First I thought this is like a grappling hook left to him, you know what I mean? But it's the fallen down gate thing. It's part of the gate. This one it has a grappling hook. And then what is weird, the next cut that we see is this one. Look at this, chat. What I find weird on this particular scene here is there's a stair now. Like, he opens this thing. It looks like, I don't know, a ventilation vent, or I don't know what this is. Something like that, where he escapes down. Like, it seems not the ordinary way. But why is there suddenly a stair? Very strange in my opinion, but whatever. That is not big of a deal. I just found it very weird that it seems... No, it's not a stair, chat. This is water flowing out. Oh, okay. So it's an aqueduct or something. I know why there's water flowing out of the thing, but now I see it. Yeah, on this shot you maybe see it better. But there's actually yeah, you can see it here. There's actually water there flowing down the stairs. So it's okay, everything is okay. It seems like through this, maybe it's some sewer system, or I don't know where the water's coming from the tower. It doesn't make too much sense, but yeah, I was just wondering what stair it is. But it seems it's not a stair. Or maybe it's just water flowing out. And then, yes, I don't know. You see it already here in the background, by the way. No. Here. There's something flying in his general direction. Can't really tell if that's what hits. No, it does not hit him. Here it hits down there where the well is. I was more surprised by the water on the stairs, yeah. Also, before he cuts off his thumbs, he repeats what Sauron says, basically. Let us see who has the greater will, or something like this. Let's see what he says exactly. Also, kind of like this reference. Whose will is the mightier? That is what he says there. It's kind of weird. The thing that you see flying there lands there and hits the ground. People, of course, constantly screaming, and then all of a sudden, something is exploding behind him. That I found, I wouldn't say strange is the wrong word, but we don't see the source of the explosion. So there's just an explosion suddenly behind him. I can show you the other scene all as well. Like here, there's the explosion, and then he falls over again. And then he lands down and is found by his guards, basically. Who, interestingly, all or some of them seem to be still alive, which is surprising. And interestingly, the first assumption heart beating faintly. Look what he's done to himself. The old fool really has gone mad. So they think that he has hurt himself. You are to remain the tower, so as to not be a danger to yourself. Anata, Lord of Eregion. But it's kind of it's kind of, yeah, what to say. He's very... He escaped the tower finally. He's found by his guards, and then, yeah, they don't believe him. They think, yeah, we have to bring you back into the tower. Poor Celebrimbor. Also, he's thrown around by explosions multiple times, and so on. It's a really rough day for him. How do they see them? Yeah, it's kind of interesting that the guards are just chilling there while people are dying, and this shit, the city is shot at by the siege machines. And then Galadriel appears and stops the guards. Here was again the teleporting stuff going on. You know what I mean? Suddenly, I mean, she says, yeah, the old dwarven tunnel or something like that. Okay, cool, but why? Where does it come from all of a sudden? Why did we never hear about the old dwarven tunnel before? Could have become handy. Maybe the show should have established this kind of earlier. But, yeah, I don't know. Sorry for the weird sound. The secret, yeah, I think the Dwarven Tunnel might be a reference to the secret escape route in Gondolin. The difference with the secret escape route in Gondolin is that Idril had the gift of foresight. She knew something, what I assume at least. It was in her family, to say the least. And at some point, she started to secretly creating the secret escape tunnel. Like, this was actually created in the plot of Gondolin for, you could argue, no particular reason, but maybe a magical reason. She had foresight or whatever. But yeah, Idril made this tunnel at some point in the story of Gondolin. It's not coming out of nowhere there. But I don't mind that they reference it or so, but it was never mentioned here. And this is what I mean. Like, Eregion is a bit annoying in this regard, in my opinion, because, yeah. In this regard, because they can, like, the writers decide who can enter Eregion and who can't. And which messages arrives Eregion or from Eregion to Lindon or whatever, and which message does not arrive there, and so on. And this feels always very constructed, in my opinion. I was not a huge fan of this. I feel like in the battlefield, yeah, I didn't look too deep into it now that we have streamed this. But if we think about Elrond fighting the horse, not the horse, burying his horse basically. And then cut, it's already night. And Elrond is suddenly on the battlefield, doing things there, fighting with a friend. But you never get like a good feeling where they are. I mean, yes, there's a long time, so it's plausible that he moved there somewhere on the battlefield. But like quite a bit of chunk of Elrond doing something is missing in a way. And then what does Gil-galad do all the time in the meantime? Where is he even? And then suddenly he's there. You know, if you look into all of this, it often feels really teleport heavy, to say the least. And what I find, so, but back to Galadriel. Galadriel listens to Celebrimbor, and Celebrimbor almost thinks that Galadriel, or says even something like Celebrimbor says something like, "I thought you were an illusion," and he also she says like, "But the Lord of Eregion ordered," and he said, "This is the Lord of Eregion." Yeah, he shows his hand. I won't show this here on the screen. "When I saw you," he says to her, "for a moment I was certain that you were but another illusion." I think that's a cool moment in a way. Even we as I mean, the problem is the show does it so poorly with the teleportation and so on. So you know already that Galadriel teleports. Like, this would be an interesting teleport, actually. Now thinking about it from a dramatic point of view, like you could have played with the thing that maybe Celebrimbor, I don't know, made an illusion where he looks like Galadriel all of a sudden and tries to mess with him further or whatever reason. And then it would make sense that suddenly Galadriel is there. And then you could make a teleport like this from outside of the place to inside the place. The problem with this scene, though, is, in my opinion, especially now, this would be very smart, because now, let's just imagine for a moment, Galadriel here would not be Galadriel, but basically Sauron in disguise. Or an illusion of Sauron. And he's now giving the rings to Sauron freely or something. That would be, and then Sauron's just out of here through the secret dwarven tunnel. That would be pretty impressive, to be honest. The problem with this scene, though, is that, or with this show, is that they use teleportation of characters so often that it's completely plausible that, you know, this is Galadriel. She said, "I know a secret way into the city." Oh, cool. Awesome. And also a moment later we see that Arondir is there. So this play kind of doesn't work, in my opinion. It's I think very difficult to make to put the viewer into disbelief. Is this now Halbrand? Is this now Sauron, or is this really Galadriel? But since Galadriel actually goes there and so on, I don't know. I think there would be, like, directing wise and putting this into play and writing wise, I think this scene had more potential than the actually than used here in the show. I'm not sure if this is what they were going for. So Sauron notices that Celebrimbor is gone. They both look up. I think you hear a scream or something. Let me just see what chat is saying. Aronde is there, and she went with him, so it would be really cool. But now it's Galadriel. Yeah, it's definitely Galadriel. I also think this. I just think you could have fooled the viewer a moment longer and let him wonder if this is illusion or not. If the show would not consistently rely on the teleporting, well, teleporting is the usual way of moving characters around because they don't have time. Like, if it would be just at times the character, like sometimes it's okay to teleport a character because you don't need to show the way in all its detail. But if the show would have done this more consequently, especially in this episode, then this illusion would be more believable because you could say, well, they could teleport at her, but it could also be Sauron, actually. It could be an illusion. You could make basically Galadriel appearing here feel out of place, but it does not feel out of place. And when it's out of place, you could make the viewer think. It's a bit hard to explain. But let's say there would be no teleports in the show, and suddenly Galadriel teleports here. You could make the viewer believe that this is Sauron, because they would usually show that there are no teleports in the show. You know what I mean? And then they could play with you and say, well, it's really Galadriel, it's not Sauron, we just tricked you. You know what I mean? That would be possible. I mean, they can decide how they want to resolve if it's now really Galadriel or not, but it's a bit difficult to explain. I think maybe I'm also wrong with this. Hard to tell, but I feel like they could have done more with this scene or illusion or whatever. Another cruelty devised to torment me with false hope. Sauron? More rings? 9. 9 rings to enslave the world of men. As he enslaved me. He says now, it was my fault. From the beginning, a part of me knew I wanted what he offered. I blinded myself to what he was. The other said, so did I. That's, I think, a very cool moment between these two, because they kind of understand, like Galadriel understands how he got tricked, because she got tricked herself once as well. Like, she has found somebody who has made the same experience, which are kind of few. It would be a cool moment of doubt. I'm not sure if this would work. I mean, really, can't anybody be anybody at this point? No powers are defined. Yeah, that's true. Why does anybody believe Galadriel when she's been wrong before? I mean, still Galadriel. She's like the granddaughter of the king. She is even the... it's not the granddaughter. Like, her mother is Indis. I think Indis is the niece, I think, of the king of all elves. So Galadriel is not a nobody in the world of elves. And sometimes, and not all people know that she did something wrong. Like, the things Galadriel did wrong are not that well known, if that makes sense. And Galadriel also said, don't treat with Halbrand. So she warned. In a way, she could have done it better, but she did not screw up in the context of Eregion so much that people could say, yeah, we will never trust you again. There was something I wanted to do, I forgot which it was. I want to switch the scene here. Yeah, I want to switch it back to this scene here. It says, I think I want to make screenshots simply. Sauron then shouts in the tower, and Galadriel looks up. And Celebrimbor suggests that suggests that he goes, Celebrimbor and guards go arrest Sauron. Galadriel escapes or something. I'm not sure what Galadriel now does with this. I would be curious what your suggestions are here, chat. What do you think Galadriel is doing next? So the guards basically say, it is him, hurry. That old dwarven tunnel I used to enter the city undetected. So yeah, well, cringe who does not use the old dwarven tunnel, I guess. I made this joke too many times, I'm sorry, but I just find that it's such a stupid writing. She's the daughter of the king? Well, yeah, Finarfin is the king of the Noldor elves in Aman. That is true, actually, yeah. Finwë is dead, so Finwë would be the king before, and she's the granddaughter of Finwë. However, there's also Ingwë. That is what I wanted to look up, I now remember. Her grandmother is Indis, and Indis is... Is this a sister even? No, it just says she's close kin to... However, it doesn't matter. The grandmother, her father was literally the first king of the Noldor elves, and her grandmother, grandfather, first king of the Noldor elves. Her grandmother is Indis, and she is close kin to Ingwë. Ingwë is the king of all elves, not only the king of the Vanyar elves. So he's like the highest king of high kings. And then, yeah, I don't know. The Noldor elves currently are led by her father, Finarfin. So he's the king of the Noldor elves in Aman, though Gil-galad at this time is the king of the high king of the Noldor elves in Middle Earth. The difference. They know that Halbrand went to Eregion. And she knows that Halbrand is Sauron. So when Halbrand now comes to Eregion, she must know that if Halbrand is gone and became Anatar, basically, even though she can't know that, it's kind of a good point by you, annoying critic, don't get me wrong. But she has not met Anatar yet, if that makes sense. But she can, I think, she can know that Sauron is in Eregion and does things there. That she can know. Because Elrond has to defend the city till day, because in day the dwarves come. When the sun rises. I have to watch something here, the episode. The old dwarven tunnel. It will bear you and the rings far from here. I cannot. It must be you. He will realize what happened. He will come for the rings. I will ensure it is some time before that comes to pass. take the rings, save anyone in the city you can. So this is basically something. It would be cool if Elrond had to do this, because Elrond's mother, and Tuor, not Elrond's mother, Elrond's grandmother and grandfather did the same thing in Gondolin. Though to be fair, Idril is also related to Galadriel, because Idril is the daughter of Turgon, and Turgon is a brother of Finarfin. So Turgon is not the brother, the nephew. These complicated elven lines are just a nightmare to navigate. But Fingolfin's son is Turgon, and Fingolfin is the uncle of Galadriel. Turgon, Fingolfin. Turgon, the father of Idril, which is Turgon is the father of the Turgon is the great grandfather of Elrond, right, chat? Yeah, Turgon is the great grandfather. So Eärendil is a father. Tuor and Idril are the grandparents, so the parents of his father. And Turgon is his great grandfather. And the great grandfather is the cousin of Galadriel. So Turgon is a cousin of Galadriel, if that makes sense. But it's kind of interesting that Elrond is also related with Galadriel, but yeah. So in a way, she does basically what the daughter of his cousin does. It's complicated, chat, at this time. So take these rings, save anyone in the city you can, hurry. No. I don't let you face him alone. I built the city. My place is here. And he will not be alone. The nephew. Yeah, Turgon is the nephew. Yeah, it's complicated, chat. Maybe it's not cousin, maybe it's cousin one remove. I don't know. But you kind of. A distant cousin. Isn't it cousin, though? Fingolfin is the uncle. No, Turgon is the cousin of Galadriel, because the uncle is Fingolfin. Fingolfin is the uncle, and the son of the uncle is the cousin of Galadriel. Yeah. Whatever. The great elves are all great elves are distantly related, like royal families in real life. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I'm sorry I brought him here, she says. Also interesting line. I'm sorry I wasn't stronger. And then Gilberto says, neither of us was strong enough. Nobody was strong enough. Or there might not be anyone in Middle-earth who is. But perhaps the elves need only remember it's not strength that overcomes darkness, but light. Armies may rise. It comes like a somewhat a tried. Does somebody recognize is this like a quote? I didn't recognize it really. Hearts may fail, yet still light endures as it's mightier than strength. Celebrimbor is her first cousin's one removed. Yes. Because Celebrimbor's father is the cousin of Galadriel, right? Like Fëanor would be her uncle as well, though it's just the half-brother of her father, but let's put that aside. Then Curufin would be... Yeah, Fëanor's her uncle, Curufin would be her cousin, yeah, kind of like that. Turgon's cousin, yeah. Maybe a bit behind. For in its presence all darkness must flee. Namarie, she says to Galadriel. That's of course kind of... that's an interesting... I mean, it's not unusual. It basically means farewell. But there's a lament of Galadriel, and this text is also often called Namarie. Or, yeah, Galadriel's lament. And yeah, it ends with these words. Namarie nai hier wallaye Valimar nai el... Oh, that's difficult to say in Quenya. Elie? I think it's Elie. Hirwa Namarie. A bit difficult to read here in this thing here. Hiru Valje. It's written in Quenya, so it's Quenya, so it's Valje. Valimar. Understood. We'll need to practice a bit to read this here kind of in a good fashion, but yeah. Reminded me of this. Galadriel was not strong enough to tell Celebrimbor that Halbrand was Sauron. Yeah, maybe not. I also didn't like the line, to be honest. Like, this could have been written better, in my opinion. I also think that, yeah, I don't know. I could imagine that Galadriel won't see Celebrimbor again alive. Felt like a little Peter Jackson moment here again, which I don't mind. But sometimes I would love if the show comes up with kind of their own ways to do things. I don't know, Chad. How did you like this little dialogue? It reminded me a bit of Sam, especially with the cross cutting. Like, therefore, that the show wants to stand on its own feet and do its own thing. It often feels like they definitely reference Lord of the Rings a lot. Celebrimbor leaves to go to Anatar. That I find also kind of strange, I have to admit. Like, Celebrimbor is clearly heavily injured. He needs to see a doc as soon as possible, I would say. What is strange, though, they were talking all the time, and Sauron already noticed that Celebrimbor is gone. So why does Anatar stay in the tower? Why does he not come outside? Like, in theory, they should meet halfway or something. I liked it, but I bet the rest of the chat didn't. Hard to tell, to be honest. Galadriel now has 9 rings. Galadriel puts 9 rings into her inventory. So yeah, I find it a bit strange. Like, I think it's a good idea to give it Galadriel and then take it away, but Galadriel's priority should be chat. When there's a secret tunnel into the city, there's so many stupid things with a stupid secret tunnel. Honestly. He kind of is, yes. But the question is the following. I think Celebrimbor was busy. Like, who knows about the secret tunnel? There must be more people. Maybe the captain knows about the secret tunnel as well. Why did they not use the secret tunnel to bring people out already, out of the city, to evacuate? Why does now, after, I don't know, weeks of siege, Galadriel, it's now her task to bring people out of the city? Like, also Mirdania could have maybe known about this. Yeah, the secret tunnel is just stupid in my opinion. I don't fully get it. Yeah, definitely he's giving time to get away, but in theory, if the city is attacked and people are dying, why not use the tunnel for the civilians to bring them out? Why does he say... I mean, if he would just say, leave the city with the rings, okay, I get this. But why did they not reveal the secret tunnel earlier for people to escape or something? That seems a bit strange. There was no one in charge. I mean, Anatar and Mirdania. Well, if Mirdania knew about the secret tunnel, then Sauron know about the secret tunnel. He could have... he doesn't need any elves in the city. So he could say, just let them go through the secret tunnel and so they are safe. That would have helped also make him appear more reasonable. The captain could have, somebody in this, it can't be that only Celebrimbor and Galadriel know about the secret tunnel and nobody else. It's also a dwarven tunnel, so I don't fully understand that, to be honest. I find that strange. Why is now Galadriel here? Also, when Sauron was on top and didn't see, it didn't find the rings. He's now searching up there. Why does he not go and search for Celebrimbor instead? Because he could guess that Celebrimbor has the rings and tries to hide those from him. Wait a minute. Can't Galadriel put on the rings and wipe everybody out? No, she can't, because she knows Sauron touched those rings most likely. As a result, it would be too dangerous to touch those rings for her. Oh, I actually saw something interesting, chat. So now we cut back to the battlefield. Siege engine shoots at wall. That's the first time the siege engine does something against the wall, I think. Look at this, chat. They are attacking at least close to the wall over there. But the cat, isn't it to, like, the siege, like, it's also a strange shot. The siege engine, now we're in full nitpicking mode, I guess. But I think this is the siege engine they need to destroy the wall. And look where they are shooting. Isn't it a bit close? If they destroy this thing, I don't know if they can destroy the wall, because it seems they only have one of those things. So yeah, in the next scene we have the scene where Elrond finally instructs Rian to destroy the siege engine, I think. But shouldn't be the troll there first? I don't know, chat. No, there must be multiple of those. Yeah, that's so weird. So Rian does not like the situation. She at least got some lines here finally, so we have her talking a bit. She's not happy about the plan that's going to happen. But yeah, they're moving forward a bit close to the siege thing. Unfortunately, Rian gets hit by arrows. While they move forward, Rian gets hit. Unfortunately. And also very convenient that thousands of people are fighting around her when she gets hit, basically. You see all the people behind, and she is the one getting shot. If it's so easy to shoot these arrows, why don't the other elven soldiers fighting there in the background don't get shot? Like that's a bit stupid in my opinion. Like I said, it's very convenient. Though some of the shots battle like some of the shots of course are pretty cool, I have to admit, but it's not like it's completely wrong. It's a fantasy show after all. There's a lot of stuff going on, and explosions and fire, and the light looks pretty cool in all of this. So yeah, Rian takes a shot. In slow motion, of course. And hit the tank of the siege engine, which is of course explosive, like a little bottle thing with the burning arrow, and blows the siege engine up. Pretty cool explosion, in my opinion. And yeah, unfortunately, Rian, I think does she get shot a few more times or so? And yeah, I don't know. Elrond definitely does it kind of right, even though it sounds weird. Like, he appreciates, of course, that Rian did the shot, and he knows, okay, he can't let this sacrifice go to pieces, you know. He has to use the situation. Now he charges forward with his men and tries to attack the orcs. Now the siege engine is basically destroyed and so on. He has to make a move to use the situation or something. And tries to, I don't know, is there another siege engine? I mean, didn't she just blow up a siege engine or something? Like, I don't fully understand all of this, to be honest. I mean, when they were talking about the siege engine there, this siege hook or whatever it was called. Yeah, we see this orc here. So it's close to the wall and so on. They will breach the wall soon, Commander, won't they? No, Rian. Our enemy will not breach that wall. A single arrow from you may yet turn the tide. How many torch arrows do you have left? Enough to do my part. Clear line of sight. Follow me. Yeah, and there's this other shot where they move forward and she shoots even the arrow. You can even see the arrow going on into the direction of this siege engine thing. That's what I mean why the fight is a bit in my review, where I said the fight is a bit confusing. Here you see the arrow flying. Very cool shot, by the way. That's also why it's in slow motion to, I think, kind of catch the arrow that is shot. I assume it's actually real or so. Would be very cool filming if it's real. But maybe it's not, I don't know. And the orcs are also standing next to the siege engine. You see the siege engine stuff there, and it blows up in a gigantic explosion. Sorry for not looking at chat for so long, but I just found it weird to look at this. Rian is a badass episode, yeah, for sure. It was a budget siege. They didn't have money for a second siege engine, yeah, maybe. Explosions are epic, yeah, explosion looks very cool. Yeah, there's a pocket for the brooch. I agree. It makes no sense that Galadriel leaves the brooch behind. The brooch, how that's pronounced. Selina Lowe is playing Rian. Selina Lowe, I'm not sure. She's a British actress. I have not seen, I think, any films with her though, so I don't know her. So she did martial arts when she was growing up, but got a knee injury and then had to give up on her hobby. Don't ask me. Seems like they could have blown up the wall after they took the first stones out and put some of those barrels in the opening. Yeah, they could have maybe blown up the wall, but maybe it's less, I don't know. Convenience. Woke up momentarily. A Chris stream. Yes. Sorry. Everyone following that one and only arrow as they already know what is going to happen. Yes. I thought it's because all of these small islands. The strange thing about the battles, none of these sacrifices ultimately do anything. The wall still comes down, Celebrimbor still gets captured, Arondir still gets knocked out, etc. That is true, but that's also war in a way, so I don't know. But yeah, from a writing perspective, there's very little payoff all the time. Dagrano means attack, I think. There's also cool, that's an interesting scene, which I still don't understand. He says, Elrond shouts, destroy it. But destroy what? I mean, it's such a cool shot here, I have to admit. I really like that one. But she blew up the siege engine. That's how I understand it. There are even parts of the siege engine or something. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was like the siege engine. Maybe it just blew away the orcs. Hey, I don't understand the siege engine. Like, she shot at it, and in this scene, this is after the explosion. Elrond charges forward, and the siege engine is still there. Like, look at this. I don't understand this. This is a siege engine. This is the thing, this ladder thing leading up, or the tree, or whatever it is. And this thing is still... oh, you can't see it when I move the arrow. Here, this is the tree. This is a siege engine. It's always the same wall, by the way, where the whole battle plays at this particular wall, and it is still there. That is very strange. Just from... Like, what did they just do with this slow motion scene? One orc survived the explosion, and the other orc is still burning. See this, chat? So this dude shoots the arrow at her, and this guy is still burning. Here's the siege engine. There's smoke coming from it. But it seems to be still intact. So I don't fully understand this part of the battle. Maybe I'm not alone with this. Because now Elrond goes to the siege engine. I mean, the battle looks kind of cool. Look at this. That's a pretty cool shot. Like, it's a very busy shot. And you see the siege engine there. To bring up Mr. Arrow here again. There's a siege engine, I assume, right? Maybe here's another? I'm not sure. Maybe they have multiple of those. I don't fully understand this, though. Like, the show is not good at explaining this to me, I think. They didn't figure out how to have an orc run and dive under the wall to blow it up until the third age at Helm's Deep. In theory, they shouldn't have explosives. Chris at the host. Chris is the host, if that's what you mean. Yes, I'm Chris, and I'm from Germany. Orcs got bottle you never seen. Oh, pony. Didn't figure out how to blow up. Okay, read this old pony along. Oh, yes, this is another Helm's Deep reference. I see elves firing arrows all around from the walls, but there can't be more than 5 or 10 orcs working on the Ravager. Why didn't they send more arrows that way? I don't know. Like, it feels really strange. Especially the arrows only hit Rian. Like, there's... for no other, like... That I find, even though I think the shots are cool, I find it very strange if there's one character, maybe one of the few characters with a bow on this battlefield, and she gets instantly shot. It's like there is a no bow agreement between orcs and elves, and the elves broke it. And then the orcs put out their bows and kill the archer of the elves, and then they continue to melee fighting again. That I find a bit strange, to be honest. Like, why is not Elrond and the others, even though I don't want that Elrond is shot by orc arrows, but why are not, like, the orcs, shouldn't the orcs try to kill the elves? So when they have archers there available, why don't they use those archers to kill the elves? You know what I mean? It just feels very strange. They have a singular Ravager. Elves are very good at dodging. Plot armor. Yeah. Zack Snyder and snuck into the editing room at launch time and added the slow-mo scenes behind their backs as a gotcha joke to Amazon for not letting him make a Blood Moon movie over or whatever it was called. So yeah, I mean that's it's for the drama, for the tension and so on. But I don't know. It's very convenient, in my opinion, that this happens. Then Commander Gluck and Adar. I'm not sure if his name is Gluck or Glück, because at some point he's spelled in subtitles with an umlaut U. So in the meantime, Adar and Gluck are talking. I'm not sure what they are saying to each other, though. Yeah, and then he basically says, send him in. Lord Father, he will kill our own kind. And it says, send him in. I like this little tremble in the voice of Adar. He feels like, okay, we need to send him in now. And they mean, of course, Damrod. You have Gluck. Look at this shot. Like, you see in the light that the mask or the prosthetics of him are very, very detailed, in my opinion. So, yeah, really good work there on the costumes. He also has real chainmail, I think. It looks at least quite real. And then, yeah, Arondi appears for the first time. And yeah, then Arondir also appears and shoots his first orc, I think, in the battle of Eregion, that is. I mean, he shot also in the camp, but here on the battlefield. And then, yeah, Damrod appears. And Arondir sees him, of course, and says, "Oh no, Damrod. I know this guy, maybe not, I'm not sure." And he kicks away the siege engine right next to him. It's a bit hard to see, so we'll zoom in a bit. I think on this guy they spend quite a bit of visual effect budget, so... And yeah, he kicks this thing away. It's a bit tough to see, but the best I can do is, yeah, he just kicks it away. Looks kind of funny in my opinion. It was a kind of a cool scene that he, I don't know, comes there, just kicks away the siege engine. He seems to not really care what's going on. Where was Damrod waiting? I don't know. In the camp or something, the forest. I mean, it's still an elven city, and they had walls and so on. Feels a bit strange, to be honest. And yeah, here we learn in the next scene what our friend... Anatar does. In the meantime, he searches for the 9 rings, chat. Who would have guessed? And yeah, throws things around. And then, yeah, Celebrimbor faces Anatar with his guards. So the show kind of tells us that this I find a bit strange, this setup for this. So we hear Anatar screaming in the tower. Like, they look up or something at some point. Yeah, Sauron shouts. We hear him shout in the background. Then they look up to the tower. And then they talk for quite some time. So he noticed that Celebrimbor is not there anymore. And then he is suddenly there, in the moment when he's searching for the stuff a little bit. So why is Sauron not saying, okay, he will most likely not hide the stuff here. To find the rings, I need to find Celebrimbor. Where could he be? So I should maybe leave the tower and search for him. But instead he decides to stay on top of the tower in the forge, and until, in the meantime, he has like talked 5 minutes to Galadriel, and then he comes back and he's still up there searching for the rings. I find this, I don't know. This is very nitpicky by my side, to be honest, but I find it a bit strange. I still want to know why Elrond and Adar don't join together. It's clear that elves in the city are working with Elrond and not with Sauron. In fact, the whole battle is pointless when you think about it. Yeah, it kind of is for sure. All what Adar doesn't want this city. Adar wants just Sauron. So they could say, yeah, how about that? We bring out Anatar, we bring out Sauron, and then we kill him. Because their goal is just so similar. So the guards then, go in and surround Sauron. In the forge, of course, it's still on top there. And then Sauron kills the guards, or lets the guards kill themselves, or whatever. With like his cool hand movement or something. Makes no sense. Yeah, it's a bit strange. We trade Galadriel for Anatar. Pretty sure that wouldn't fly with the elves under his way. I just want to keep the orcs safe by making the elves more upset with us since I destroyed their city, even though all I want is Sauron, who Galadriel and I can take care of on our own. Maybe, I think they can't take care of Sauron, to be honest. I think he's simply too powerful. I think they just vastly underestimate him. What's his name? Malendol. Captain Malendol. Well, he dodges the attack of Malendol and then kills him as well. Not sure what dialogue-wise is happening here. Why they need to destroy the city, since they know he's a big threat, so I don't think Joe and Larry or Guy will do much against him. And they all can go live in Mordor with their families, everybody's happy. You shall not find them here. They will be far from your reach by now. I wouldn't even tell him that, to be honest. I would say it would be much smarter for him to say that he hit them, that they hit the rings here somewhere. That's an interesting line, though. Then you are going to bring them to me and place them in my hand. Your hand will never touch another ring again. Well, I think that's wrong. Well, the mind ability, we also already demonstrated that he has the ability against Galadriel, that he's very strong and can kind of block Galadriel's attack and so on. I think they also showed in season 1 that this force movement stuff, this is new, I think, yes. By order of the true Lord of Eregion, you, Sauron, are hereby and he says, "You think it was only you who put yourself into my power?" And yeah, that was kind of the scene here. "You will give me the 9, he says at the end. And Celebrimbor says, "Screw me, my day's already so bad." Celebrimbor is screwed, I think, is how I call the screenshot. I think that's a good name for it. Just troll Sauron. To be fair, if he would troll Sauron like this, he would maybe torture you until you reveal where the rings are. So that's also not great, I think. I think that is the last time we see Celebrimbor in this episode, right? And then Damrod basically appears. So Damrod appears on the battlefield. So cut back to the battlefield. Damrod is there and does Damrod things. And yeah, now we have some dialogue here actually. He must not reach the wall. Because for the wall it's actually dangerous. So Damrod protects himself from arrows. We had this scene already. We talked about the banner, if it could be in the show, and I feel like this is kind of, yeah, the banner, if you think about it. Just with two people. So I could imagine they show something like this in the show. Also, Gluck is not happy with Adar. He looks at Adar. That's another scene we got right next, basically. Like, what do you think that Gluck might also, I don't know, kill Adar or something, or stab him or so at some point? Because it feels like that he built. Like, they build Gluck up all the time, showing this so many times that Gluck is very unhappy with that so many of his orc friends are sent to death and so on, and it seemed very senseless to him. Yeah, that's a good point. They only want Sauron, but maybe if Sauron takes control of the orcs. Damrod throws. He has like a hammer or something like this, like some mace kind of thing. Let's call it his weapon, mace, hammer at Arondir. And he has to kind of dodge. Also forgot to show you Adar, by the way. So yeah. But yeah, then we have a scene where Damrod throws basically the hammer at the pesky archer. And yeah, here we see an interesting scene again. Wants to siege engine, siege hook thing, which is still that. It exploded, but it burns a bit, but it's still not destroyed, which I find weird in this massive explosion, but okay. It seems like it's the same siege engine they had before. You even see this little tree branch to the right. So it must be the same, like to climb up the wall. It must be the same thing. And it's still intact. Like, it feels very strange. So they just blew it up to kill the orcs, it seems. But it's the same siege engine again. And Arondir just shouts, "Commander, look out!" Look out, Commander Elrond. And in the meantime, like, Damrod is noticing that he's doing stuff. Damrod notices Elrond. And let's try and find the right screenshot for this. That's a cool scene in my opinion, I have to admit though. Even there's little sparks when he hits a rope, which looks wrong to be honest. But who knows? Maybe it's, I don't know. Elrond tries to cut the rope while Damrod approaches in the background. This is a kind of a cool shot because you see the face of Elrond is maybe not ideal. But you see not the problem, but you see basically the problem in the background. Kind of like that. You see it from here. So Elrond is fighting very hard to get this rope cut. Even there are sparks is kind of strange. And then Elrond gets basically Elrond gets hit by Damrod and flies away. But luckily the rope is cut enough to snap. Rope of siege engine snaps. And yeah. Damrod hit by siege hook thing. There was a cool no pun intended, a tension moment, I think. Like, I don't know. Does the rope snap? Was it enough? And then, yeah, it works and also hits him. So it's kind of interesting. He hits Elrond, and Elrond basically hits back in a strange way. So I kind of like this little scene here. Yeah, maybe he needs a crown to take. I don't know. The show will come up with some stupid explanation. Maybe Adar needs to be dead for him to take control. I don't know, chat. If only Elrond had the time to sharpen his sword. I mean, yeah, it seems to be a very strong rope or something. Like, there's a scene where literally where Elrond cuts the orc in half. So I think it's sharp enough, but this rope must be out of other material. So Damrod's belly hurts now. And then Damrod pulls the siege engine away. And yeah, some rocks are removed basically. Let me just see, where's my program? And then he smashes, the Damrod smashes siege engine against wall, something like that. So then there's some cracks. I don't need to show you the cracks, but yeah, he creates some cracks in the wall. In this scene, can't see it that well. And then, for whatever reason, Gil-galad with some guards appear here, and he has this hook. And he's even on horse. I could call it a wild Gil-galad rides along. With a hook. And yeah, then they start killing Damrod. There's the hook. And this he needs to pull down. Like, he doesn't fall. Like, he only managed to pull his leg a little bit. Not sure how realistic that is, to be honest, but So Damrod falls down for the first time. And he also just grabs a complete horse. Like, that is kind of massive. Let me just restart the window here really quick. I know he's a TV show, so he had to take several swings at the rope for dramatic effect. Yes. I don't mind this though. This is like classic thing, how we would do this. If it would not be that dramatic, it would be boring as well. Even though we have seen it a million times. Either you have to come up either with something very new. Go back to a hill and be buried, he says in this scene. And then comes a strange scene as well, in my opinion. Just we skip a bit ahead. We have Gil-galad and so on, and then Arondir makes this jump on him. Arondir jumps at Damrod. And that I found, very strange, simply because, you know, like Arondir let him be 80 to 100 kilograms, depending on how tall and strong he is and so on. And he just jumps at Damrod. And he falls over. Like, that I find very unbelievable, to be honest. I mean, we have already established that Arondir is just very strong. Like, Arondir stabs Damrod's hand to basically pin him down, if that makes sense. Elrond stabs Damrod as well. It seems like the elves have very sharp things if they go through this. This must be a really strong rope then. Like, he pulls his sword, pushes his sword, and then also on this we don't see where he hits, potentially for age restriction reason. Gil-galad on his horse killed Damrod with eyegloss. So that worked, I think. And then Damrod is already dead. Like, I feel like they pushed Damrod a little bit too much marketing-wise. Like, it's of course cool to have such a big enemy on the battlefield, but... And it was visually impressive, don't get me wrong. But I definitely felt like he just died very fast. He has his own song basically in the soundtrack. Like, a song is the wrong word, but the track on it, which was very special and unusual and so on. But then in the end, you know, he appeared, he did some damage, but he didn't do that much, to be honest. Also, discussion about orcs. Nobody questions how trolls were made. There's a moment where an orc extracts his blade from someone and it is shown. What do you mean exactly, Sash? Yeah, strong enough to lift a horse, but Arondir makes him fall. That seems so weird. Especially, it's not only a horse that he lifts. The horse is moving forward, so... Like, that's pretty strong. And yeah, Gil-galad is the only person on the battlefield currently with a horse. And his two guards. One of the two horse guards is dead, though. So yeah, like a lot of stuff going on. I find it interesting that Arondir bows slightly. In this world, it seems a bit different because usually, like, Arondir would be a Sylvan elf, and Sylvan elves don't like Noldor elves, and Gil-galad is the king of the Noldor elves. Of course, he would potentially pay respect to him, even though not listen to his command, maybe. But yeah, usually, due to the deeds of the First Age, not all Wood elves and Sindar elves liked the Noldor elves as a result. So I don't know. So it kind of makes sense because he's just some random Sylvan elf, and this is the High King of the Noldor elves. So you could make an argument for that, but due to the kin slaying and so on, due to Feanor, it's a bit complicated, the relationship. Let's put it that way. Goes down laughing. Yeah, he laughs at the end. That I found kind of cool, like an evil demon or so is dying. This is not the last you have heard of Damrod. Yeah, Feanor was, let's say, special. There's a cool shot here of Gil-galad on the horse and so on. You see the armor and so on in action and the light, in the lighting and so on. Pretty cool, I have to admit. And then, yeah, the orcs start moving, basically. And then, yeah, Adar says, my children march with you. Adar is the next raid boss, basically. Adar attacks himself. So, yeah, that's kind of the next. Also, Elrond says to him, my king, you should not be here, or something like that. Let me just listen to this. Hi, king, you should not be here. A king's place is wherever the need is greatest. And that's kind of really a cool thing here. Also, we have to go a scene back. So Gil-galad, that's also an interesting scene. Gil-galad notices Arondir. So I don't know if this will be important later or so. It depends a bit if Arondir survives all of this nonsense or not. And everybody's marching, but yeah. Gluck is, I think his name, is not happy that his orc friends listen to Adar or something. He's at least staying back for sure. So while Adar says, yeah, let's go, vamos, basically. Then there's one orc. Can somebody explain to me what he's doing there? Like this orc here, chat. What is he doing? Like he has this, what do you call this, a ladle or something? Ladle. A ladle. Sorry. Just looked the pronunciation up. It's a soup ladle or something. What is he doing there? I don't understand the scene. My children, march with me. He was making soup and they interrupted him. Yeah, maybe he was smoking some meat or something. And this is his what's it called in English? It's his marinade or something. Like, is this what is this thing here? Is this flesh? Is this later? Is he maybe is this something that burns like a torch or something? He's making out the fire, or he's making smoke later that to protect them from the sun. Gravy, pouring oil to light on fire. Yeah, maybe that's something. I don't know, but that's definitely a scene I did not understand. But then he basically leaves his thing and runs away. Like, he puts it away and then runs. It's very strange, chat. I don't understand this. This scene I don't understand. Also funny, he has like a little horse thing on his helmet. So yeah, the remaining orcs attack. We can even see Aldar here in the group. There he is. Not good to study the ways of the enemy too closely. And what I also find strange, like in this scene, Aldar's marching forward, and look how dark it is already. And then, this is literally the next scene. Like it's the next in second or two, it cuts to Elrond. And look how the light stuff changes. Here it looks still kind of dark, and here suddenly, you know, feels very different. And then the sun rises. Look to the north. And then Elrond here expects the dwarves. He's very happy. So yeah, the dwarves are coming. We see Gil-galad here in the background. And everybody's waiting for the dwarves. A rider appears in the north or something. Which the cardinal directions make no sense. So yeah, kind of the classic Gandalf move. And Vorohil, I think is his name. Wounded Vorohil arrives. Shot with arrows. And that's what I mean. Yeah, moving to Khazad-dûm and back to Eregion seems to be very risky if he returns to this battlefield like this. But if he would have known about the secret dwarven tunnel, it would have been much easier for him. Yeah, we discussed this quite a lot in the first stream for like 3 hours, but it turns out that in this show, and it almost seems consistent in the show, that like on the actual map, Ostinithil is north of the river. But in the show, the map, in the show, the river is like Ostinithil, or the capital of Eregion, is somewhere here instead. It's not here. So it is actually south of the river. And yeah, what can I say? However, even the problem with this is, like, it would make sense that he comes from the north anyway. But he should not come, you know, if this is Ostinithil, he should come from behind, not from the other direction. Like, that he comes from the north makes kind of sense. Should be come from the northeast, to be precise, but doesn't matter. The river location, though, is in the way. Like, this makes no, as you say, it makes only sense if this capital or city is south of the river, which makes no sense, to be fair. But that is where the show placed it. I don't know why, though. Maybe they made a mistake or something in their planning. I don't know. But it is consistent, kind of, in the show, that they show that this city is not north of the river, but south of it. It's kind of south even of the Glanduin. And it's maybe even closer here. This makes no sense from the perspective of Adar, though, because for Adar this would mean he has to cross this river and attack from here to cross another river and cross another river. You know what I mean? Like, here are two rivers. This is the Sirannon and this is the Glanduin that goes here, kind of. Whereas Inithil, the writing is there, the river goes. You see it kind of hinted at here. And so that means if Adar marches to the city from the south, so he marches up north, why does he not attack from here? But for whatever reason, he decides to take an angle and attack the city in a way that he has to cross a river. That makes no sense, you know what I mean? It's just stupid. The writer seems to come from the east, but Elrond is specifically talking about the north. Like, the sun starts rising in the east, which is behind these mountains. And the bridge, if you look at it, it faces not directly in the direction of the east, if that makes sense. Let me just show a different screenshot. Here you can see it. Here's a bridge, and he's coming from the direction of the bridge, and east is over here. That makes sense. So here must be east, then this bridge shows roundabout north. And here's the river. But it makes no sense from Adar to attack from the north. Like, I can't also make any sense out of it. It makes literally no sense. Adar's army coming from the south and cross the river supports the city being north of the Glanduin. Yes, that logically you are right, but this show is not logically when it comes, or has no logic when it comes to the cardinal directions. We discussed this for 2 hours. Believe me, it makes no sense in the show. There's even a depiction of the show where well, there's a picture of the show. I think I have it somewhere here, where we have the map. From the show that kind of, and we discussed this really a long time. Don't talk about this map from season 1. Here's Eregion, this city here. And you can see Here is the Silmarillion that goes up to Khazad-dûm. Usually Ostinizil would be here. And here's the inn still from the writing of Ostinizil, I think. They couldn't use it and removed it, I think. But here would be the actual place of this thing. But here it's here. And here you can see here the mountains in the back. And Adar could attack from here. But he can't. Because the river is here. It makes no sense, chat. It makes no sense. And you see here that the river, like this is the Glanduin, that goes here around into the mountains. This is the Silmarillion going up. Here's Khazad-dûm. And this is Ostinizil, if we call it like that. Like, it makes literally no sense, the placement of the city, because in the other map, we can even see that Adar marches into this region. And then he has to cross this river and second river. And he has to attack from the north to the south. Because otherwise, he does not have to cross a river, because there's no river here in this region. I mean, you could argue he made, like, what do you call it? Like, it's not a river, but it's, what do you call it? In German we call it Burggraben. A moat. Castle ditch, castle moat. Something like that. Yeah. Maybe it's that. Hard to tell, chat. The problem is that if you go to the episode where Elrond leaves Adar's camp, he says that he comes, that he shall lead it here, and he also says in the dialogue here that he comes from the north. He says, the dwarves are coming, look to the north. And he shows in the direction of the river in this scene. And the sun is there in the background, which should be east, because, I don't know. But yeah, he says north. That means from the other side of the river, it's north. So they're literally facing in this direction. That means Adar attacks from the north as well. And he also said they should flank Adar's row. So it kind of would make sense. But yeah, this scene makes, unfortunately, if you look into the cardinal directions and what the people are saying and on the map, it makes no sense because, yeah, like I said, there was the other map. Yeah, here, do you see this map? Here we see the movement of Adar's army, this weird line here. Oh god. This line here. You see it goes over the river. Ostinizil is here somewhere. It's below this river, I think. The other river is missing on this map anyway. So he goes over this river and attacks from here to cross the river again to attack the city. Like, I don't know. It makes, to me, very little sense. Like the show is very inconsistent with the maps, so we can't look at maps that much because the showrunners didn't pay too much, or the people writing this didn't pay too much attention to this detail. And then, yeah, Elrond is very sad that nothing is happening, and even Gil-galad has to fight. Also, suddenly Gil-galad's helm became silver. His helmet is silver now. Let me correct the color thing here. Here you see that his helm is clearly in daylight, it is not silver. Maybe at the side it's a bit silver, that could be actually. Maybe it's just golden at certain positions. The sides look actually a bit silver. And then this scene, it looks like completely silver. I don't know. Okay, here the helm looks gold again. That's before he starts the fight. Maybe it has to do with the sunlight or something, but it looks at time kind of different. It looks cool though, don't get me wrong. I don't want to complain too much, but just wondering why it seems like the color changed. Elrond can't believe it. He looks very devastated. Like he fought all the night, killed the big troll, did so many things right, and then at the end, his friend is not coming. We have the fight with Arondir, who shoots an arrow at Adar. And we can also discuss for a moment, like the fighting breaks out. Arondir shoots an arrow at Adar. And now I understand the scene, seeing it in slow motion. So Adar catches now the arrow of Arondir. I didn't see that, but look at this. He catches the arrow with his gauntlet hand. And then he comes at Arondir with the arrow that he shot. Adar attacks Arondir with arrow. See that? Now he has an arrow in his hand. It's a bit motion blurry, but sticks arrow into Arondir's armor. That's where the arrow comes from in this scene. And then Arondir pulls out an arrow and sticks it into Adar. That's interesting. Like, there's a lot of detail here. I find this very confusingly cut in a way. I found it very difficult to see what is actually going on in this fight. I think then, here you see it, that he also is holding the arrow and so on. Adar stabs Arondir with his sword. Like this choreography, I've never also looked in this detail. Interesting detail though. Like, wasn't there a cut at the arm of Arondir at some point? Because there's definitely a mark like this that has to be, you know, treated in an episode or something. I forgot. But that's definitely there. So, cool detail. There's a broken bridge across the river to the main gate. Yeah, I think it does. There's two bridges though into the city. I'm not sure which one is which. Adar beats Arondir for now. I would have wished that they fought a little bit longer, to be honest. Maybe it's difficult to fight with the prosthetic stuff, mask stuff on for the actor, so. Adar kicks Arondir away. I mean, Arondir and Adar, they have met already, because he was once captured. And then, yeah, Adar leaves Arondir on the ground. And then the orcs pull out stones themselves without the siege engine. Let's count the next scene. Wall is finally breached. And the orcs can enter the city. I would have wished that some people would at least defend the city in a way of shooting at them. Orcs can enter the city. Yeah, Elrond's plan did not work because the dwarves did not show up in time. And then Adar meets Elrond. Sun is not shining at least because there was sort of a moment of sunshine. Elrond tries to stab Adar, but that doesn't work. Adar wants the ring now from Elrond. And of course, the writers made Elrond take the ring with him, which I think is stupid. Never make war in anger, he says. What's interesting, I didn't notice this in before, but yeah. Adar throws Elrond away and gets the ring on the chain. What is interesting about this, you can actually see the chain when he throws Elrond away. Look at this. That I also never noticed. Like frame by frame, you start definitely notice some interesting stuff. Elrond defeated for now. I like how he looks up for a moment and just lets his head sink down. It's kind of a cool scene. Things like, oh god, I fought so hard and nothing worked in the end. Adar holds Nenya now. And that is, I think, the last scene of this episode. Yeah. And we made it. We made it through the episode. It just took us another 9.5 hours with minus breaks. Well, it's not 9.5 because I think I started the stream new, right? Well. Look how thick the wall is. That is the slimmest place for the wall, though. Watch Adar die in the next 2 minutes of the next episode. Who do you think kills Adar? Sauron? Or, I don't know, Gluk or something? Yeah, we're far over 10 hours total. We streamed yesterday 7 hours as well. That was a lot to discuss, but I think we got a lot of stuff. Okay, when it comes to the map is just weird. Sauron with a crown. Yeah, I also think Sauron with a crown. Yeah, the dwarves actually sent contingent to aid there. I could imagine that Durin still comes there. He just has to deal with his father and then maybe do stuff. Or if the dwarves won't appear, then maybe, I don't know. The Númenóreans could still enter. Like in the books also the Númenóreans entered the battle at some point. Not here in Eregion though, but later. Much later in the war. But I'm not sure how much of the war they will portray. Yeah, I also think it's silly that the dwarven army couldn't deal with, or the dwarves couldn't deal with Durin the Third. That felt very constructed and cheap, to be honest. Yeah, that is what I'm saying, Otaku Senpai. It makes no sense that Adar attacks from the north. Adar definitely attacked from the north as well. Or let's say from the northwest or something, but some north direction. Adar came from here, all the way up from here, from the south. Adar comes from the south. And only if the city, if Ostinithil is past this river here, which you can't really see, this would work. And you would assume, yeah, it makes complete sense. There's a river in the way for Adar. I don't see it on the map, sorry. So he came from here. Down here, here's Mordor. Somewhere here is Tir Harat, whatever, where his camp is. He goes here out of the side and then walks all the way up to the Gap of Rohan, goes north. That is what the map showed us where he's walking. And then Ostinithil, though, on the map is south of the river. But he's not attacking directly, but he has to, for whatever reason, attack from the north, otherwise the cardinal direction. So he has to go up, make a U-turn and attack from north. That makes no sense. But let's not discuss the map because it really makes no sense. Like, it's a waste of lifetime to look into this because it seems like the people producing the show don't care enough about cardinal directions and maps. It's just to give you an idea. Well, it's there and somehow it will work, but don't think too much about it. The credits music was a surprise. Yeah, that was really a surprise. And yeah, the singer Jens Kittmann is from Meshuggah. That's a Swedish metal band or progressive metal band or something like that. Any death predictions for the next episode? Adar is my death prediction for sure. He will die. Celebrimbor, I could imagine, dies. And Arondia's hard to tell if he's dead or not. I hope he survives. Not sure about the Dark Wizard. Would be strange, to be honest, to build him up for a whole season and then when he's, I don't know, has like the first confrontation with a stranger, he is dead or so. I'm not sure. I mean, he's an Easter, so he's kind of a spirit. Can he really die? Well, Elrond, it would be completely against the character of Elrond to wear the ring, because he says from the beginning, no, we should not use the rings. What is stupid, though, that is he has the ring with him. It would make more sense to leave it in Eregion, to be honest. They had to cross the Anduin at some point, or some parts of it, yes. Updating my prediction. Currently, I have not much to update, to be honest. Like, I'm thinking about making maybe a short update video for new predictions for the final episode. If something comes to my mind or so, where I think, well, that might be a good theory. How does Elrond survive? Because I think Adar wants the other rings as well. So he tries to take Elrond captive now, brings him in the city, and threatens to kill him, and he wants from Gil-galad the ring or something like that. Like in, what is it, episode 2 or something, there's a vision of Galadriel at the bridge. Yeah, maybe it's episode 3. No, it's episode 4. Now I got it. And there's a vision in this from Galadriel, this scene here. And I think that is the exact scene. He has a cut on his cheek and so on. The orcs are holding him now prisoner. And then there's a scene before this. Let me see if I find it, chat. This one here. So the orcs are now in the city. I assume that is what we will see next time. And if you look very careful, you also see Gil-galad standing here in the back. So something like this will happen in the next episodes. In the next episode, This here, by the way, was, like I said, from episode 4 in the vision of Galadriel when she's at this bridge using her ring and she sees things of the future. Yeah, I also found the statue of Fëanor weird. First of all, hard to tell how. Of course, Celebrimbor wanted to reach the height of his grandfather, but he also didn't like his deeds, and he was kind of estranged from his father as a result, and so on. He definitely distanced himself a bit from his Fëanor family. Still, he's a great elvensmith, it's not like that, even though he did a lot of weird things. I felt like the statue, he looked a bit old. Let's not go. Let's not dive into this Eregion stuff. It makes me angry. Like here you see the other bridge. The question is, like here you also don't have the walls of Eregion yet. But here's the other bridge, and on the other side there's also a bridge. Here I think the forge that they built is also not there yet. But this kind of implies that they're directly at this river, kind of. But the city, yeah, is completely like there's a mountain in the background and a river completely around it. How this works, don't ask me. What cardinal directions are these? I have no clue. Here's the shot from the other side. You see there's a river going around it. This is basically the this must be the other side. Don't ask me, chat. But if this is the misty mountainside we are looking at, then the bridge is facing north. And basically, what's his name? Sorry, it's just late. I need to go to bed, chat. But Elrond is looking into the north and says, yeah, they will come from the north. Here's the east. Here's kind of north. And this is the Glanduin part here. Don't ask me how this works exactly, but... And in the back, there's a weird rock. It makes no sense. Don't ask me. It's weird. Just ignore a side conversation. How the hell did they shoot a rock this high in the mountain? Don't ask me. They have just some super powerful catapults. I have no idea. It makes very little sense. I just know my brain stops working slowly. It's a magic catapult for sure. Like, you have to look at the early catapult shots that we get to see here and there. The biggest problem is I can't see anything here. Unfortunately, I did not make a good screenshot of that. Holy moly, Chris, you are a legend. I can barely stay awake at this point, and you are still going. Yeah, well, I'm similar in this regard, I have to admit. I really need to go to sleep because I'm just so tired. The problem is, my current prediction video, I'm pretty happy with it. So, is there anything I should change, chat? The Elrond stuff makes me want to watch this video again. Yeah, Chris, sorry I joined the chat late. This is why my many comments were delayed and untimely. Yeah, don't worry about it. No need to apologize. It was very informative. I also learned something. Glad to hear, Gordon. Glad you're still here. I'm just slowly losing it though, but yeah. Not all the Rings made already in his review. He mentioned the messed up map, so I don't want to steal his findings or content. Like I gave up on the stuff here. Wile E. Coyote. that was kind of the joke last time, right? Yeah, but we have the catapult stuff. We discussed this with Tolkien Erklärt, Lucas, also a German dude. Like these, if you look at the catapult, this thing, I think they kind of changed the design or something. Like there are actually scenes where you see them fire an episode, the current episode. But these things always feel like they make literally no sense. It is strange. But here, this catapult kind of works. And why? It does not really look like it's high enough, you know what I mean? I don't know. I can't show you the motion stuff here on screen. But yeah, I don't know. The catapults look a bit weird. I don't understand how they work exactly. Like this, the counterweight should fall, or the weight should fall on the ground. You know what I mean? It's very strange. Doesn't matter too much, chat. I would say that was enough nerding for today. Adar has the ring. I think Adar must be killed because Galadriel needs the ring back. Who kills him? I don't know. We know that Galadriel will face Sauron in some way. Oh, Beligor, good morning. One could get the impression you are a bit obsessed with Rings of Power. It's less being obsessed with Rings of Power and more with, I don't know, just having no feeling for time. And also try to answer questions in a lot of detail, and then we get delayed often. I'm really tired, to be honest. No, I don't even drink coffee. I only drink tea and water. Nothing makes sense in the show, yeah, for sure. Well, at least we reached the end of the show. That means, first of all, I think I updated the credits, so we can fire up the credits. I'm not sure if somebody subscribed in the meantime. Stratima subscribed. So there's that, chat. Yeah, I simply like to discuss stuff. Thanks for the time again, good stream. Yeah, thank you for joining. I hope it wasn't too boring. There was some strange part in the streams, as always. But that's not my fault. It's the fault of the show. If they could just make normal episodes that make sense, we would not need to discuss everything for 5 hours. But yeah, huge shout outs to all the supporters and the generosity of so many people here, especially straight out of the Shire. That was very generous in the last couple of days, but also a lot of other people. So you I think get the point. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed the stream. So content-wise, what is on the plan? For the German viewers, I will most likely, after having slept quite a bit, I will most likely do the following. I will start the German Twitch stream for 9 hours, you mean, yeah. I will start the German Twitch stream at, I don't know, 7 or so in 12 hours. And then I will most likely, if I'm not too tired still, in 12 hours I might do an Elden Ring randomizer race against Let's Prepare to Try and Schnarke, who also usually joins the chat and so on. And of course I will lose, because Let's Prepare to Try is really good at randomizer races. But that doesn't matter. It might be fun. And that will be in German, though. So it will be on the German Twitch channel. TPH _ games. And then tomorrow there will be again German content. I will be I'm invited again by the German Tolkien Society, and we will discuss episode 7 in maybe 3 hours or something, not in 20. Oh, Billy Gore, thank you for the follow on the German channel as well. Yeah, currently if I'm online, like tomorrow, I would like chill a little bit, I think, for the most part, and maybe play some games. If I play games, I usually stream them on Twitch anyway, so there's that. And yeah, currently we're sitting in the DLC on a level 1 character without schedule tree blessings and fighting Commander Gaius. That's the current boss I'm sitting on. I could imagine if it should not take that long to defeat him, to be honest. We will see. Yeah, now I should have all my channels, Billy Go. Yeah, there's a lot of channels I have. Yeah, that stuff will be in German though. So there's some German content coming up next week. If I make an update for my what's it called, prediction video or so, I might do this as well. Maybe not, because currently I'm still happy with my current prediction video. So yeah, chat, there's that. Before I fall asleep here while talking, That you and Nerd of the Rings agree on the map confusion speaks volumes. You're two most knowledgeable YouTubers I know. Maybe Corey Olsen is potentially more knowledgeable than I am. I don't always agree with Corey Olsen though, but he definitely knows his Tolkien. But yeah. That's that. But yeah, it is very observable that the cardinal direction stuff often in the show makes no sense. I don't know why. I think Peter Jackson did a better job, it seems to me. It's true, they need to be sneaky like Wally Coyote, exactly. But yeah, the map is a very good point. I'm not sure who brought this up. Maybe was it you, Travis, or was it Otaku Senpai Beligo? I forgot who posted it in chat yesterday when we did the other stream and said, yeah, well, Nerd of the Rings said that this, and found this interesting because usually every time I looked into cardinal direction and map stuff in this show, I was a bit disappointed because often the directions and positions never make any sense. So that's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, and they also can't see the smoke miles away. That's, you could maybe still make the argument of Sauron's influence, making an illusion that they can't see this or so. But I think the show does a very poor job explaining these convenience things. And one weird non-response to the equation. The right Gil-galad grant access back to Valinor. Interesting. I don't know. But he definitely also says some stuff I agree with, so that's that. He probably stumbles a lot. Well, the problem is here my streams, I often do live research when when I have to answer questions. And then I'm looking, where was this quote? I have to remember this. It's sometimes difficult, but my approach is often try to find it in the books and then just read what Tolkien wrote. That's most often it's easy. Sometimes that's not always possible though. Some questions are too intertwined, if that is a word, to just read one quote. Like you need to interpret things or puzzle stuff together. And often people ask very tricky questions. It's not always like, oh, that's very cool and easy to answer. So it's like this and that, and here's a quote. They also lost an entire river, yeah. Have they not heard about Second River? Let's try to hard to defend the show. Yeah, might have. I don't know why. My when it comes to the show, like when the show does something good, and I'm not always doing this to be fair, because sometimes I'm also too nitpicky. But when the show does something good, I try to praise it, and if the show does something bad, I criticize it. I try to be fair though. But when something annoys me, it annoys me. Yeah, we discussed this yesterday. I mean, you don't worry. It's not. Don't see this as, oh, you haven't watched my stream yesterday. But the same point I also noticed yesterday in the stream when we talked about Eregion. That here in season 1, it has no walls, as you can see. All the walls are gone, and then in the later season, suddenly there are walls everywhere. Let me just see if I find the screenshot very fast. Like here you see the walls already. Like there's walls everywhere. So here I can kind of understand this, maybe because of the situation. They in the war in Mordor and stuff, they maybe started adding walls to make it more secure. It's the same screenshot, right? Yeah, correct. That's the same screenshot, you idiot. But yeah, here you see it better. No wall. The camera angle is not perfect, to be fair. But you get the point. Like the wall here, no walls here. Walls were added to Eregion. Very interesting. No, yeah, I know he does. He talks about Corey, I think. Whispers, we aren't supposed to remember images from past episodes, yes. Remember the map of Arondir found conveniently? I really thought the red lines would be orc army detachments that cross the rivers to attack the city from different sides. Yeah, something like this I could also thought about. But then, nope, every orc is on one side. Yeah. Don't mention the unmentionable season. I never got a look at the map. I can show you the map if you want. It was last episode, right? At the beginning. Yeah. I can zoom in a bit so maybe you can see it better. I think the X here at the bottom or the middle of the, yeah, it's at the bottom left, but in the image it's in the middle, the X there, that is potentially the camp of Adar, I would assume. Or this is actually the city, you know, and they attack because they have to attack from the north. Like nothing makes sense in this show. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, okay. I hope that maybe helps you with the stuff on the map. I think I posted it on the Discord if you're interested, Otaku Senpai, in higher resolution. Like, this is my highest resolution of the map, to be honest. But on the stream, I can only give it to you at 1080p. Yeah, that is really weird that the show just can't call it Ost-Inivil. Also, I'm never sure how the pronunciation of this place is. It's similar with Gilgalad. Ost in Ethil. Ethil. It could be pronounced as 3 words. If you consider it as 1 word, Ostinethil. Ostinethil would be the pronunciation then. On in. I don't know. Complicated stuff, but yeah, we were already coming to an end. Yeah, the river stuff is very strange, I have to admit as well. Orc maps are more accurate. The methyl, the methyl. How is this pronounced? E and I? Whatever. This one here, see methyl. It goes, I don't know. The Bruinen is close to Rivendell, and it's basically the parallel river of the Bruinen. And this goes then to the Gwaithlo, that goes into the ocean. And then further down we have the Glanduin, which is close to Ostinethil, and so on. But yeah, chat, I need to go to bed. I'm just talking nonsense. I can't focus anymore before I start talking stupid things that are wrong. Maybe till the evening. Yes, maybe we see each other there. I mean, there's also the Atlas of Middle-earth, but... But yeah, whatever, chat. Again, huge thank you again to all of you. If you haven't pressed the like button, you know, this pesky little button under each YouTube video, feel free to do so now. Would be much appreciated. If you maybe watch this later as a VOD, feel free to leave a comment here as well. Check maybe my other stuff. Recently I uploaded quite a bit. So that's the prediction video still. It actually got a decent amount of views. I'm kind of surprised that people really like these prediction videos. But okay. I don't mind that. And yeah, got some stuff. In case you wonder what these Rings of Power actually do, there's a video about this as well, which is book focused, of course. And I have a video about the Blue Wizards, because this might also become important. And for, I don't know, 2023 I made a video about misconceptions of the 20 Rings of Power in Lord of the Rings. It's half an hour long. It has some overlap with the what do the rings actually do video, but I can kind of recommend this stuff. Also, if you want to know everything about the Second Age, I have a video called Who is Elrond in the Second Age? That's 3 hours long. I cover pretty much everything, and there's also a part 1 to this video. So there I cover the First Age. It's also over 2 hours long. And then there are more videos. Like every video I make of this series is in total it's like 8 or 9 hours. So if you really want to learn all about the lore in a lot of detail with book quotes and stuff, check this series out. There's a playlist somewhere on this channel, usually linked somewhere below the chat. So yeah, if you say, hey, your 9-hour streams are not enough, 10-hour stream, excuse me, then yeah, there is a lot of content on this channel. It doesn't look like it, but here's a lot of content on this channel. But yeah, there's that. Still, there's one video missing for my Who is Elrond series, the final one, or the maybe 2 videos. I'm not sure if I split them. But that's a different topic, chat, that I will focus after the show is done. And yeah, thank you again, everybody, for watching. Much appreciated. That was a tough to discuss episode, I have to admit, because there was a lot of stuff in it at the same time. But yeah, it took some time. And I would say we see each other in the upcoming days in some shape or form, or next Thursday when the final episode comes out. 3rd of October, I think. There will be a first impressions / review video, analysis stream in the evening, watch party on Friday. So the same as always. So thank you again for watching, and I would say see you people next time. Goodbye.